Hey, what's up, Ixa? Can you hear me okay? Because I had to do a couple of settings different. Hey, what's up, Dumpster Lurker? Hey, Hypnotoad. I'm doing coverage tonight, which means a little different. I get to kind of be in God mode here and pull up whoever streams I want. And then we're going to watch them draft, commentate, watch the games, commentate. So it's my first time doing it, and we all know I'm pretty bad with technology. But seems to be working. I mean, you're watching my stream, and you can see I've got mana leak up right now. I'm not sure we're going optimal. I don't know. They were the first two people, so I was just using them to test. I'm not sure who we're going to cover. In fact, those of you who tuned in early, you can have a say in it. Whose draft should we cover? Let me see who our options are. Because only the people who are sharing are options. But I think a lot of people are. So we have Beardo, tempting. The Nerdy Steve, DC Sports. Oh wait, is Siggy in? Okay, I'm gonna have to do Siggy if he's in. How can I not? Let me see if I can stop watching this one. Oh, I can just click around? Alright, I'm trying to learn how this works, so bear with me. No, I don't want to share my screen. I want to watch theirs. Oh, he's not live. Never mind. I don't think this works. You can watch the Nerdy Steve. Is he live? No, he's not live either. No, I did not see the cast for Super Mario. Chris Pratt and Jack Black. That's pretty funny. Two Duck Cube. Yeah, the issue is that I'm not sure how to watch what I want to at the moment. I will happily do Two Duck Cubed. Some people are live, like in their own like channels here, but not 100% how I get to pull up anybody. Event management, maybe. Don't mind me. I'm clicking around trying to figure out how anything works because I don't know. Well, oh, Siggy went live. Okay, I'm gonna cover Siggy. I want to cover Siggy. I've known him forever, so I'm gonna do that. Let's see. Assuming I can actually successfully get it going, but I think I'll be able to. Tell me if anything doesn't look right. You know, I need my my chat here to help me as always.
That was the year they divided the MPL, and I remember now you had enough points to get in the MPL, not enough points to get into Worlds. That was the strangest year.
Yeah, I mean, they needed someone to fill in for commentary for the week. I mean, I like commentary more than I like playing in general, but obviously we'll see how it goes. I haven't commentated this before, so I don't necessarily know exactly
I may have to stream this,
how it's going to work.
sharing my screen as opposed to the other thing. I'll try to figure it out, but maybe I should look at that now while we're not doing anything.
The cool thing when you commentate compared to playing yourself is that like you're always in it. Firstly, like that was my favorite part about commentating Grand Prix, because like some Grand Prix you're playing for top 8, it's really fun, but like other Grand Prix you're like X and 4, X and 5, and you're like trying to grind out a min cash, and then it's not that fun.
Yeah, this is the thing, is this one is not finding arena.
So can you guys hear Siggy? Should you be able to? Do you want to be able to? I mean, I don't know how, like, do you guys normally watch the coverage? You probably mostly normally watch my stream when I'm playing this. I don't know, like, how they normally do it. Like I said, the tech side of, I'm comfortable with my ability to navigate the draft picks, but the tech side of it, I got nothing. Did I maximize Siggy's window, Ixo, or did I not get it? I tried to do what I thought you were asking. Yeah, can you guys, yeah, I just muted my speakers. Can you still hear Siggy or no? Yeah, obviously we can't hear Siggy and me at the same time because we'd both be, I mean, he's just going to talk constantly, I assume, because it's his stream, and then we're not like doing a 2-person stream, so. No Siggy now? Okay, cool. Yeah, he was coming through my speakers, so I muted him. Oh, you don't want to see the avatars. That makes sense. I don't know. Let me see if I can fix that or not. I'm not sure, but I get it. Like that, more screen. How's it going, Equations of Motion? Thank you for that suggestion, Ixo. Definitely better. So let's see. Oh, this is a good pod, too. G-Guards does a lot of winning in this. I'm not familiar with them, but like they have their little like leaderboard, and like they're towards the top. 2.Cube, obviously a limited master, and Siggy, obviously a limited master. So this is a good pod. Good pod to cover. Yeah, I've been finding my feet in the new format as well. I mean, I agree with everybody that Blue-Black Zombies is like a good, obvious deck you can put together out of the commons, and if there's only going to be a couple people in each pod drafting it, you want to be one of them, but if there's going to be, 4 or 5 or whatever, then you probably don't. I've been doing pretty well with white decks. I've just been drafting like a lot of Coven, white, basically aggro, because, I mean, it kind of functions similar to Exert in a Amonkhet, where, like, if you have, like, these, like, Coven they gain flying, Coven they're get hard to block, whatever, like, it's really hard to stabilize against that. Like, it makes it really easy to close out. So I've been drafting, like, a decent amount of white aggro. I haven't had much success with green. I think I've done okay with. I've done well when I've had blue-black zombies when it's been open. I've done all right with like black-red vampire aggro, which I drafted once or twice. I've done pretty well with white aggro, which I've drafted a bunch of times. I don't think I've done especially well with my green decks. Like obviously it's werewolves or whatever, but I just don't know how to value the cards perfectly for green, or even I don't know how to value them perfectly for anything. But I don't know how to value them well for green, because whenever I end up green, my record does not match like even close to how good I think my deck is. So I'm guessing I'm not drafting my green decks well yet. I think I'm drafting my white decks pretty well though. I've been doing very well with my white aggro decks, like lots of 7-1s and 7-2s. I mean, you saw on stream the other day, if you watched my stream, I didn't open like crazy good rares. I had to switch colors a little. I wasn't just in like some super blessed seat. And I went 7-2 and 7-1 with a blue-white and a red-white aggro. And I've been drafting a good amount of decks like that off stream as well to pretty good success. So I feel pretty good about my evaluation of the white commons, but like I don't think I know how to draft the green commons well at all. Well, thanks, black guy. The beard definitely makes me look a lot older. I don't know if it makes me look handsome, but I'll take it. I think we need beard or no beard. I think we're gonna need something stronger than that. Yeah, that's been my experience as well, Orc Noob. Like, my decks look good, and I feel like my curve is good, and I have some removal, and it should work, and then I just end up losing to flyers, or my big creature gets killed, or whatever. That's basically been my experience as well. I think this is a really hard format to not be aggro in. Like, you don't have to be, like, hyper aggro, you know, but, like, zombies is, like, 2/2 decay tokens, and, like, it attacks when it wants to. I feel like this format is a lot of, like, racing. It's a lot of, like... I mean, listen, the games don't end too quick, and you have options. There's a lot of cheap removal, and there's plenty of incidental life gain. So it's pretty fun. It's not like you just, like, goldfish past each other. Like, you make choices. But... it feels like it's a hard format to try and, like, turtle up the board and win in the ultimate late game. Like, it feels more like, you know, you just keep attacking each other and throwing things at each other, like, for a long time. Right, like having this good at cheap removal makes it so, like, I mean, if your expensive creatures have comes into play abilities, they're still good. Like, Organ Hoarder is excellent, Gavany Silversmith is excellent, but, like, you don't really want to play expensive creatures that don't have comes into play or leaves play abilities, because they just trade down several mana with removal. But on the other hand, small creatures are good against removal, because then they trade up a mana or even in mana. There's, like, I don't know what you'd call this. Like, I don't know if you'd call it a heuristic, but basically just in terms of understanding of Magic. So if a threat and an answer are, like, exactly even, like a 3-mana threat and a 3-mana answer, then the threat has an advantage because, like, if I'm up a threat and that I'm hitting you for damage each turn, if you're up an answer, it's just sitting in your hand. But answers have traditionally been better than threats, and answers can obviously deal with, like, the best card in your opponent's deck. So that's why removal is normally really good. So what's happened now is there's a lot of cheap and good removal in this format. So big creatures and big threats without comes into play or leaves play abilities and things like that are not very effective. But small creatures are super effective because people have a lot of removal. So you force them to either use the removal on your garbage or trade down mana. So I found, like, you know, I want a lot of 2-drops, a lot of 3-drops. I don't even like playing creatures that cost, like, 4 or more, unless they're, like, Organ Hoarder, Gavany Silversmith, stuff like that. I'm not saying they have to be that good, but they have to, like, draw a card when they come into play or something so that they trade profitably against removal. And to be clear, or Disturb, that allows you to trade profitably with removal as well. Like, I like Gale Drifter. But, like, you know, if there was a card like 5 mana 6/6 no ability, I'm not sure that would be a very good card in this format. Like, I'm not saying 5 mana 6/6 would be unplayable, but I don't think it would be great. It would just end up getting killed and trading down a couple mana, or chump blocked by a disturbed creature while they lost the game to everything else going on or something. Yeah, I haven't found removal to be incredible either, because, again, Organ Hoarder, Silversmith, etc., all the incidental value, and then all the small creatures, and there's tons of great small creatures. So what I've actually found in this format so far is, like, I like the cards that swing the race and are, like, proactive. Like, I love stuff like Gavany Silversmith. Some of the life gain cards have performed really well for me, like that 1-mana 1/1, is way better than it looks in this format. Lunarch, whatever. That's the kind of card you look at and you go, like, maybe this is playable. In this format, it's definitely good. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Jay Senger. Appreciate the support. Like, the things that swing the race are the things that have overperformed the most for me. Life gain, haste, stuff like... something like Gavany Silversmith is what I call partial haste, because you put the 2+1/+1 counters out. So if you have 2 creatures in play, you can put it on those and attack immediately. So it's like you get 4 power for 4 mana, but 2 of it has haste. So stuff like Silversmith, Haste Creatures, Lunarch Ascendant, or Lunarch whatever it's called. I don't know the last name, I think. But the 1 mana 1/1 that gains a life whenever a creature comes into play. All of that, even like the 3 mana 3/2 lifelink Coven white creature has been great for me. Like, I'm not saying it's some kind of bomb, but like an auto include. Like, far better than it looks. Just the 3 mana 3, I think it's an uncommon. The 3 mana 3/2 Coven, it gets lifelink. All that, I've loved lifelink and life in this format. Yeah, black-white's been pretty good for me as well, Foofy. I just drafted my last draft last night before bed. I went 7-2 with a black-white grindy deck. Actually, might still have it if this is not going to fire anytime soon. Let me take a quick look and see if I have it. I know it's the last deck I drafted. I didn't do one this morning, but I don't know if it's still saved here. If it is, I can show it to you. Yeah, here it is. I went 7-2 with this deck, and I thought it was really good. I felt like both my losses like were winnable too and stuff, or like whatever. Like, I don't think the deck ever lost due to its performance. Hold on. Where's Arena? There we go. So this was like my last draft last night. I just did one before bed, and I went 7-2 with this. And I had like 2 Lunarch veterans, some decent removal with Eaten Alive and Rite of Oblivion. Obviously Liessa, but I honestly don't think like Liessa ever lived. I think I drew it like once or twice and like it didn't live. But I mean, I had good draws. I just kept killing things with like Lunarch, sacking Lunarch to right and Eaten Alive and then bringing them back and getting free cards off all the Dawn Guards and winning races, just doing all the things I've been talking about. Oh, Liessa is totally ridiculous, obviously. But I promise I didn't just cast Liessa like 5 times. I played a bunch of super grindy games with this deck. It was really sweet. Well, I might go bald. I used to take finasteride, which is the like generic version of Propecia for hair loss, and I stopped taking it like 3 months ago. So I'm probably going to have a lot less hair next year than I do this year. But we'll see what happens. I'm definitely not going to force the balding. We'll just see how bald I get. It definitely worked well for me. I had no side effects, and I was balding in like my mid-20s. That's why I started taking it. And like I had roughly the same amount of hair, if not more, at like 36 than I did at 26, like, or 28, whenever I actually started balding. But it definitely worked really well for me. But now I'm just an actual old man, so I don't care anymore. You know, like when you're like 28, you don't want to start losing your hair. But now that I'm approaching 40, I've accepted it. Like, I'm middle-aged. There are worse problems to have, right? Hey, thanks, Diet Dr. Slurm. Appreciate the subscription. Well, if it means a subscription for me, I'm glad you're back, Diet Doctor. Yeah, to answer your question, you beat the card advantage of the blue-black with aggression, because while 4 mana 3/2 draw card is an awesome card, for card advantage, you are falling behind on board when you're doing stuff like that, and decay tokens can't block, so that's what I've been doing. I've been drafting a lot of like white and red aggro, like red black aggro, white black aggro, white red aggro. Just a lot of like I don't know how to beat it with green. Like I said, I've been getting crushed with my green decks, but I've been doing fine against it with like white aggro decks. Oh, looks like we're finally starting. Okay, well, Siggy first picked one of the best rares in the entire set. It could easily be number one. Let me move my webcam down a little bit here. So, obviously, he just windmill slammed the Meat Hook Massacre. If you have not read that card, you should. It's certainly in contention for best card in the set. I mean, I don't know what I need to say about this card. Adjustable Wraths are always very good because when they're adjustable, you know they're coming. So if you have 6 lands, you know you're going to play this card for, 4 or whatever, or 3 or whatever you want. So you don't play your small creatures, you play your 1 or 2 high toughness creatures, and then you Wrath and kill all their stuff and not yours. And then they also take a bunch of damage and you gain a bunch of life. And of course, the card is just utterly ridiculous. I mean, but there's not much for me to say about how broken that card is, but the characteristics are adjustable Wraths are a lot better than not adjustable Wraths. 4 mana, 5 mana, destroy all creatures is going to leave a symmetrical position, whereas deal X to all creatures, you can exploit to finish the turn with creatures in play and them not. Or at least creatures in your hand because you played the right ones, you hold back the right ones, etc., and you make them overcommit because you're still playing stuff. So adjustable Wraths tend to be a lot better than non-adjustable Wraths is basically what I'm saying. Obviously, it always depends on the color and the format and what the decks do, and some formats have an ultimate control deck. In Clear the Mind, in Ravnica Allegiance, 4 mana destroy all creatures would have been incredible. But most decks are creature decks, so in general, I like adjustable Wraths a lot more than non-adjustable Wraths. Obviously, this card isn't close with anything in this pack, but if the Meat Hook Massacre wasn't in this pack, what would we take out of this? Probably Vampire Socialite I like a lot in red-black aggro, but it is a 2-color gold card. There's the white 1/1. This is a really bad pack, except for the Meat Hook, I think. Oh, did it freeze? Yuck. Let me see if I can fix it. Yeah, they're on pick 3, so it did freeze. Yuck. Sorry about that, y'all. Don't know what happened. I didn't do anything. Not on purpose, anyway. Okay, so we're back. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, missed a couple picks. So it looks like he got a Vampire Socialite, a Blade Brand, and a Grizzly Ghoul. So I assume he's going to take the Ambusher here. So it's cool. He might draft red-black aggro, which is a deck I've been drafting, and not a deck I've seen too many pros drafting too often yet. I like it. I think Vampire Devil red-black aggro can compete with blue-black zombies through aggression, and has pretty good synergy and stuff. So we'll see where this goes. But this is actually a deck I have been drafting, so I'm kind of excited to see him draft this. Meat Hook Massacre is not worse than any deck, because, yes, you're right, in theory it's worse, but it's still so totally broken. If you're 85% to cast it every time you cast it out of this deck, and 88% to cast it out of a different deck, I mean, do we really care? So I assume this should be a Flame Channeler. I definitely wouldn't take Immolation over Flame Channeler. I don't think it's, a horrible pick, but if you're an aggressive deck in this format, a 2-mana 3/3 with some late game upside is a lot better than -2/-2. -2/-2 is fine. There's plenty of targets, but it's just trading up 1 mana. That's basically all it does. There's a lot of ability. There's a lot of those type of effects in the format, and they have pretty heavy diminishing returns, because if you draw too many, you may not have a target. So I don't know. I don't think it's a horrible pick, but I would definitely take Flame Channeler over Immolation if I had what Siggy had right here. I think Siggy loves removal, though. I know he's old school, so he's probably a little obsessed with removal. Again, it's going to be a similar pick between the red-black Vampire Uncommon and Immolation, and I would take the red-black Vampire Uncommon. I think that card's pretty sweet. You basically get deal 6, gain 6 out of 1 card, and it's really cheap. And also, it's hard to block profitably, because, they don't want to block it because their creature will die, so then it turns on stuff like your Voldaren Ambusher and your Vampire Socialite. So I would predict Siggy will take Immolation, but I would take Hungry for More if it were me. And again, I want to be clear. These aren't horrible picks. It's early in the format. Immolation's a fine playable. It could be right. But even if I'm right, it's by a small amount. You're not spewing massive value by taking 2 Immolations over Hungry for More and Flame Channeler. I just think Hungry for More and Flame Channeler are going to be a little bit better in a red-black vampire deck than the removal. Thank you, Karaki. Appreciate the subscription. So this should be an easy crawl. Crawl is just excellent. It's just really efficient. Even though this deck doesn't have as many zombies, you're still going to make zombies. You're still going to have some. I guess he could take the Mock-Rep Behemoth because you can sack the zombies and get that thing out, but I just don't even think that card's good. Like I said, big creatures. Remember how at the start of the stream I was talking about how a 5-mana 6/6, like you play it, but it's not a very exciting card? I mean, even that's what that card is, right? It's a 5-mana 7/6 on turn 5. You know, you have to sack the a zombie, or you can just cast it for 7 if you have 7 mana. And it's just a 7/6. It doesn't have a comes into playability, doesn't have a leaves playability. That's a fine body. In a lot of formats, Mock-Rep Behemoth would be a nice creature. But in this one, there's just too much good removal. I just don't want that. Like, I'm not saying I've never put a copy in my deck, but I want these cheap, efficient cards, like Crawl from the Cellar, Hungry for More, Falcon Wrath Predator. You know, I want all these. I want the 2-drops. I want the 3-drops that swing the race, and I want, like, 4-drops with comes into play abilities. That's what I'm looking for in this format. This pick I actually think is pretty close. I'd probably take the Perforator just to have an actual solid 2-drop, because it's only his second, and Red-Black's a really aggressive deck. But Hungry for More is good. Like, if you were wondering whether that card's good or not, since it doesn't give you a creature, it is. But you don't want to view it as a 2-drop. You play it on turn 2 if you didn't draw a different 2-drop, because it's better to spend the mana and get that, you know, life swing than not. But the point of that card is not a 2-drop. It's, you play your other 2-drop, you play your 3-drop on curve, you start going, and then you swing the race completely. And then you're just on-raceable, right? Like, so that you shouldn't view Hungry for More as a 2-drop. You should view it more as deal 6, gain 6. Something you're looking to play in the mid-game. Like, you want to be impacting the board with your aggro decks on turn 2, on turn 3, on turn 4, not impacting their life total. Then when you don't have anything else to do with your mana, boom, nice card. Thank you, Danger McStranger. Appreciate the subscription. There are enough burn spells to flip Channeler. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you have at common the Neonate that deals 1 ping card, right? I mean, and the deal 3 card. All you have to do, that's 2 different commons. You just have to cast one of them. And then there's plenty more on commons and stuff. You're not going off with that card. You're not like sitting around putting counters on it turn after turn. But Neonate's Rush is this card that Siggy's taking right here. This is a pretty good card. There's plenty of 1 toughness creatures in this format. You almost always have a vampire out if you're like a red vampire deck, so it only costs 2 to cycle, and you get a point to them and a point to a creature. So, I mean, I don't think Flame Channeler is great or anything. Just because it's some fancy-looking uncommon doesn't mean it's like a very good card. But I think it's a very solid 2-drop. Like, I think it's pretty easy to turn it into a 3/3 on like turn 3 or 4 when you want to. And like I said, I don't really love Immolation. Like, it's fine. I'm not saying I'm looking to cut Immolation from my decks. It usually trades up 1 mana. But it doesn't hit the board, and Red-Black is an aggro deck. So I'm more interested in a good 2-drop of my own than I am trading up 1 mana with their 2-drop. So this pack's pretty bad. I mean, I don't see any way he's jumping ship. Meathook Massacre's too broken. So, assuming he's staying with Red-Black, like if I had Siggy's cards and I didn't have Meathook Massacre, instead I had like Defensive Trait or Olivia's Midnight Ambush, I might look at red other colors, because he clearly is seeing red and is not seeing much black, right? Siggy got a lot of red cards really late, and his black picks were early. The Socialite was 2nd or 3rd pick, the Meathook Massacre was 1st. So, but Meathook Massacre, like I said, might be the best card in the format. So you're not looking to jump ship if you get a Meathook Massacre. So I think at this point, you know, he's going to play red-black because red is the color he's seeing and black is the color he has the, you know, super mythic in. And that being the case, I'm probably taking Falcon Wrath Perforator here. Ecstatic Awakener is an overperformer in my opinion because you always have these zombie tokens to sack, but he just doesn't. Now here's a removal I actually do like. Cathartic Pyre is just excellent. The creatures are not that big. That can trade with their 4-drops. If you have 2 lands in your hand in the late game, it's a draw 2, discard 2, but that's just a draw 2 if you're discarding dead lands. Cathartic Pyre is so much more effective, in my opinion, than Immolation in this format. Like, I don't even think it's remotely close. I mean, again, he could consider the rare, but you can't really splash Meathook Massacre. So you have to, like, again, if he had, like, Olivia's Midnight Ambush, like, the best of the common black removal, right? Or, like, a good card, instead of Meathook Massacre, I would take the Huntmaster, I would play red-green in Siggy's Seat, but, you know, he didn't see great green in Pack 1, and, like, he's got the Socialite. I don't see why you're looking to switch. Plus, there's Cathartic Pyre for you. If he had to, if it was like Perforator or Huntmaster, then you consider Huntmaster a lot more because you're not going to miss that Perforator, right? It's just not that important of a card or that valuable of a card. Obviously, Huntmaster is a lot better than Cathartic Pyre, but Cathartic Pyre, like I said, is a good first pick for Siggy's deck. So you can play, you basically can have Pyre and Meat Hook Massacre, or you can have Huntmaster and instead of Meat Hook Massacre, and you don't get Pyre. So, like, unless you saw a lot of green in pack 1, and you're taking this as a good opportunity to jump off black now that you're seeing a green broken rare, I think it makes more sense to stay on red-black, get to play Cathartic Pyre and Meat Hook Massacre instead of, Huntmaster and no Pyre or Massacre. No Way Out, I don't really like. I mean, if you've got the sack synergies, maybe. I would take Neonate's Rush. I like Neonate's Rush. I think there's a lot of 1-toughness creatures. I think the 1 point of damage triggers your Vampire Socialite and some of the other vampires that, I don't know what that ability's called. Do we just call it, like, Bloodthirst? Because I think it was keyworded that, like, 10 years ago in some set. But, like, whenever an opponent loses life this turn, has lost life this turn, trigger your creature's ability. I think that's, like, that's what Vampire Socialite has. Yeah, it was Spectacle recently. Yeah, you're right. So, yeah, so as far as triggering Spectacle, since the Neonate's Rush does 1 to a creature and 1 to its controller, it triggers your Spectacles. And like I said, it usually costs 2. So, I mean, I'm not, like, saying it's some amazing card. Like, obviously, I like Moonrager Slash better than Neonate's Rush. But I'm playing my first 2 copies of Neonate's Rush in any red vampire deck. Like, it's obviously something with diminishing returns, like I've been talking about with cheap removal, because how many 1-toughness creatures are they going to draw per game? So you're not looking to draw, like, 4 copies of that card. So you want to draft them lower as you already have some. But I'm pretty happy, like I said, to put the first 2 Neonate's Rushes in my deck. I think they very frequently trade even or down 1 mana and put you up a card. And they also trigger Spectacle and all of that. Yes, I agree, Hypnotoad, and I'm sure Siggy knows that as well. But again, Meat Hook Massacre is not Olivia's Midnight Ambush. You're going to try and stay black for that. And red is wide open, so Siggy's not going to end up short playables. So, I mean, I didn't see picks 2 and 3 because the stream froze or something, but I would very likely be red, black, and Siggy seed as well, because he first picked Meat Hook Massacre, and then red was wide open. He was getting red cards late. Like, you remember when I was like, I wouldn't take Immolation here, I would take Flame Channeler and whatever other card I would have took over it? They were like red cards, right? Like, Siggy is getting hit in the face with red here. So that tells you also that you don't have to find an open second color nearly as bad, because you're going to end up with enough solid red cards. Obviously, you'd always rather your colors be as open as possible, but he has a big incentive to stay black with a totally, like, near unbeatable Mythic Rare. I don't think the Dragon's very good, actually. I'm not saying you don't play it, but along the lines of what we've been talking about, it's a big creature that doesn't have a comes into play or leaves play ability. I actually might take the Ecstatic Awakener here. I think that it's really close. I think you could take any of these 3 cards. I think my choice would be Ecstatic Awakener. What did he take? The Lambhole Terrier? How many 2-drops does he have? 1, 2. Yeah, that's his 4th 2-drop, and it's only pack 2. I think I would have took the Ecstatic Awakener. I know why he didn't, because he doesn't make any zombie tokens or anything, but you still have some, like, 2-1 vamps that you'd be pretty happy to sack to that thing. And you may get some zombie making. I mean, plenty of the black zombie making cards are cheap and good in this deck. And if he gets, like, whatever it's called, I call it Grave Titan, whatever that, but if he gets the 5-drop zombie that makes 2 2/2s, I mean, those are going to be great in a red-black aggro deck. The 3-mana Hobbling, the 3-mana 2/2 Death Touch that leaves one behind is good. So I think that, Ecstatic Awakener will still perform pretty well out of his deck. So, Ardent Elementalist, another one of that cycle of 4-drops with comes into play abilities that's good against removal. Should be a no-brainer for him. I know he sees himself as an aggro deck. I hate this pick if he's not taking the Elementalist. I know he sees himself as an aggro deck, but look how many good spells he has to get back. Cathartic Pyre, Moonrager Slash, 2 Neonate's Rushes, Crawl from the Cellar, and this is only pack 2, and he's already got 5 spells. That's exactly what you want your 4-drop to be in an aggro deck. You hit the board, and you put the removal in your hand again. He didn't take the Dragon, he took the Lambhole Terrier. I don't think that's a bad pick. I would have took Ecstatic Awakener out of that pack, to be honest. I think the Dragon is like a very mediocre 5-drop. I'm not kidding. Like, I go pretty far with this in this format. Cards that don't, like, creatures that cost 4 or more and don't have, like, Disturb or, like, a comes into play ability or a leaves play ability, I'm very low on. I'm not saying if they're an amazing one, you don't play them. Obviously, you do. But I'm just saying I'm very low on any 4, 5, 6 drops that, like, don't do something when they comes into play or leave play. or have Disturb. Because if they have Disturb, then they interact profitably with removal. I would take the Vandal here. That's a card that's actually grown on me. I think the Infiltrator's fine. He's got instant removal, pass a turn, flip it into a 4/4, and then that's good. But the Vandal pings, again, turn on your Spectacle stuff. Plus, I just find this format is so racy. Every point of damage counts, and a 2/3 Menace is hard to block, which also turns on your Spectacle. That's a card that I think if you watched my pre-release stream, basically, when I did the Sweatsuit last Thursday, I was like, this card doesn't seem very good, and it wouldn't be in most formats. But this format, Life just feels like it's worth a lot to me. Red is pretty aggressive. A 2/3 body is on the big side as far as the small creatures. So I just think that Brimstone Vandal is a really big overperformer from how it looks. And I'm really high on that card in my red aggro decks. Which one is Festival Crasher? I see he has it. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure I know the card, but I don't know which one it is from the name. And I saw somebody just said it's underperformed. So I don't know what he's looking at here. Should just be a Perforator. Perforator is just a fine 2-drop vampire. Nothing special. Oh yeah, the one he took that I was pretty mad about the pick. Yeah, the Festival Crasher. Yeah, I don't like that card a lot. So if you pump it when you play a spell, it's a 3/3. But if you attack, they just don't block, and then they take 1. That's just not a very good card. I'm not saying it's unplayable. He has plenty of spells. It's like I said, it's an aggro deck. But in his deck, I don't think Festival Crasher, like I said, is anywhere near as good as the Ardent Elementalist that I wanted him to take. I'm pretty disappointed in that pick. Well, the spells matter deck, if you're all in on that, I mean, you could have 15 spells and a lot of them draw extra cards and have flashback. That's a bit of a different story. That's almost a constructed deck, right? I'm not saying it's that good, but it's you're drafting around synergy in that deck. That's different than just having a deck with 7 removal. Because the thing is, even if he has an instant or sorcery in his hand every game, like I said, what's he going to do? He attacks, they don't block, he kills a creature and they take 3. Okay, cool. And then next turn they take 1. If he attacks and they don't block and he doesn't play his removal and he plays a creature, they take 1. I'm not saying it's an unplayable card. I just don't, in his deck, I just don't think it's nearly as good as Ardent Elementalist, which I think is an excellent card. Because you still want to spend 4 mana and get a removal. An aggro deck wants to use 4 mana on turn 4. You just, don't want, defensive stuff. You don't want, something that's just going to make their removal profitable when their removal sucks against you, because most of your creatures are cheap. But removal sucks against Ardent Elementalist. So, Ardent Elementalist is, a perfect curve topper for an aggro deck, as long as you have a lot of spells to get back. So this is, a pretty interesting pick. He's probably thinking about whether he's going to be able to table the Vampire Socialite. I think the Socialite is clearly the best card for him, but I would probably take Defensive Trait because there's probably no other red-black vampire player who can use that. Red seems wide open, and all these vampire cards are tabling. So I don't think he's wrong that Socialite is better than Defensive Trait if he ends up taking Socialite here. It's definitely better. If you could tell me, Ben, at the end of this draft, you get one of these 2 cards, and I would take the Socialite. But I think I would take Defensive Trait and gamble that I can maybe table the Socialite because there might not be another red-black vampire player. And it's not that big of a downgrade. I mean, Defensive Trait is a good card. But I definitely agree with Siggy that Vampire Socialite is the better card. The reason to take Defensive Trait would be to try and table the red-black-gold card. Because you're not going to table Defensive Trait. There's black players in this pod. So that Vampire Uncommon, the Blood Thief, is excellent. Eaten Alive is good removal. But he doesn't have zombie tokens to sack. Again, I would take the Blood Thief here. I know Siggy really likes removal, but this is pack 3, and he's got a Vampire aggro deck, and a pretty good one. He's got a bunch of Perforators, 2 Socialites, the Ambusher. So, if he really focuses on his Vampire theme here, if he takes Dreadhound, I'm going to lose it. I'll seriously lose it. I would rank these Blood Thief first, Eaten Alive second, Dreadhound third, maybe even below the Occult, probably Dreadhound third, but it's just whatever. It's a 6-drop that does damage. That's not what he needs. Eaten Alive is great cheap removal for his deck to get ahead on board, and Blood Thief is a pretty busted on common in a focused vampire deck. So for me, this is crystal clear. It's it's between Blood Thief and Eaten Alive, but with what he has with 2 Socialites, 4 Perforators, other vampires too. He has Pitfire, Stinger, Ambusher. He's got 9 vampires or something. This is a very focused vampire deck. His deck actually looks kind of awesome to me, despite the fact that I disagreed with a couple of picks. This is a really nice curve, good removal, a really focused vampire deck. I wouldn't be shocked if he won this thing. This deck is sweet. But yeah, if you would have took the 6-drop there, I would have lost it. It's in my opinion, it's Stormkirk Blood Thief, which he did take, and then if you weren't going to take that, you would take Eaten Alive. If you already had like a lot of 3-drop creatures and you had a few things that made zombies, you could definitely justify Eaten Alive over Blood Thief, even in the vampire deck. Now, Siggy has a ton of vampires and a lot of removal, so I think it's a pretty clear Blood Thief, and he doesn't make any zombie tokens. But like I said, if he had a few less vampires, he made a few zombie tokens, and he didn't have quite as much removal, I could definitely see Eaten Alive over Blood Thief, given the right set of cards in Pack 3. But those are the only 2 cards he should have been deciding between. And Blood Thief is the right choice, so I do agree with him. So let's see. What do you take here? I don't know, Raise the Effigy or something? Oh, another Neonates Rush. But this pack didn't have anything, right? I missed his pick, so I don't know what he actually got here, but... the Bat Whisperer. That's actually a card I like. Bat Whisperer is a card that I think is a bit of an overperformer from how it looks. This should be Eaten Alive. Again, even if you don't have zombie tokens to sack, that's not 1 mana sack a creature when you cast it. It's 1 mana or 5 mana. So you can just play your other stuff and then cast that card on turn 5. And if you drew 2 or 3 lands, that means you have tons of little bodies because you only drew 2 or 3 lands, and then you can play it for 1 and you don't mind 2 for 1ing yourself. So cards like Eaten Alive perform better than they look because the games where you're a little flooded, you don't care about, you're not looking to sack a creature. You just tap 5 and cast your Eaten Alive. And then the games where you're stuck on 3, sacking your smallest creature is not that big of a drawback because you drew tons of small creatures because you only drew 3 lands and you drew all the rest spells. I do like the Bat Whisperer, though. Like I said, it makes 2 bodies, it's really easy to trigger, and then it swings boards. It ends up trading with their 3 or 4 and leaving you this 1/1 flyer to start poking them with in the air. And I found that's what you're trying to do in this format, is like aggression that's good against removal. Like little creatures and 4-drops what comes into play abilities, like I've said 10 times during this one draft. So I think Bat Whisperer, I'm not saying it's some kind of amazing card, but I think it's an overperformer from how it looks. Okay, so Obsessive Astronomer's good. I mean, you can just pass the turn and rummage away lands, but it's not great. Foragers is another way to rummage away lands and gonna be on all the time in his deck. Like, he can attack with Perforator and ping them, and then even if they block and trade with it, he'll still get to the 3 mana when he plays the Foragers. He's already got endless 2-drops. I like this pick. It's a weird pick because, like, I would take Obsessive Astronomer over Foragers by a lot, pick 1, pack 1, but I agree with Siggy. I think this is a really good pick because if you look at his curve is excellent. And the Foragers is going to be on every time. Like, literally, he's going to attack with a Socialite, which has Menace and can't be blocked. Or he's going to attack with a Perforator and ping them, and then even if they trade with it, it's still going to add the 3 mana. Plus, his deck is almost mono-red, so he's going to be able to cast a spell with that 3 mana almost every time. So I actually like that pick a lot, if he made it. He might have switched to something else at the last second or just put it in his sideboard, but I actually think that card is good for his deck. I would play the 4-drop Vampire in this deck. Yeah, that's a really late ambusher. So Siggy clearly found Red-Black Vampires, the only player in the pod. So I think he did a great job drafting, and I think I was right that he could have tabled the Socialite. So I think my greed would have paid off. If you're getting a 6th pick Voldaren Ambusher, there's nobody else drafting vampires in your pod. But I love Siggy's deck. I think he might win this thing if he draws well. Like, I think his deck is very good. I'm biased because, like I said, this is a deck I've drafted a few times and a deck I like a lot, but I think that, like, he's got a good curve, he's got good removal, he's got all the vampires, 2 Socialites, two Voldaren Ambushers. This deck is sweet. Yeah, I don't like the Outlaw over the Foragers there. I mean, Outlaw's not bad in his deck. Like I said, he's going to attack Perforator, he's going to trigger it, he's an aggro deck, but he's got a lot of 3-drops, and I think the Foragers would have been a good 4 for him. I would have took the Foragers there. So here he's going to take the Dreadhound. I don't know. I'd probably take the Foragers here too, to be honest. I just think his deck is so focused that, like, you can make picks like this. But don't get me wrong. The Dreadhound's still a good card. It still deals them a couple of points of damage even if they kill it. And Milling You can give you Disturb and Flashback, although I don't think he has much of that. But I think his deck is so focused that I would take Famished Foragers here. Like, his curve stops at 4. It's hyper aggro. He's got all these Perforators and Socialites and Ambushers. I mean, listen, the 6-drop's fine. I'm going to play Dreadhound in this deck if I'm Siggy, but I think I would take Foragers over it and just stay on the Vampire theme and the aggro theme. Pretty easy Interloper here, I think. Interloper's just an excellent 2-drop if your deck is this aggressive. But remember, when you're like a Blue-Black Zombies deck, a lot of times you win through grinding and stuff and not aggression, so a Vampire Interloper can be really bad in sometimes in those decks. It's the kind of card that if I'm playing best of 3, a lot of times I'm boarding out when I'm on the draw or my opponent's got an aggro deck too. I'm boarding in or leaving in, if I started it when they're like more of a late game deck. But in Siggy's deck, that's not the case. Siggy's going to be more aggressive than like 80% of his opponents, maybe even more. Like, look at all his 1-drops and cheap removal and pingers. This is like the aggro deck of the format. So now I like the Outlaw. I don't think the Occultist offers his deck much, so I think the Outlaw is a good pick. Thanks, Michael Knight. Well, Siggy's the Sweatsuit red drafter. I'm just commentating. Filling in for Coral Sword. So hopefully I can do an okay job. I don't know. I never actually get to watch the commentary for the Sweatsuit because I play in it every time I can. Like, I've only missed it like maybe 3 or 4 times when I had like things I had to do or something. But basically, if I'm here, I'm usually playing. But hopefully y'all enjoy this. And you can tell me at the end if you prefer me playing or commentating. I don't know if he's going to play 3 Bat Whispers, but I'd still take it. I don't think he's going to play another Harvest-Tide Infiltrator. He's got plenty of 3-drops because he got those Arrogant Outlaws. And it's not like 3 is too many 4-drops, and he is really good at triggering those Bat Whispers. Like I said, his deck is like as good at triggering Spectacle as any deck could basically ever be. I'd commentate ham drafts. Gladly. I'll commentate any draft. Like I said, and I genuinely mean it, I've always enjoyed commentating more than playing. Streaming is kind of awesome because you're like playing and commentating. Commentating your own play. I mean, what hasn't he won, Sped? Yeah, his curve's really good. So how many cards is that? 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 21. I count 26. So he's probably looking to cut 2. This looks like a pretty clear 16 lander. So I'd probably just cut the 6-drop that I also wouldn't have took. I mean, it wasn't a big deal. He took it over like Foragers. He didn't take it the first time. He took the Blood Thief, which is, like I said, a near broken card in his deck. But I would probably cut Dreadhound. And then I would probably cut like the Foragers that he just cut, certainly on the table. I mean, I think the cuttable cards here, your worst 2-drop is the Harrier, and he has a million 2-drops. I agree, that's cuttable. Like, the worst 1-drop is probably the Stinger or the Immolation. With double Socialite, I think the Stinger is probably better than Immolation. So I think the worst 1-drop is Immolation. The worst 2-drop was the Harrier that he cut. The worst 3, I mean, those 3s aren't cuttable. I mean, Outlaw, but I think Outlaw is, like, pretty good in this deck. Or at least okay. I guess you could cut an Outlaw, but certainly his worst 3. And then the 4s were the Forager. Looks like he cut a bunch more cards than I thought he had to. Did I miscount? 4, 7, 10, 13, 17, 18. This is 23. I mean, I would cut the Dreadhound and put 2 cards back in. I think his cuts have largely been reasonable, but I like Bat Whisperer more than Famished Foragers in this deck. So if it were me, I would probably cut Dreadhound and Foragers and put back in, like, 2 Neonates Rush, 1 Bat Whisperer, or something of that nature, is what I would do. Maybe I'd cut an Immolation. No, he didn't actually get that much removal. He started with a lot, but because he had like an Immolation or 2 at the end. I think he had both at the end of pack 1, and even the Moonrager /2, but then he didn't get too much more, so I wouldn't cut an Immolation. I'm lying. I would cut Foragers and Dreadhound and put back in 2 Neonates Rush and 1 Bat Whisperer, and then play 8 and 8, or 9 and 7 probably. 9 red, 7 black. But I would play 16 lands for sure. I'm kind of worried about him flooding with this deck. He doesn't even have the Ardent Elementalists. Oh, he had 1. He cut that. I wouldn't cut that either. But yeah, basically I'm kind of worried about him flooding. If he doesn't, like... I mean, he has a whole bunch of 2/1s and 2/2s and stuff, which are good. This is an aggro deck, but I just don't... I don't love throwing in 1 6-drop finisher and an extra land when you could just cut the land and the 6-drop and put in 2 cheap, efficient cards like Neonates Rush and Bat Whisperer that fit your curve and your synergy and everything like that. Foragers can help with flooding, but, like, you're usually not rummaging too much with it. I mean, granted, if you rummage a single time, that's a big deal, but, I mean, you don't want to rummage when you play it. You want to play another creature if you're playing it on turn 4, and then it dies a lot, and you never even get the opportunity. There's not like a hard rule for 16 or 17 lands. I mean, my baseline, the way I like to think about it in my head, if I would be comfortable being stuck on 3, I usually play 16. If I would be comfortable being stuck on 5, I usually play 17. If I want to hit land drops like 6 and 7 on curve, I usually play 18. But that's like such a rough guideline because also card drawing shrinks your deck and lowers the number of lands you need to hit your land drops. There's a bunch of things that basically are lands, like, you know, cards that search for lands, mana producers, etc., etc. But even if it's just cantrips, if you have a card like 1 mana draw a card in your deck, it's really more like you have a 39 card deck now than a 40 card deck. So it's like you're playing 16 of 39 instead of 16 of 40. So it's tricky. That's one of the things that Neonate's Rush can be good for. You know, a nice cheap way to, you know, help you hit your land drops without putting more lands in your deck. But that's like how I usually think about it. When I look at my deck, if I could see myself winning games stuck on 3 lands, you want to draw more than 3 lands. Even with a deck like Siggy's, your ideal number of lands to draw with Siggy's deck is probably about 5. But if Siggy got stuck on 3, because you'll double spell on turn 5 and maybe on turn 4 or whatever, and he has 4 drops. But if Siggy got stuck on 3 for a couple turns and then drew land 4 on like turn 6, that wouldn't be a big deal for him, right? Like, he could cast all but like 4 cards or something. Like almost all his cards cost 3 or less. So he could certainly win a game where he was stuck on 3 for a couple turns. But if he gets like really flooded, like if he draws like 8 lands, he's probably not going to win. So that's why I would play 16, because this is a deck that is comfortable being stuck on 3. And that's my usual, like I said, that's where I start my process from. If I could see myself winning a game where I didn't play land 4 on turn 4 or 5, then like, you know, because you'll draw it eventually. But like, you know, if I would be comfortable with not playing land 4 turn 4, then I generally play 16. You're welcome, Warm Bay. If I was gonna play 17 lands, I would definitely play the 6-drop that he played, Dreadhound. Like I said, it's just not how I would build this deck, though. Like, my goal would be to have, like, my 4-drops be all stuff like Ardent Elementalist and Bat Whisper that removal can't interact with that profitably. I wouldn't even want, like, that 6-drop particularly in my deck, and cutting the 6-drop lets you cut a land. So, like I said, if I'm Siggy, I told you exactly what I'm doing here. I mean, I missed the Elementalist that he cut. I think he has one on his board. But I would do something like cut Dreadhound and Foragers and a land and play like Elementalist and 2 Neonates Rushes, or a Bat Whisper and Elementalist and Neonates Rush. I'd probably play 2 Neonates Rushes. They're pretty good with the Ambusher too. You know, you can kill like one bigger creature and it's only 5 mana. Ambusher first and then play the Rush. Or if you have 6 mana and you need to deal 1 to trigger the Ambusher because you can't do it in combat, then you can play the Neonates Rush, ping something, and then play the Ambusher. But no, I mean, I think that has pretty decent synergy. So, I mean, I don't know. But he's not worried about Spectacle. He's going to be good at Spectacling. That's not really the reason. I just think Neonates Rush is a good card. Like, not a great card, but there's a lot of 1 toughness creatures in this format, and usually your first one you draw finds a target. So I like the card. I don't think it's like great. I don't think it's amazing, but I would certainly play 1 or 2 copies of it in this deck. You know, one reason he might want 17 that I want to give him credit for, Meat Hook Massacre is double black and really busted. So, like, let's say he doesn't have Meat Hook Massacre, but he does have Dreadhound. That's more of a reason to go to 16. Because one problem if he goes to 16 is he does have to play, like, 9 red and 7 black. And he does have some early black drops. And, like, I think his deck is fine on 7 black. But the best card in his deck is Meat Hook Massacre, which costs double black. And it is a good mana sink. But, I mean, like, the thing is he doesn't have card drawing or late game, really. So, like, he's got to get them low with aggression and then sweep with Meat Hook and finish them off with it, or, like, with the next couple creatures that die. So, I think Flood is a really big problem for him, but I think the Meat Hook Massacre does push him towards wanting an 8th black and a 17th land. And if you're going to play 17 lands, I would definitely play the Dreadhound, too. My logic is, like, we have a really focused cheap aggro deck with a bunch of Lords and Synergy. Like, let's just cram in more, like, damage and cheap cards and play 16 land. Which I think is, I would still do that, but I can see why the Meat Hook Massacre makes him want that 8th swamp and the 17th land. Like, Dreadhound's a good card, but not great. I think it's actually way overvalued. Like, I think it's just fine. And, like, I don't think that pulls you towards 17 lands and an 8th swamp that much. I would just cut it. But the Meat Hook already pulling you towards the 17th land and the 8th swamp. Then maybe you play the Dreadhound too and you go with the 17 land build. So I can see why Siggy would choose 17 here, because the Meat Hook Massacre really makes you, like, want that 8th swamp. It is the best card in your deck. You want to be able to cast it every time you draw it. And it is double black. Yeah, it is true, Changus, that since 2 of the cards I would add are Neonates Rushes, it's only sort of 7 Swamps and 16. It's like 7 in a 38 card deck instead of 8 in a 40 card deck. And to be clear, I'm not saying the math is precise like that. I mean, I think it's more accurate if you have like some two cheap cantrips to think of your deck as a 38 card deck than it is to still think of it as a 40 card deck. But mathematically, that's not like a formula. Like, maybe your deck should actually be viewed as a 38.64 card deck or whatever. I'm just saying, like, you should be thinking about that. I'm not saying that's like how you calculate it or something. Looks like Siggy's getting his opponent's match ID, so they're probably starting in a second. He didn't go to 18 when I wasn't looking at the end, did he? That would be way more strange. I saw somebody say 18 seems even more strange. I think they're joking, though. I think he might have just thrown one in the sideboard or something like that. Yeah, that's just totally, completely absurd, Diet Dr. Slurm. I mean, I believe he thinks that, but it's a fine finisher, but there's tons of removal, a lot of flyers. Games are, like, often decided by, like, not decided by turn 6, but you can fall too far behind because you have a 6-drop in your hand. I mean, it's a fine card, like I said. I would play it if I played 17, but... Yeah, I mean, I agree that, we all have to recognize that we're talking about, like, I draft exclusively on Arena, so I'm warped by that. But also, nah. Like, there's plenty of uncommons that are way better than that 6-drop horse. Like, I think, like, the Wrangler that taps with zombie tokens is pretty busted. The 1/3 that draws cards every time a creature dies is pretty busted. I mean, I would never take that horse over even, like, a Cathartic Pyre, so... It's a fine finisher. It's a card that should be in your deck if you have 17 lands, but that's about it. We got the Siggy versus Metal Mario. I'm going to grab some water while this is queuing up. Is it a horse or a dog? Dog. Horse dog. Works for me. It is kind of a sweet combo with the Massacre, but you know what else is a sweet combo with the Massacre? The Massacre. You know, if you're casting that card, you're good. Like I said, one of the only arguments I think for like really going to 17 in this deck is the fact that you have the Massacre, not the fact that you have the dog. Now, if you're going to go to 17 and play the Massacre, obviously you're playing the Massacre either way. I'm just saying, if you play a 17th land because of the Massacre, maybe you play the dog too. No, I don't really agree that red is necessarily the worst color in the set. I mean, it might be. I agree blue-black zombies is good. I've liked my red aggro decks. Like, I've drafted white-red and red-black vamps. I've drafted red-black vamps and white-red aggro, and they've both been pretty good. I mean, red could be fifth, but I don't think it's some situation where it's like a distant fifth, and it's like we need to talk about how bad red is or something. I don't know what I don't really have color rankings. I think it's a pretty archetype-y format. Like, I've been thinking about... When I think about how I draft this format, I think about the color pair I'm drafting a lot more than I think about the colors, the color of the cards like I'm drafting. You know what I mean? Like I think like, oh, I'm drafting red-black. Okay, that's an aggro deck focused around pinging them in vampire synergy. I'm drafting blue-black. That's a zombie deck focused around like exploiting zombie tokens for synergy. I'm drafting red-blue. Okay, that's spells. You know, like I'm drafting white-black. That's the deck that uses tokens the best and zombie synergies and whatever. But like unruly mob and like zombie token making and sack effects and stuff. Green is the color I've done the worst with, but I'm not convinced yet that that's because green is bad so much as I've been drafting it badly. Because when I've drafted green and it's been open, and I'm taking the cards that I think are good, and I feel like I'm losing close games and my cards aren't working that well, so I'm probably not valuing the cards that well. Whereas when I draft like my white aggro decks, like I'm winning the close games and the cards seem to be working. So I'm guessing that my personal evaluation of the green cards right now is like just not great. I was trying to ask at the start of the stream how people draft green. Because like I said, I haven't been doing very well at all with my green decks. Even ones that look good. Hey, congrats, Giant Squid. I just saw you said you proposed tonight. Since you're sharing it with us, I'll assume that means you got a yes, and congratulations. Something I've never done in my very long 37 years on this planet. Wish y'all a long and happy life together. Oh, they got proposed too. Okay, well then, I assume you said yes. Well, congratulations all the same. Be pretty funny if they said no, if they were just like, oh yeah, I got proposed to tonight. Yeah, no, I turned it down. Like, like, no, but congrats. That's awesome, Giant Squid. Sorry about that, Nubs. But hey, at least we're here drafting. I gotta plead the fifth, Womit. Rachel could be watching the stream. You never know. Full screen the Discord call. Oh, get rid of this little thing, basically. I don't know if I can do that or not. I probably can. Yep, there we go. Good evening, Krubos. 0-0, but I'm not even playing tonight, Implode. I'm commentating tonight, which, on the one hand, guarantees you get me for the whole time for 5 rounds, because I have to commentate the finals just because somebody stomped. It's not like usual where somebody will stomp me round 2 or 3, and then I'm, done in the tournament. Well, yeah, that is if Arena allows people to get paired against each other, and we don't have to disband the tournament because WotC's program doesn't work. Thanks, Nitpicking Nerds. Appreciate the compliment. Well, I'll probably follow Siggy as long as he's in, since we watched his draft, and he's a pro. But if he gets eliminated, then we're going to pick somebody else to cover. And if there's like a really good match, we can jump off his. But I'll do more of whatever y'all want to see, but I've always kind of liked the following the same person, because you kind of get to know their deck. It's like if I'm streaming, I'm in every match, right? You get to know, you watch the draft portion, you know the deck, you get to start to think about the lines, because you know what cards are in our deck match after match, etc. So my plan is to follow Siggy as long as he's in, but it's single elimination, so he might lose this round. He might lose round 2. And if that happens, I'm not signing off. We're picking somebody else who's still in, and then we're going to start covering them. A Ben S versus LSV limited showdown. I mean, what would that entail exactly, Acid Junkie? If you want, we can just give him like 20 random 7 drops, and I'll take 20 random 2 drops, and we can just play heads up. We don't even have to draft. We'll just both have what we love. Sorry, let me permit Sped. No, you're fine. I'd make you a mod right now if we weren't live commentating, but if you wanted to be one. But I permitted you so you can post whatever. For anybody who doesn't know, Sped's like the person who really organizes, does a lot of the work with this. Obviously, Hunter does a lot too, but you know, Sped like handles a lot of the logistics weeks to week, and definitely is like a huge part of how this actually happens. So definitely shout out while Sped's in the chat. All right, let's see. You're on the play. You got 8 swamps. I mean, your cards are mostly red, so your good draws are swamp or red cards. That's a lot. And you have a red 2-drop, so you have your draw step on turn 2 and draw step on turn 3 to get either a swamp or a creature you can drop. I think it's pretty close. I would probably keep, but I'm pretty greedy, and I don't have a high degree of confidence that it's right. But he has a lot of good draws, because he doesn't have that many black cards. So, like, he has his 8 swamps are good draws, and then also, and then also any red card, like red 2-drops, red 3-drops, red removal. Those are good draws as well. The only bad draws would be mountains, the other remaining, like, 6 of those he had, and then black cards, the remaining, like, 5 or 6 of those in his deck. So I would have probably kept his first 7, but I'm in the Seth Manfield camp of never mulligan. I'm sure that there's plenty of people who would yell at me as I kept that hand. Yeah, I like putting back a mountain here. If you get stuck on 2, you can immolation there, 2-drop, and then you can play land 3 the following turn. I'm definitely putting back mountain here. So, obviously nothing to see so far. I'm not planning to stream on schedule again. I am planning more impromptu streams like the Tuesday one. Just more of like pop on, do 2 or 3 drafts while I'm enjoying the set, which I have been enjoying it so far. It does seem pretty good. It's very aggressive, which I tend to like the not aggro sets, but like you have life gain and cheap removal, so just because it's aggressive doesn't mean you're getting run over. Like, it might be an aggressive set done well, not an aggressive set done poorly. So I guess the opponent's just thinking about probably whether to -2, -0 or something, just to save the 2 life, cycle it. One thing to think about, if your opponent startles in this situation, that leans towards them not having a lot of lands in hand. Because let's say the opponent's hand right now was like land, 3-drop, 4-drop. What is the value of playing Startle right now? You already have your next 2 turns, right? You just get to go play your land, play your 3-drop, play your land, play your 4-drop, and then after that, you have Startle as a trick, right? But let's say on the other hand, you don't have land 3, or maybe you have land 3, but you don't have land 4. Well, you cycle to Startle, you get 1 card deeper into your deck, and that greatly increases your chances at hitting your next couple land drops, land 3, land 4, land 5. So when Metal Mario casts Startle here on turn 2 like this, that doesn't tell me they don't have land 3. It doesn't even tell me they don't have land 4. But it makes me think they're a lot more likely to have a spell-heavy, land-light hand than the reverse. That's what it makes me think. And you should be thinking along those lines, not only about your opponent, but when you're playing. If you're deciding whether to startle your opponent's attacker in that spot, if you already have your 2-3 lands in hand and your next couple drops, then like basically the more of your turns that you're going to get to go land and spell after that, the less likely you should be to play the startle there to get 1 card deeper, because the less value there is in getting 1 card deeper. Like I said, imagine your hand was land, 3-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop. What good does cycling Startle do? You already have your plays for the next 3 turns. You'd rather have a combat trick in your hand on turn 6. On the other hand, if you have no land drops, the other extreme, just those 2, of course you cycle it. So that's how you want to think about that. All right, so let's see what's going on. The 1-3 is pretty annoying. Can't really do much profitable. I mean, if you don't attack, you can't trigger Ambusher. I mean, you could Immolation the 3-2 and add a Stinger to the board, because next turn you might be able to attack with Stinger, since it has first strike, and then if they take the 1, you can ambush or anything, because you have, like, 4 vampires. So I think Siggy has, like, 2 lines here. I think he could attack. I think he could, like, attack with both Perforators, planning to Voldaren Ambusher the Larder Zombie to finish it off post-combat, or I think he can just Immolation the 3-2 and play Voldaren Stinger and pass the turn. I would probably play Voldaren Stinger and Immolation the 3-2 and pass, because if the 3-2 comes back as a 2-1, that's like whatever. They're spending their turn. It's the same difference to us. And like I said, we assume they have a spell-heavy land-light hand. And the Ambusher can take down anything. And we might not have to 2-for-1 ourselves on the Larder Zombie or use 2 effects, a creature and the Ambusher's ping. Because the Stinger has first strike. So the Stinger might connect next turn. And then we can just Ambusher the Larder Zombie. So I wouldn't attack this turn. I would play Stinger and Immolation on the 3-2. It's totally reasonable to attack with both Perforators and then just finish off the Larder Zombie with Ambusher post-combat. I think this turn is a decision between those 2 lines, but my line would just be Immolation 3-2 and drop Stinger. They discarded a land, but they discarded an island, so, I mean, they're looking for their second color, presumably, probably black, but it could be white or whatever. So that's kind of in line with that, still in line with that early theory. They played 4 islands and discarded 1. They're probably not playing mono blue, and so they're probably looking for their second color. Unless they are playing mono blue, they milled an island and just played a 5th, so that's 7. I don't know how many islands are in Metal Mario's deck, but so far we've seen 7. So now you know there's the 5-mana 3-3 flash, there's Nebelgeist. I mean, you can't do anything at instant speed, but I mean, you could finish off a 3-3 flyer with like the other Ambusher. I assume since he cast the Stinger, he's not attacking, because the main card you're like concerned about is the 3-3 flying flash. And so if that's the card you want to play around, you just attack with Ambusher, and if they ambush it, at least you play your second Ambusher and ping it for the final point. So I don't think it was unreasonable to cast the Stinger and pass the turn here and just play around the Storm Rider Spirit, the 3-3 Flying Flash I was talking about. But if you're going to attack, you certainly can't play the Stinger post-combat and then Immolation it to finish it off. That's so much worse than just ambushing it to finish it off. Oh wait, you can't ambush it if it blocks. Sorry, they wouldn't have taken a point. Ignore me, I'm out of my mind. So yeah, but basically there's no attack here. He made the right play, but the line I was talking about would not have worked. Okay, so now, wow, 3 vampires? This is just sweet. So now he gets a Voldaren Ambusher, a 3-3 flyer. Voldaren Ambusher is so sick. 2 Ambushers, 2 Vampire Socialites. Will it equal a Sweatsuit trophy? Maybe. Maybe if he gets that 6-drop and 17th land out of his deck. Nah, I'm just trolling. Is Metal Mario actually playing mono blue? That's 7 islands in play and 2 in his yard. I think Metal Mario might have drafted mono blue, or maybe he has some really light splash. Remember also, when I talk about things like the startle situation on turn 2, it's probabilistic thinking. It's not if they played startle, they don't have a bunch of lands in hand, or they don't have land 3-drop, land 4-drop. I'm just saying when you should be more likely to do it, and what you should start to think about your opponent's hand based on them doing it. It's not like an if-then logic absolute. It's like it points in that direction. It's probabilistic. It's not guaranteed. Okay, so here you're thinking they probably have like a trick. You don't care that much about your creatures, but you don't have anything to cast. It's kind of an awkward spot. If you're not holding the 2 most powerful cards in your deck, then you probably attack. Since you are, you probably don't attack, I think. I think the late game favors you. Because remember, they already have Silverbolt, so even if they have nothing, they're like trading with your 2/2, bolting like your Stinger and taking 2. And if they do have a trick, it's pretty bad. Like, if they have, like, Nebelgeist, they could then swing this board as yours crumbles. So let me explain this in more detail. So let's say Siggy's hand right now was just, like, a land or something. I would attack in this situation, because you need to push in some damage and end up being able to burn the opponent out. But what you don't want to have happen here if you're Siggy is the opponent to collapse your board and be able to start attacking you, and then you lose the game before you find that swamp. Because if Siggy draws a swamp, he's probably going to win this game because he's got the Meat Hook Massacre into Dreadhound, right? So even though Siggy's the aggro deck and he has a massive life total advantage, he wants the opponent to, like, leave their trick mana up. He wants turns to go by. When you attack into their trick in this spot, you create a scenario where the opponent might collapse your board and then be able to start attacking you much sooner. Siggy's still probably a big favorite here, but let's say Siggy's next draw step is a mountain or some like red 2-drop, and then his draw step after that is like a mountain or an immolation or a red 2-drop. He could lose this game with the Meat Hook Massacre and Dreadhound in his hand. So that's why I don't like this attack. If I'm Siggy, I just want to pass, let my opponent Silverbolt something or not use their mana, let them add another creature and not be able to attack me, and I just want turns to go by. I want my creatures in play so that the opponent can't attack me and turns go by where I can find that game-winning swamp. Like I said, it's a whole different ballgame if Siggy's hand is like 1 land and a red 2-drop. Then you're saying to yourself, I need to attack. I don't really care if they collapse my board a couple turns sooner because I have to get in damage so I can maybe burn them out. But when your hand is as powerful as Siggy's, you want to kind of make the plays that result in a longer game where you're taking less damage. Hi, Jamoto. This is kind of cool. Metal Mario drafted a mono blue. I don't think I've seen that yet in this format. I think I've drafted or played against a single monocolor deck. I've probably done about 30 drafts at this point. Well, we got the swamp, so we're still going to get to Meat Hook for 3 here. But I'm sure you can see what I was talking about. If Siggy doesn't attack that turn, his life total right now is 12 instead of 5, and the game is roughly the same. But we got the swamp, so hopefully we can win anyway. No counter, no counter, no counter. Ouch. Not good. Not good. Obviously, no decision. He had to Meat Hook there. I mean, if he doesn't, he's dead, so. Yeah, this is best of 3. It's single elimination, but it's best of 3. And since it's Siggy playing, not me, I'm not going anywhere. If Siggy does lose, we'll pick somebody else to start covering. My plan, I covered Siggy's draft, so my plan is to cover Siggy as long as he's in. As soon as he gets eliminated, we'll pick somebody else, and then we'll cover them as long as they're in. And if they get eliminated, we'll pick somebody else. I don't know if that's how Coral Sword normally does it, but that's how I like to do it. Because, like I said, I feel like when you watch somebody draft, did they play best of 1 like on accident or something? It's supposed to be best of 3. I don't know what's going on right now. I really wish Wizards would get Arena to work. Like, they actually made a pretty good program. I mean, obviously, like, Hearthstone figured out how to make a card game good like this, and then, they emulated it, but that's not, like, official or anything. I don't work for WotC. I just personally, in my own capacity, feel like it's very similar to Hearthstone, the program, which is a good thing, to be clear. Yeah, when I say something like that, that's not meant as, like, an insult or a knock. Like, as a competitive professional gamer, if somebody's doing something that's working, you want to copy that, right? Like, you see this all the time in sports. Like, the goal is not to do it your way. The goal is to do it whatever way is going to give you the highest chance to win. So that's not a knock or anything. But, I feel like Arena is an awesome program. It's very, like, user-friendly and intuitive and just smooth and fast. And I love playing on Arena, except it has constant bugs. And they don't even have tournaments. They don't have spectator mode. Like, they don't have Swiss pairing tournaments on there. Like, I don't understand why we don't have ranked best of 3. Like, I don't understand why you can't create a draft pod with 7 of your friends. Like, there's so many features that would make that would make playing Magic on Arena so much better that, like, have to be not that expensive or hard to do with the programming skill and capability of the world in 2021. Like, I'm not an expert on these things, but Siggy is the Michael Sigrist. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's the case, TLC, something like that. But the thing is, that's not really an excuse because this is Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro, not a startup. Like, just hire more people, outsource more or whatever, right? Like, I'm not in that business, but I'm pretty sure you can hire, like, you can just hire, like, a studio that has programmers to, like, program things for you, right? Like, and you can just hire more people in-house or whatever. Like, I don't know how WotC does things, but, like, I know that Hasbro and WotC has enough money to hire more programmers or to get more programming done. Maybe he was listening. Maybe somebody told him Ben's ragging on you for calling Dreadhound the second best uncommon. Listen, Dreadhound is a good card. I mean, he has a hyper aggro deck, and I don't think 6-drops are good. And the reason he's boarding it out here is because he saw counter spells. A 6-mana 6/6 is pretty bad against blue because they have bounce counters, things like that. It's going to be at its best against, like, mid-sized creatures that it's bigger than, and, like, that's, like, red struggles to remove a 6/6, right? Red has at common deal 1, deal 3, and deal 5. So 6/6s tend to be pretty good against, like, red and green and stuff, but they're pretty bad against blue, which will just counter or bounce it. So his logic is sound. Even if, like, hypothetically, if it was correct to start it, it could be correct to start it and then correct to board it out if you're playing against mono blue devious cover-up deck. So this is not, like, weird or something. They pay Bill Stark money. When I first started playing Magic again, like, nobody really knew who I was in 2009, and Bill Stark and the Starkington Post were pretty famous, I guess. And people used to come up to me all the time at tournaments. Not all the time, but from time to time. It happened, like, a handful of times. And be like, Ben Stark? You run the Starkington Post? It was, like, this inside joke that I got trolled with for years because it happened, like, multiple times at tournaments in 2009 and 10. I didn't even know he worked for WotC, though. Yeah, or Jim Davis might have invented Garfield or something. Who knows? Can you tell him? I can't just talk to him because I'm watching his stream. I mean, I could shoot him a message, but I'd have to, like, go on Discord or Messenger and message him. But that is good to know, Jean Martin. I mean, like I said, I think the arena has good UI. It's just not working. It's just bugs and whatever. Like, which I'm not defending or excusing. Like I said, I think it's embarrassing. Like, it's one thing when you're a startup and you're growing and you're working with limited funds and you're telling people like, hey, look, like we're growing and we're making money and we're using the revenue to expand and make our product better. And like as it's coming in, we're putting it out like as fast as we can. But like when you're Hasbro and you're Wizards and you did 400 million in sales Q2 this year or whatever, like what? Like you can't hire more programmers? Like, how much could this all cost? Like, I'm not an expert, but like literally to program every single thing we talked about, spectator mode, create a draft pod with your buddies, have all of these bugs like basically not happen. Obviously there's still going to be a bug once in a while or whatever, but not like these consistent level of them, you know, to have Swiss tournaments in it. To program in literally all of those things, how much could it cost? Like, I don't know, 100,000, like $1 million. Like, I can't imagine. Like, how much could it actually cost? They make so much money. They sell so much product. Like, how could it not be worth just doing it and having it sooner rather than later? Like, that's the thing. If these things are worth it, which they clearly are, and you have such a big game, you're going to do it. So, like, hire more people, spend money. I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's not going to have some bugs sometimes, Silver. I'm just saying, like, you know, spend the extra money to program it better so it doesn't consistently have bugs and consistently not work. Obviously, there's going to be some rare bug due to some rare interaction or something you couldn't have predicted. Even if it's 4 million, like I said, it's got to be worth it, right? Okay, so it looks like they reconnected, and then I guess Siggy conceded game 1, so now they can sideboard for game 2. I guess he already did sideboard, but... So yeah, anyways, I agree with his logic, regardless of whether it's correct to start the Dreadhound or to have drafted it or whatever. I agree with his logic of taking it out against a blue counterspell and card drawing deck. The opponent's not even going to have a hard time leaving their mana up on his turn because they've got those flash 5 mana 3/3 flyers, and they've got the counters and the tricks. So the opponent's basically looking to leave their mana up and play on Siggy's turn. The way you beat counter decks like that are leaving their mana up every turn is generally by going under them. What you're looking to do is get out in front of them so that you can just not cast things if they don't, or you can cast, you know, something cheap and weak when they leave their mana up, and then they have to either counter it or, like, it comes into play and then they play their 3/3 flyer, but you still got it in play. So basically, like, expensive spells are really bad, cheap spells are really good against counter spells. You want to be able to get out in front of them, and you want to be able to double spell into them, and you don't want to have a handful of bombs that they can counter. Obviously, that said, don't take out broken cards. Like, you're never taking out Meat Hook Massacre. But this just furthers my point that Dreadhound is not the second best uncommon in the set. And if Siggy actually, like, he might have said that believing it, but if internally, like in his subconscious, he actually believed it was the second best card, a second best uncommon in the set, you think he'd be boarding it out. Obviously, it's a good 6-drop, fine card. That's it. But yes, I agree with boarding it out here against the counter deck. You got to try and go under them. Well, this is a beautiful hand. No mulliganing. We're on the play. 2, 3, 4, and a removal. Pretty much perfect. Why is he in full control? Just really don't want to give away any info? Like, what are you even representing for 1 red? Like, why not just let it auto pass here? And then you're going to play, like, Interloper and Arrogant Outlaw and Bat Whisper. You have... Okay, he turned it off. I guess that was just an accident. Probably a misclick. I was like, I pretty much never use full control because I'll spew win percent just to have more fun because that's really what I care about more. But, like, I get it going in full control sometimes in some key turns in games where, like, you might have a counter you want to keep concealed for the next turn or something like that. But, like, he's going to curve out with all proactive cards. Going to full control to conceal stuff in this game would literally be offensive. So he's got the interesting choice now. Play the Interloper or the Arrogant Outlaw. I think I like the Outlaw. I mean, obviously you don't get the drain, and you use the extra mana, which is nice. But it's much easier. It's easier to block. I guess it's not much easier against Mono Blue. They have a lot of flyers. It's also nice that this happens. Nebelgeist you can attack into, whereas you wouldn't be able to with Interloper. We did see this Nebelgast last game. And Nebelgast is excellent, by the way. So here he's going to slam Bat Whisperer, no decision. But that was a really nice play by Siggy. So I think it could be interesting whether to play the Interloper or the Outlaw there, because not using the one more mana doesn't matter that much. You assume basically either one's going to trading with Silverbolt or something, but you can get the Drain out of the Outlaw later. But he saw a Nebelgast Intruder last game, so he knew that if the opponent left the mana up, he could still attack with Outlaw, whereas he wouldn't be able to attack with Interloper. So I think playing Outlaw for that reason was right. Even though it's a really small reason, it's a close choice, in the aggregate. It's like, I'm not sure, having not seen Nebelgast, whether I would play Interloper or Outlaw last turn. So 2 turns ago. So having seen Nebelgast, playing Outlaw becomes correct. So that's a really nice play by Siggy. And to finish up on that subject, Nebelgast is really good. That's one of those cards that it might look somewhat innocuous. It's just a good card. If they play a 2/2 and attack you, you just shrink it and block and eat it, and then on tap with a 2/1 flyer. That's like 3 mana, 2 power flyer, kill a creature. Obviously, look, it doesn't just kill any creature, but it's a good card. It's like a first pickable blue card. I'm not saying it's a busted blue card, but it's like a B tier card on the S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier. It's a B. It's like a fine first pick, not an exciting one, is how I would describe it. All right, so back to this game. He needs to remove the 3/4 to attack. I like this play. He can get aggressive. We don't need this 1/1 token. And then I assume he's going to attack with both and just drop the Outlaw. This turn from here should be pretty scripted. You shouldn't really care whether you trade your 4/2 or your 3/2 or things like that, because any creature your opponent is going to play is going to trade with both of those, and Silverbolt can kill either one of those. So, sending only Outlaw or something would just be silly. I like his line there a lot. He's got the Meat Hook to close, so he wants to deal as much damage as he can. And the blue deck doesn't even have very big creatures, right? It's like a bunch of Flash 3/3 flyers and Flash 2/1 flyer that we just saw, and he's got a few Organ Hoarders and stuff like that. So I think Siggy, I like Siggy's lines a lot in this game. I think there were some close calls, and he made them all optimally for expert reasons. So now if they have -2/-0 startle, they get to eat one of your creatures. So you don't love this scenario. I don't know if I would attack or not. 14, what are they going to do? You're not scared of the 3/3s. But if you play Interloper, you can't just attack into it. If you play Foragers, it gets Silver Bolted. Not sure whether I attack in the spot or not. I mean, obviously, if they startle, you still get the other one through. So you still get to play your Foragers and your Interloper. So that's pretty good. But if they startle their creature's still in play, then they untap and Silverbolt the Foragers, and you don't really have that much going on. So I think that was a close choice. Remember, they didn't have anything, it worked out well, but if you don't attack there, you just play Foragers and pass, you just get further ahead. So if they don't have anything, you're in pretty good shape. Yeah, the 3/6 Drown Yard Amalgam's decent blocker. And there it is. I'm not the only one who's psychic. So that's pretty rough. I mean, we can't really attack with anything but Socialite. But Interloper here and Socialite, I think. That said, it's going to be really sick because he's going to grow all 4 of his creatures. I'm not sure if he hasn't drafted these cards yet. Unless there's some, nice line with Meat Hook, post-combat for lethal or something, which I don't think there is. I think this turn is super easy. Just poke them with the Interloper and drop the Socialite, pumping your team. Yeah, it looks like he's reading it. Like I said, just coincidentally, I've drafted red-black, not a lot, but maybe 3 times or something. And it's not that common of an archetype, so. But yeah, I think this is a crystal clear. Poke him with Interloper, drop Socialite, pumping your team. Easy game. So it looks like we're going to get a game 3. If Metal Mario can pull this one out, I'll be incredibly impressed, given on board it's looking really rough and Siggy's holding one of, if not the number 1 card in the set in his hand. If he alphas now, 2 creatures die, he takes 5 minimum and goes to 4, and then the Meat Hook clears the remaining 4 creatures and the game ends, right? Is Meat Hook whenever a creature dies, the opponent loses 1, or is it when their creatures die, they lose 1, or something like that? When a creature you control dies, they lose 1. When a creature an opponent control dies, you gain 1. So it wouldn't be lethal then, so you can't necessarily just... And you don't have 9 with the meat hook. So what do you actually do if you're Siggy? You can attack profitably with your 5/4. If they block with the 3/6, you can meat hook for 1, finishing it off. Oh, he drew Moonrager /2? That's not even fair. What is he doing? He's meat hooking for 0? I guess, is the alpha, like, lethal then or something? I'm not... Oh, with the Moonrager / it's lethal, yeah. Okay, the Moonrager / makes this lethal. 2 creatures get through, 1 or 2 of yours die, so you're talking about that's going to put them to 3, and then the Moonrager / will finish them off. Yeah, it's definitely lethal. But it wasn't without the slash. And he drew the slash this turn. Obviously, he was still in a good position without the slash. I was just mostly reasoning out, like, what combat was going to look like. Like, because he could have done other things. Like, he could have attacked first, and then post-combat, meat hook for 1, finishing off, like, the 4/4 if it blocked the 3/2, or the 3/6 if it blocked the 5/4. To be clear, Siggy's line is 100% correct. He has lethal. No matter, I don't think there's anything the opponent can do here, really, to not die. They have to kill at least one of Siggy's creatures, and they have to take at least 5 in combat. So the opponent's dead no matter which creatures they block. Because if they let the 2 smallest creatures through, the 3/2 and the 2/2, they have to kill the 4/3. Whichever one of their creatures blocks Siggy's 4/3 Arrogant Outlaw, the Arrogant Outlaw is going to die. So Siggy has lethal no matter how Metal Mario blocks. This is just a force lethal, correct line by Siggy, definitely the right play. If he didn't draw Moonrager /, then it gets a lot more interesting. And I think it would have been attack with all 4, expecting to play a nice meat hook for 1, finishing off 1 or both of Metal's blockers post-combat. But the slash made Siggy's line perfect. Just play it pre and you had exactly lethal, no matter what Metal Mario did. So Siggy found the lethal. So again, we saw, like, Nebelgast, and we saw, like, that 2/1 Disturb. I don't know why he's not even considering those Neonates rushes. Okay, he brought 1 or 2 in. I'd be interested in those. I mean, like I said, I hate Immolation. I mean, there's plenty of small creatures in the opponent's deck, but it's just not an effective card when you're the aggro deck. Like, it can trade up 1 mana, and when I say hate, I mean for a cheap, efficient removal spell. I'm not, like, unwilling to play an Immolation or 2 in my aggro decks. Like, I think I had 1 or 2 in that red-white deck I 7-2'd with on stream on Tuesday. I'm just saying, I think that it's not a very good card when your opponent's looking to play long games, and maybe it trades up a mana, and you need to be pressuring them and getting out in front of their counter spells. He could consider No Way Out. That's pretty good against people who are just leaving up mana all the time. They're always going to have cards in their hand. And they're not really pressuring you. They're playing control. Does he have good uses for the 2/2 zombie body at all? He doesn't have much. He has the Eaten Alive. He didn't get that Ecstatic Awakener, one of the picks I would have made different. I love Ecstatic Awakener. That's if I tweet, like, my early big, like, overperformers from Common, Ecstatic Awakener is definitely going on there. I'm a big fan of that card. Crawl looks pretty good, right? I mean, they're playing counters and, like, you know, they're blocking and trading and trying to keep their life total up. I also really like Crawl from the Cellar. I know he doesn't have a lot of zombies or any, really, so it's not nearly as good in his deck as in the zombie decks, but it is just a very efficient card. I wouldn't have mained it in his deck, but I'd consider boarding it in against a blue control deck. But he's not going to have room for everything here, and I think the cards he wants the most are probably the Neonate Rushes, because we saw multiple 1-toughness creatures. Yeah, I think that logic, though, is just silliness, Karna. Like, I get, like, you don't make major changes when things are working. Like, you don't, like, stop making new sets of Magic and change that something fundamental. But the choice to spend an extra $5 million is not some fundamental change to your business model. Like, it's possible it only returns $3.5 million and it was a bad choice. But, like, it can't, like, it's not rocking the boat. You know what I mean? Like, what I'm suggesting is of that 1.15 bill on hand, they take, like, you know, 4 million or whatever and fix all this stuff. And if I'm wrong and it's not worth it, it'll have been a negative EV choice by $1 million. It's not like rocking the boat or whatever. All right, so he's deciding whether to attack. He knows they have the Nebelgast Intruder. He can Neonates Rush it, so he's not that worried. But does he want to do that for his turn as opposed to just casting something? I would say no, because he can double spell next turn. So I think if I'm Siggy, I just play a pre-combat Harvest Tide Infiltrator here. If it gets countered, I attack. If it doesn't, I just pass the turn. Because next turn, he can Falcon Rift Perforator and Neonate's Rush. So I don't even want to attack into Nebelgast Intruder. Even though he has the Neonate's Rush, it's just not worth the risk, because it's too much worse of a turn. You don't want to spend your turn 3 casting your 2-mana card instead of putting your 3-mana card on the board. I love this line by Siggy. I would do the exact same thing. I would just pre-combat Infiltrator. If it gets countered, you hit them for 3. If it doesn't get countered, pass the turn. Next turn, you can attack into their open mana, even if they represent the Nebelgast Intruder again, because next turn, it's turn 4, you've got a 2-drop and Neonate's Rush, so you can spend all your mana, and it's efficient, and life is good. So here, I think I probably want to, I was going to say, I think you want to Neonate's Rush the Intruder here, and then just attack with only the Perforator. You still want to add your creatures to the board, and you're not really that worried about the Immolation target. This is going to strand a mana, so this seems worse to me. I mean, you get in an extra 3 damage, but I don't know. I would have probably, this line's fine, but I would rather just spend 4 mana. So my line for this turn would have been Neonate's Rush on the 2-1, attack with only Perforator, and then cast the other Perforator, whether they block or not. But Siggy's line here is fine. I'm just saying, I think when you have all these spells in your hand, I think using all your mana has a lot more value than dealing a couple extra damage right now. So I just don't want to play the 1-mana card instead of the 2-mana card. So that's what I would have done. I would have Neonate's Rush the 2-1 and then attack with just I would have Neonate's Rush the Nebelgast, attack with my Perforator, whether they block or not, cast Perforator post-combat would have been my line. All right, so now you're thinking about Startle, but you've got Moonrager Slash. So you can attack with both. If they block and Startle, then you Slash. But again, that's not a great turn. You can attack with Perforator. If they block and Startle, they got pinged, you can just let it happen, and then you can drop, like, Blood Thief. You're not really having too great of a turn here no matter what. You could consider just passing, and then you'll be able to play your Moonrager Slash for 1 after that, and you'll get to flip your Infiltrator. So I think that has a lot of upside. You really don't want to use Moonrager Slash here, because you saw double Stormtide Serpent, or Spirit, whatever it's called, the 5-mana 3/3 Flash Flyer, and you've got a lot of 2/1s in for Siggy, so you really don't want to use your Moonrager Slash. So I think if I'm him, I'm just going to cast like a creature and pass the turn, or probably just pass the turn. I don't really like this attack. Like, he's probably going to win this game no matter what he does, because he has a great hand, but I think he's playing unnecessarily aggressive. See, now you're in the spot where, like, you have to Moonrager Slash, and then you don't have it for a 3/3 flyer, and you let your opponent use their 2 mana profitably. I just think all this is unnecessary. Like, he's going to probably go on to win this game regardless, but, like, I think letting your opponent spend their mana and cast their cards and using all your removal in spots where you really don't need to when you could just be putting other small creatures in play, this gives the opponent way more ability to blank your board with things. And, like, it hasn't been mana efficient. Like, I really don't like these last 2 turns. I liked his turn 3 play a lot, of just play Infiltrator and not attack. But these past 2 turns, I think, could have been a little more efficient. I'm not going to draft tonight. I'm only going to be commentating this, but I'm commentating all the way through the finals. So this is only round 1. If Siggy loses, we're going to pick somebody else to cover. If Siggy wins, then I'll sit here and beat up on him all night. So now you've got 2 3-drops and a 2. So now you definitely want to attack. You just want to trigger the Outlaw and the blood, or the Blood Thief probably is better. Actually, get the +1/+1 counters going. You can play the Outlaw later. So I mean, now I'm certainly attacking with both. I know the opponent has something, but it could just be the Bolt. They might have a Nebelgast or a Startle, but I don't really even care at this point. Now that you've took the aggressive lines and they're already down to 9 and you're going to double spell this turn, just slam your stuff in combat. The reason for the different lines the previous 2 turns was so you could use more mana and not let them use their mana earlier in the game and stuff like that. At this point, I don't even see like what we're really thinking about. I guess you could Massacre pre-combat or something again for 0, but I'm just turning my creatures here. Because even if they show me like a startle, what are they going to do with it? They can't eat the 3/2. They can eat the Perforator and take 4 and go to 5, and then I'm playing like Blood Thief and Perforator and getting a counter where I have like Massacre and Outlaw next turn. Like, it's just no, like, there's no, what? Why are you sending just Perforator so they can block and like startle it? That line would make no sense. If you're not going to attack, then you don't attack at all, but you certainly don't send just Perforator here. Like, that trade may not feel great, but the opponent's at 4 and you already have more than 4 damage in hand. Like, you're not worried about giving up an extra power and toughness. Nice job leading the Perforator and not even playing the land. Now you gotta see between the Outlaw and the Blood Thief. It's pretty close. I think I might like the Outlaw because the Massacre almost ensures lethal. If he didn't have the Massacre in hand, I might play the Blood Thief, get a counter now. But, I mean, you'd have to put the counter on the Perforator, because otherwise the Blood Thief can just get bolted anyway. And given the Meat Hook Massacre for 0 now represents lethal, I think I definitely like the Outlaw here, post-combat. Yeah, maybe you forgot it had trample. If you don't remember that it has trample, it's a much closer choice whether to attack with it or not, because then they get to trade. Obviously, you don't deal the 2. But the 2 was pretty valuable. Yeah, so now you can just play... Well... The 1/2 can block and not kill the Outlaw, so the Meat Hook isn't necessarily lethal. Well, he just Meat Hook for 2 and it's lethal. What is going on? Whatever, it's lethal no matter what he does. He just Meat Hook for 2, killing his own creatures, and the game's over, right? He doesn't have to do it for 0 and deal lethal in combat. But if he did do it for 0, he would also have lethal in combat because the Perforator would ping when it attacks, and then whatever blocks it's going to kill it. So we're not going to figure out which way he wants to use his Busted Rare to win this game, because whether he plays it for 0... Like, there's no number he could play it for where the game isn't over. He could literally play it for 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4, and the game's over either way. Hey, what's this nice reward? We got a pack of Innistrad. Have a good one, Hypnotoad. Me too, Grizzly Bears. Is he going to crack it or just leave us in suspense? It's not me, it's Siggy who won that pack. I'm nowhere near that fortunate as to win a digital pack of Innistrad Midnight Hunt. Oh, if I move my webcam slowly towards it, I get to collect it? Okay, I'm down. It's mine. I do not believe Siggy's in Worlds, but he could be. I don't really know. Not slow enough, yeah. Yeah, you're right, I didn't get the pack. I think you're only allowed to try that like once an hour or something, or once per pack, though. So if he wins another pack, then we'll try again. Not really, Philip. I mean, I don't even play online poker for starters. Not that I couldn't, like, fire up some, like, free player micro stakes or something and just talk through a bunch of strategy, but... I mean, I play strictly in person. I don't know. I'd have to ask the Hard Rock. I don't know if they would allow me to live stream me sitting there playing 2-5 or whatever from the casino. I mean, that's interesting. Challenge your next opponent, Siggy. I mean, if Arena's not working, me and you would probably have the same strategy, like shake it and blow in the back. I know you remember from Nintendo and Super Nintendo. You're my age. But, yeah, I have no idea how to fix bugs. But if you're talking about, if you don't Sweatsuit often, you go look at the bracket and see who your next opponent is, and then you just challenge them. You don't have to message them or anything. Yeah, it's bracketed like like the whatchamacallit, March Madness. It's bracketed like that. So like you have the winner of a certain match, and you just like if somebody updates the bracket, probably Sped one, but I don't really know. So if your previous opponents have finished, you can just look at the bracket and it'll show you who to play. If they're still playing, it won't show you who to play. I mean, it's not like I have anything to do now that you're done either, so I'll try and pull it up too, but I mean, obviously, you want to have access to the bracket without help from me, so I'm not very useful. Let's see. Oh yeah, you just randomly came over here. Yeah, I'm doing commentary tonight, and we watched your draft and your match. Although we did miss picks 2 and 3 because the stream froze, so I don't know what those. And those are obviously important picks, but. I can pull up the bracket, but I mean, like I said, you probably want to know how to do that. You play Filthy Robot next. Here, what I can do is post the bracket. That's not. Yeah, I'm watching your stream. That's how we're commentating your matches. I love your deck. I think this vampire deck is super sweet. You definitely could end up winning this. I've drafted decks like this a couple of times, and they've performed pretty well. Both the Lords are really good. The Voldaren Ambusher and the Socialites. We literally are watching your stream, Siggy. Good luck. You're like telling us you're going to play. If you enter the queue, we'll see it. Like we have your stream up right now. Not that I'm one to make fun of anybody for lack of technology understanding or whatever, but good luck. I hope you win this thing. We're going to follow you as long as you're in it. So you'll have coverage every round you're in it. Yeah, Jean Emmanuel's gas. I haven't watched him draft much, but I watched a couple of feature matches he had in tournaments he did well in, like in all the online stuff over the past year or two, and he played some really tight Magic. It's definitely somebody who's like thinking deeply about everything. So obviously a clear keep. Not what we want to see. 2/1/1s against our deck full of 2/1s. This could be problematic. Kind of a dirty play by the filthy robot. I wonder what he's going to drop, what they're going to drop post-combat to attack. There you go, 2/3 blanks the 2/1. I was like, it doesn't make sense to attack with both and play like a 2/2 because, or a 3/2 because you don't want to block with that. But if you play 2/3, you're good because then the 2/1 still can't attack. Yeah, you definitely just play the 3/2 here because you need something that stops their creatures. This is going to be a tough game, but, you know, Siggy can still win because he's got the meat hook. He's got that Dreadhound that I ragged on so much. So he's definitely got some late game. He's got some flyers. There are ways for him to still win this game. Certainly he's an underdog, though. And this is a bad matchup for Siggy's deck to begin with. A green-white tokens deck is not like what he wants to play against. He's not doing dirty, he's just doing what he's programmed. You could say that about any of us, though. So I definitely like that play of blocking a 2/2 with a 2/1. That 2/1 was never going to be active. I'm not sure if I would have blocked with the 3/2 or not. I mean, it's not really doing much sitting in play, but it's not really a great trade with the Morning Patrol or the 2/2 token either. You really don't want to trade. I guess there's already another 2/3 in Gavany Silversmith in play that it's better for it to trade with, so you probably shouldn't block. So his line there is probably perfect. Trading the 2/1 for a 2/2 and not blocking with the Arrogant Outlaw. I agree, Equations. Somebody on Twitter once described humans as electric meat, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty perfect. All right, so now you're just going to play, what, Perforator and Blood Thief and use all your mana. I mean, you don't want to play Bat Whisper until it hits, because then you get a 1/1 flyer, which you can start pinging them with, and that might be how you actually win, even if it's just one a turn. I guess he's thinking he could, like, bolt something, but, I mean, he just played the Perforator, so, I mean, I would just play the Blood Thief. I know it's the kind of card you normally want to drop and get a counter immediately, but, like, what if they don't play a good target for Moonrager Slash? You don't really want to slash the two creatures in play. I guess you're not that unhappy to slash the Patrol since it's stopping the Perforator. But if they attack, you're going to have to take it because they might play something substantially better. And if they play something better, what are you going to do? Slash the Patrol so you can bring it back as a flyer? I would just lay the Blood Thief here. I don't think slashing the Patrol is great. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's horrible by any means, but I don't know. You have two reasonable lines there of slash Patrol, like, or play Blood Thief. I like playing Blood Thief. Like, you might get a better target for slash. Like, that's a pretty bad target for slash, unless you're, like, going to start pushing through damage. And the life totals are 20 to 10, so I don't see how you're going aggro. I guess he's thinking, like, if they bring it back as a 2/1, I can attack and get a Bat Whisper, and then the 1/1 flyer blocks their 2/1 flyer, which is pretty good. So you maybe have a good turn cycle that way. Maybe Siggy figured out this whole, like, turn cycle as, like, they bring back that card most likely, and then you're able to, like, attack with Perforator and play Bat Whisper, and that was his hope. But, I mean, they're only bringing it back if they don't have better stuff to do. They don't have to put a 2/1 flyer in play yet. And, like, that slash can do better, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think this game's pretty much over. But if I was Siggy, I would attack with Perforator now. Given the life totals, they probably won't block. And then post-combat, I play Bat Whisper. Hey, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, Equations of Motion. Really appreciate that generosity. See, you even hit Nose Strips, who's been in the conversation tonight. But that's very generous, and I really do appreciate it. So, I don't really like that block by Filthy. They might have picked up the Arena, just auto pass, and then it's a safe block because they basically can't have anything. But the thing is, even if your opponent's trying to trigger Spectacle, like, that's a 3-4 flyer and your opponent's at 8. Like, and you're at 19. You're not under any pressure. So, I mean, I think that this is just, like, there's some spots where you say to yourself, like, the opponent would attack whether they have something or not, and it's still right for me to not block, just in case they have something, because I'm up enough in life totals. I would rather make them have to have an answer for a 3-4 flyer. Plus, if they're spending their turn killing a 3-4 flyer, they're not adding to the board, and you're just putting more stuff out. You have infinite stuff, so I don't know. You could block, because obviously Filthy Robot's got plenty in the tank, and they don't need the Soul Guide Griff. But it's also just ending the game so fast, and the 2 damage would have put you to 17. So, like, I wouldn't block in that spot. To be clear, though, this game is over. If Siggy makes the one play different I disagreed with, if his opponent blocks or doesn't block, there's no way on earth, like, you could take, like, Paulo, LSV, Kai, and Finkel and combine them into one person, and they would have lost that game just as badly as Siggy did. Like, Magic isn't, arm wrestling, or, it's not the kind of thing where, like, you can summon that extra inch. Like, sometimes your opponent's cards just crush yours. It's not... Will doesn't really help you in Magic, and there's no way on earth that game was going to be close. Yeah, so he definitely doesn't want to take out Dreadhound in this matchup. The Perforators are bad. Falconwrath Pit Fighter's too good. Like, you should not be taking that out. You can even just sack it to itself. If they end up blanking it, blanking the whole board with all those 1/1s, you can just discard a land, sack the Pit Fighter, and just draw 2 more cards, right? So, like, I like taking out some if not all of the Perforators. They're pretty bad in this matchup, but I'm not even looking at the Pit Fighter. But I would bring back in, like, yeah, you want the Neonates Rushes. This looks about right to me. You could bring in the Blade Brand if you want to make sure you can keep attacking into the bigger green and white stuff. And like I said, I don't even understand why he doesn't like this Ardent Elementalist. I mean, Foragers is fine, but I mean, I know he's a vampire deck, but he also has like plenty of good removal to get back, right? It's got an Eaten Alive, Cathartic Pyre, Moonrager Slash. I guess he doesn't have that many total spells if he doesn't play the Neonates Rushes. But I mean, I like the Neonates Rushes. Like, I would just play like 2 or 3 of those here, I think. Yeah, I mean, of course he would Lazy Guatemalan. I mean, literally, the official Magic Luck scale, like the official one, is Ephro to LSV. That's the scale. You have Ephro to LSV scale. Yeah, I don't know. He obviously is much lower on Neonates Rush than me. I mean, I want to be clear. It's not like some great card. I think it's substantially worse than Moonrager Slash. But I like Neonates Rush. Like I said, the first 1, 2 are pretty much auto-includes in my red decks in this format. It's just a lot of 1 toughness creatures. You just get to go up a card, or half a card, or whatever. And, like, it's not like it's a dead card when they don't have a 1 toughness creature. It cycles. Like, I'm not saying that's a good card. It's not. But 2 mana, deal 1 to the opponent, draw a card is not the same as a dead card. It's cycle, deal 1. Well, certainly not going to mulligan the best card in your deck in a turn 2 Vampire Socialite. What is Ephro up to these days? I don't really know. I think him and Athena moved to Seattle and when she got a full-time job with them or something. But other than that, I don't know. Probably chilling. Yeah, that's important as well, Silver. We all have this impression in our head of how good that card is because it's always cost 3, but he's a red vampire deck. It's almost always going to cost 2, and that's just way cheaper. Okay, well, that makes it easy. Attack, play, outlaw, no decisions. If he didn't draw the outlaw, I'm not sure what he would have done this turn. I mean, you don't want to Cathartic Pyre the Trope. You could Meat Hook for 1. You get a free kill on the Trope that way, which is a good creature. It could start growing others. And you have the Meat Hook out, so every time a creature of yours dies the whole game, they take 1. Well, this game's over. I mean, now I think you just slam it. Anything but this is just, like, completely fancy and unnecessary. Like, I mean, you can get the foragers through, like, but like if you attack, they don't really have good great blocks. But I mean, like, you also don't even want to kill your own creatures with the meat hook. Maybe you don't meat hook. It's pretty close because the foragers line is pretty good, and they don't have great blocks. Like if you attack with both, their only profitable block is a double block, which is pretty bad for them. I'm not sure whether I'd meat hook for one. I mean, listen, this is a fine line. It was my gut too because it's so good. But what are they going to do if you attack with both? They're going to, like, chump the trope on the Outlaw to flip the 3-2, I guess. Take 2. And then you get to play Forgers and then Pyre the 3-2. So, I mean, you have a great turn either way. But, I mean, it's also not like you're not going to deal them damage next turn and then get to go Forgers, Pyre, or whatever. So, I mean, basically, Siggy's going to win this game, barring calamities, because, you know, Meat Hook just killed both the opponent's creatures and is going to represent at least like 5 damage over the course of this game going long. Or the other line, which was deal 6 or eat a creature and then dump your hand. Basically, this was just Siggy's going to win no matter what he does. I don't really see any choices. You're just going to attack with both. I guess he's thinking about whether he would use the Raise the Effigy on the Outlaw if it gets blocked by the 2/4 or something. No, it's a 2/4. It can't even kill it. Yeah, there's just no choices here. Now just play Foragers, use the 3 red mana to rummage the swamp to the yard. Should be almost scripted rest of his turn. Oh yeah, Meat Hook is totally busted. Like I said, that whole draft, he clearly wasn't seeing black, clearly was seeing red, but red was so open that like he could get all the red vamp stuff that the few black cards he got goes well with, and then he gets to play Meat Hook Massacre, one of the most busted cards in the set. If I'm Siggy and I open Olivia's Midnight Ambush in this draft, I'm probably not playing black. I mean, I might still end up in red-black vamps because he got all those lords. I don't remember when he got them all and everything. But, like, he wasn't seeing black. And we knew that. And he knew that. But Meat Hook Massacre is so busted that you're trying really hard to play it. Like, if you're getting enough red that you're like, I'll just play, like, 6 black cards in my almost mono-red deck, that's fine because one of those cards is Meat Hook Massacre and it's worth it. You're not going to get better like blue cards or whatever, even if it was a little more open, but unless you see some card that's even remotely comparable to the Meat Hook. So the +2/+2 actually doesn't work. It changes it to 6/5. So I guess he can't really do anything in response to that. It's a fight, so he can just kill it with Pyre or something after, right? What am I missing? Oh, is this just lethal? The fight killing 1? Yeah, this is exactly lethal. 4 from the Socialite, and then the 2 pings from Meat Hook. Let's just, like, stop thinking about Magic whenever Meat Hook comes into play. How do you lose with this card? Adjustable Wrath that also drains for 5? Like, what? Yeah, I don't think that Raise the Effigy is a good play. I mean, it's better on the play than the draw, but +2/+2 is just not what it used to be. I view Raise the Effigy as, like, artifact kill that you can also use for +2/+2. You know how, like, if you saw 1 or 2 decent artifacts out of your opponent, you're normally in a rough spot, like, do I board in my artifact kill or not? Because you get a good deal when you kill their good artifact that probably costs more than 2 mana or 1 mana, but sometimes you draw a dead card. Sometimes they just don't draw that artifact. Well, now instead of a dead card, you have +2/+2, which is a bad card, but not a dead card. So I just view Raise the Effigy as mostly, like, a much more sideboardable in artifact kill. The +2/+2 is to bail me out when they didn't draw their artifact, not like... I mean, listen, sometimes you really want +2/+2, but I don't think +2/+2 is a good card in this format, or in general in Modern Magic. But I like the Neonates Rushes. There's plenty to ping. I like the Elementalist. I guess Siggy just doesn't like that card or something. I don't know if we saw big enough creatures to bring in Bladebrand. We saw the Odric's Outrider, which is a really nice card, by the way. That ability is really annoying. I don't think they should have given that creature that if it dies, you still get the counter, because it has so much toughness, it's already hard to kill, and then even if you saved your good removal, they still go up a counter. Like, that's a really strong uncommon. I mean, Starheim's probably better than Meat Hook. If you go color preferences and all that stuff like aside, Starheim Unleashed is about as good as a limited card can be because it's adjustable. If you only drew a 3-lander, you have all these like cheap stuff to work with, and then you get 1 4/4 flyer. If you're flooded and you would never be able to win with like a 4/4 flyer, you get 3 4/4 flyers. Like, I can't really imagine designing a card for limited to be better than Starheim Unleashed. Like Jit is still better, Jitte, but like it might be number 2. Like in sets that I've drafted, like obviously I don't know about the beta cards or whatever, but like Starheim Unleashed really stands out to me as like way better than a lot of the other busted cards people talk about. If Pack Rat comes on Arena and we get to see its win percent, I'm going to be curious because it's obviously a really good card, but I think people think it was better than it is just because it single-handedly wins the game. But remember, it's no better to win a game by going Pack Rat, make a rat, make a rat, make a rat than it is by going cast a 2-drop, cast a 3-drop, cast a 4-drop. The question is what percentage of the time do you win and what percentage of the time do you lose? And listen, the percentage of time you win with Pack Rat is way, way over 50. It's a busted card. But sometimes your opponent had a good draw on the play and a removal spell, and you went turn 2 rat, turn 3 rat, turn 4 rat, and lost because your opponent had a good draw on the play plus a removal spell or 2 to set back the rat horde. I think that I don't think Pack Rat is anywhere near as good as Starheim Unleashed, for example. Just because your opponent didn't do anything else that game doesn't make it a more powerful card, right? What you want to know is like how effective is it at winning the game? How much does it raise your chance at winning by? I don't think Pack Rat and Starheim Unleashed are comparable. I think Pack Rat is totally busted, S-tier, banned from limited list, but I don't think it's in like the top 10 limited cards of all time or anything. So anyways, here this should be a pretty easy outlaw. You just want to use all your mana, and then next turn you can double spell. There's not like really much of a rush to get the Socialite out. It's going to grow all these creatures either way. And then next turn you can use Socialite and Neonate's Rush. You can even use the Rush pre-combat and then Socialite pre-combat for the counters. So this is going to be a tight one because Filthy's on the play, but this next turn is going to be a big swing. This should just be Neonate's Rush on the 3-1, and then Socialite, grow your team, and then attack with everything. I don't see what he's thinking. Oh, which 3-1 to kill is something to think about. Sentry has an ability. Commando has an ability. It's not up to, so you can't sack it. But I don't think Siggy has many artifacts enchantments, just the Meat Hook. The Harvestite Sentry's ability versus the Commando's ability here is really close. I'm not sure what I'd kill. I think I'd kill the Sentry, because I think his only artifact or enchantment is the Meat Hook. And if he draws that, I think the game's over anyway. So I think I kill the Sentry. But either way, the line for the turn is Russia 3-1, drop Socialite, attack with both. It's a no-brainer. This means their 2-2 can no longer trade with your big creature, and then it just trades with the 3-2 and you get your ping in. I don't see why you wouldn't attack. Oh, I guess he does have more Neonates Rush. No, the 2-2, you can't ping that. Plus you have a 2-2 Menace that wants to attack. Yeah, I definitely attack here. It's not really that much of a trade down. Like, it's a 3-2 for a 2-2, and you get your 1 point of damage in, and it helps clear the way for your Menace Socialite to keep attacking. The only reason to not attack there would be so that your deal 2s are better, but, like, your deal 2s can just kill the Commando. So, the time I would consider not attacking there is, let's say you have a bunch of, like, Immolation and Neonates Rush. You don't want them to be able to trade off their only target for those. Then they play something big, and then you draw one of those removal spells, and it's basically a bad card in your hand. So if instead you don't trade, then you draw one of those removal spells, and you have a good target for it. But if Siggy were to draw like an Immolation here, he could just kill Commando. So I definitely like attacking there. All right, so here I think you just want to eat alive the 4/4 and hit for 2. You want to be able to attack with your Socialite, get in that damage. It's pretty valuable with a Dreadhound coming out next turn, and you have a bunch of reach in your deck. I guess you could attack with the 4th. No, it's just going to block by the 3-1. Yeah, I don't think there's a choice. You just pay 5, kill the 4/4, attack with Socialite, and pass the turn. Because a 4-3 for a 3-1, and you're not even getting in the ping, is just too big of a trade down. There's just no reason that would be worth it. If nothing else, you can make that same attack next turn with the Dreadhound out, and you just get an extra damage. But you can't attack with the Socialite unless you kill the 4/4, because then they would double block. So this turn is pretty clear. Siggy's play is 100% right. It's just eat alive a 4/4. It's a good enough target, getting your 2 damage. And next turn, you're expecting a Dreadhound. And if you Dreadhound, you'll probably be willing to trade Outlaw for a 3-1, because then you get in some damage. So now we have a choice. Dreadhound is what? Mill 3, and then whenever a creature goes to the graveyard from anywhere, both players' creatures, right? It's just any creature goes to the graveyard from anywhere, they take 1. So if you assume you hit like 1 creature, they're at 6. Then you attack with both. They can't double block the Socialite. They'd pretty much be dead. So then they end up trading the 3-1 for the Outlaw and take 2 from the Socialite and 2 from that trade. Yeah, this is just great. you definitely want to play Dreadhound here, not Neonate's Rush. It's just so much damage. They can't double block the Socialite. They'd literally be dead. Like, you would trade with the 3-1 and they would take 6. So their only block is 3-1 on Outlaw, take 4. This is, like, a very good turn. Yeah, well, I don't think comparing to Meat Hook is the standard we want to hold cards to. But look, Dreadhound performed fine here, but Siggy drew exactly 6 lands against green-white. You know, like, played it on curve. Like, I mean, I don't think this game is really that indicative of Dreadhound being busted. Pretend Dreadhound was basically any 6, any 5, any 4-mana removal spell. Siggy would have just Neonates rushed the 3-1, used the removal spell on the 3-4 flyer, and won the game that way. So, I mean, look, Dreadhound did its job there, but I don't think it was anything special. But I do think it was clearly the right line over Neonates Rush. So, Siggy keeps crushing. I like this. Let's see who he's got next. He's got G-Guards in the finals of the pod. I told you, I don't know G-Guards, like, before, like, the Sweatsuit, but I played them several times in, like, round 3 or 4. I've seen them just get first and second a bunch of times. Like, I think they just win at this a lot. Maybe they're secretly, like, the limited master that we haven't, like, heard of, but the Sweatsuit will make famous. Thanks, Lazy Guatemalan. Well, I'm a grinder, Philip, now. So for, like, the past 10 years, I sit around playing a 2-5, which buying up $1,000, always the same. So, I mean, the pots I've won aren't that exciting. I did win, like, some tournaments at the Hard Rock back in the day. For numbers like 30,000. I never won anything like, you know, crazy big or whatever. But I'm not really a tournament player. I mostly just grind cash all the time. If you've seen Rounders, I'm Kanish. Like, I don't do anything fun or anything exciting. I just go play the same games, put in my hours, make a good living, and go home and pay the bills. Like, thanks for that subscription, Lazy Guatemalan. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream and supporting it. I don't have the delivery truck, no. You know, the grind is good, so I just do my job, you know, go put in my hours, do my grind. People always ask me about poker when they hear that's what I do, because, like, you know, of all the movies and it's so exciting and stuff. But like I said, what I do is literally the least exciting way you could ever be a poker player. Play the same stakes that I'm well rolled for all the time against people I'm a lot better than them, and just collect my hourly. It's like it's like the most boring thing in the world. I'm not complaining, obviously. I get to sit, play a comfortable, interesting strategy game, listen to content of whatever kind I want on my phone and my headphones. Like, it's a super comfortable, fun job. Like, I'm obviously very grateful, and I make, like, a very comfortable living. But I'm just saying, there's not, like, really much in the way of exciting stuff or whatever. I've worked other jobs, but not much in the standard type stuff. Like when I was 15 and became eligible to work in Florida, I, like, got a job at Burger King, but I quit after, like, a week because it was so boring. Like, I didn't mind working for, like, that rate or anything when I was 15. It was more than I was making, like, trading Magic cards at the time and grinding, like, F&M. But, like, I just, like, really just found it to be too boring. Like, when I was sitting there toasting buns, like, I just couldn't handle it. And then, I mean, I've worked for, like, dealers and stuff, like Magic dealers. I've never really had, I've done contract work, like, around Magic and stuff, but I've never really had, like, and I've done, like, stuff for friends who were, like, you know, like, trying to, like, some of my friends opened, like, a real estate thing they were working on back when that was hot, back in the mid-2000s. I, like, went down there and learned some of the stuff and did some, like, what could be considered work for them and stuff. But I've never really had, like, a profession 9 to 5. I've just done various things along the Magic and poker space. I made some poker content for a while in 2009 before we got cash games in 2010 in Florida. So I worked at a company that was making poker content for, like, a few months. A friend of mine from Florida got me that, like, gig. But basically nothing that would be, like, a standard 9 to 5. I also did tutoring. Like, my mom's a teacher and she was working for a tutoring agency. So, like, before I started making decent poker money when I was, like, 17, 18, like, I tutored kids for, like, a year or two, which was a lot of fun and very rewarding. I think if I like, get to the point where I'm comfortable enough that I just don't really care what I make, I'll probably end up being a teacher. I think it's just like the most like rewarding job in the world. All right, so we got round 3 G guards. I mean, I definitely try and always play more during holiday, like peak times, Saturday nights, et cetera, like you're saying, Philip. I don't necessarily take trips to Vegas to do it. I just prioritize playing poker in Florida on Friday and Saturday night when the games are at their best and things like that. Yeah, the sitting all the time is rough. I get up, I take a lot of breaks. Like, I usually play for like 2 hours, then I walk around and catch Pokemon for like 15 minutes, then I play for like 2 hours. Like, at least like every 2 hours, I'll take like, not like a bathroom, but like an extended like 10, 15, 20 minute break. I'll just literally like walk around the casino catching Pokemon and stuff like that. So what are we looking at here? Attack, finish it off with Ambusher. I like this line. Even though it doesn't feel great, like your Predator's not doing much, a 2/3 is annoying for you. And you don't care at all if they bring it back as a 2/1 flyer, so I definitely like this line. Yeah, that's still on the table, but it's not for like 20 years, Lazy Guatemalan. When, the older generation of Magic players, obviously there's exceptions. You can start playing at any age, but the game came out. Obviously, most people start playing Magic when they're younger, like in high school or college or whatever, and the game came out in 93. So the generation of people that were like 20 when the game came out will be hitting retirement, let's say 60 years, so that's like 2033. So we'll start thinking about that project around 2035 or so, the Magic player retirement community. So this one not as exciting, but again, I still agree with Siggy. This is actually really tight play by him. I think most people would not make these attacks where they're basically 2-for-1ing themselves, an effect and a card or 2 cards. But he's got to try and clear out these annoying blockers so he can get in and trigger that Bat Whisper and then finish this game in the air. He's not winning the game by letting them stalemate the board. This is kind of rough. I think Siggy's deck's really good, and he's gotten pretty unlucky getting 2 straight green-white opponents. Look, he got through last round. You can't get unlucky if you won, obviously. But I think his deck, this red-black vampire deck, has a really nice matchup. Look, you can always win or lose. It depends how the cards come out. It depends how good your opponent's deck is. But I think it has a nice matchup against blue-black zombies. You don't really care about decay tokens. You're substantially more aggressive than them. Their creatures don't have that much toughness. I think these, green-white decks are, his bad matchup. What he doesn't want to play against. Hey, Giant Squid, the earlier you learn, the better you're likely going to end up at the game. I think a large part of why I got good at Magic was because I started playing competitively so young. I started playing right around my 11th birthday, but we were going to local store credit $5 tournaments that year when I was 11 in 6th grade. And then I played in my first PTQs maybe a couple years later when I was 13. Played in JSS, which was somewhat competitive, Worlds when I was 14. And then, played in my first Pro Tour on my 16th birthday. So having played so much competitive from so young is what I primarily attribute to me getting very good at Magic. I can't imagine starting to play competitive in my 20s instead of my preteens and getting as good as I did. So what's the reason to not block with the 4/2? It's a good trade. Maybe you think they have something if they're attacking with a 3/4/4/4/2, or maybe you think you can get in. But they're probably going to either leave the Trapper up or play enough things that can block a 4/2 profitably. I think I would have blocked there, but I don't know. Maybe there's a reason not to. You're trading up a toughness and gaining 3 life, so the only reason to not do it really would be if you think you can get in for the 4, but I think that's highly unlikely. Also, your mom sounds awesome to me. I've been saying this for a long time, Giant Squidums. The nerd's won. Nerd is a compliment. I remember growing up in the 90s being called a nerd and stuff, but look at culture now. Game of Thrones, that's pretty nerdy, and it was the biggest thing in the world in the 2010s. And gaming is super mainstream now, and, so the way I see it, we won. Nerd is a compliment. It's not the 1950s anymore, thankfully. Oh, that's awesome. And congrats again on getting engaged. I think that was you. Hopefully I didn't just say congrats to the wrong person. Dwayne Wade is gas, for sure. But I don't think any one person did it. I mean, it's just a whole cultural acceptance and appreciation of, like, gaming and, like, I've never understood it. Like, so they make fun of people for being into things? Like, what is the point of life? Like, you don't want to enjoy things and be passionate about things and like things? Like, what? You're just supposed to, like, not enjoy things? Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely is a key point, so to speak. I mean, but I think it's inevitable, Phil. I think basically it just grew and grew and grew and grew. And obviously a lot of that is technology, making gaming more accessible, and things like that. I mean, for those of you who are a bit younger, I mean, the world was very different, even in like the mid to late 90s. I mean, cell phones were like a thing business people had and were not very convenient. The internet was a thing for like research projects, but you didn't have the ability to do like live gaming over the internet with anybody or anything. Like, the world didn't change nearly as much from 2005 to 2015, in my opinion, as it did from 1995 to 2005. And that's because, like, Wi-Fi, high-speed internet everywhere changed the world by way more than the technological advances of the next 10 years, I think. But I'm 37, turning 38 next month, and I can definitely remember, like, the mid-90s, dropping your books at home, picking up your house phone, calling your friend and hoping they answer, having to find a payphone if you were out, Like I said, the internet existed, but it was a thing, it was really slow and you couldn't connect and play live gaming. It was like a thing for like looking up information on turtles if that's what you were doing a project on in 7th grade. All right, so what are we doing here? We can kill the Huntmaster. I mean, obviously we're in a bad spot. You can't sack the 1-1 flyer because you need it to block the 2-1 flyer. So I think he's thinking a bit too much here. I think this is just tap 5, play Eaten Alive on the Huntmaster and pass. I mean, I get that, you could theoretically sack a 1-1 flyer and put a 4-3 out, which blanks 2 2-2s. But then you go to 4 instead of 2, and you have to deal with the 2-1 flyer. If you kill the 6-6 and you go to 2, you just hope you draw like a 2. What is going on here? This is not... Oh, he decided to sack it, so he attacked first. Which is good, I guess, if you're going to sack it anyway. You're planning... Oh, you can go Forgers and play Eaten Alive and not sack anything if they take it. So he made an aggressive play. Okay, I see the point of Siggy's line here. No, Siggy's line here was good. I like Siggy's line here, I get it. So if they take it, you get to go Forgers and then Eaten Alive on the Huntmaster without sacking anything. If they block, then you just do my line of Eaten Alive on the 6-6. Siggy's line there was perfect. That was better than what I was suggesting. I mean, ultimately, he settled on, like, he's not sacking the 1-1 to kill, which is what I was thinking about at the time that he started the line. But his line there was A+. It was the best he could do for the turn. If they block, then you Eaten Alive the 6-6, and it's the same thing as leaving the 1-1 up to block the 2-1. If they take it, it's way better, because you get to go Famished Forgers, Eaten Alive the Huntmaster, and then you still take the same 4 damage because your 1-1 is tapped, can't block the 2-1 this turn, but you got your Forgers in play. So, and actually, that's if they want to sack a 2-2 to deal you 2, or you just take 2 and go to 4. So, Siggy's line there was perfect. He just lost anyway because he was in a bad spot. But that was an A+ play. Thanks, Vampiric Frog. Appreciate the subscription. You don't want Mind Rot against a green-white creature deck. Like, they've got Disturb, they're hitting the board. I think that No Way Out is not a very good card in this format. You can board it in if your opponent's actually, like, really controlling, like that blue counter deck that Metal Mario drafted. But I'm not big on No Way Out here. Like, I like Blade Brand against a bunch of green and white big creatures. Neonate's Rush is really, you have to just think what they played. Um, but yeah, I think I like bringing the Blade brand. I agree with that. Um, that's pretty much it. Well, and the Elementalist, but I would just have the Elementalist in. Like, I just think Ardent Elemental is just a good card. Like, not a great card or anything. Like, don't get me wrong. I take Moonrager Slash over it. Like, you know, but I just think it's like should be in the deck card. Like, you're getting back a removal spell and getting a body. Have a good night, Kerbos. Thanks for hanging out. Also, I just want to be clear with some of the stuff I'm talking about with the world changing technology. I recognize that like this is global and like a lot of people are not as fortunate. I mean, I assume most people watching a Twitch stream are in like wealthy-ish countries, but you know, if you're not and like that, you still don't have consistent access to high-speed internet or like you know smartphones and stuff like that. You know, I apologize, and I hope the whole world is able to get there really soon. But obviously, like you know, I'm talking basically as my experience as an American. Yeah, so this hand's pretty rough. I mean, on the play, this is an auto mulligan, right? On the draw, you could think about it, but on the play, you can't think about it. Even with the meat hook in your hand being the best card in your deck, it's double black. Like I know you already mulligan, but you're keeping a one-lander on the play, and you can't cast like any of the cards in your hand. Like Famished Forgers cost 4, Meat Hook and Dreadhound cost 6 and double black. Like I don't know, I ship this, and I'm a greedy keeper, but you're just going to pass on turn 2 like you have one draw step. You're on the play. Like on the draw, I would keep this hand on 6. But on the play, I'm shipping this. He's got a lot of cheap cards. Maybe your 5-card hand just ends up being Mountain Swamp, 2-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, or whatever. Remember, it's the London Mole. You get to, if you draw a decent 7 even on 5, you put back the extra land, the extra expensive card, you keep 2-drop, 3-drop, 3-drop, 2 lands, or 2-drop removal spell, 3-drop, 2 lands. Maybe you win the game if your opponent has a bad hand. I don't like this keep, given the context of the hand, like, at all. On the draw, I would keep Siggy's hand because you have double the chances of getting land 2 turn 2, and that's the key one because then you can at least draw 2 drops if you don't draw land and you have a couple things to cast. So like if let's say you play land 2 turn 2 but you miss land drop 3, you have something to cast. Let's say you miss land drop 4, you probably have something else to cast because you haven't drawn any lands, so you probably drawn at least one card that costs 2 mana over those 3 or 4 draw steps or whatever. But like I think keeping a one lander on the play, I mean, going to 5 is rough, but, I mean, you have 2 6-drops, you have a 4-drop. It's just not for... I don't know. I would mull it, but like I said, you're in a really bad spot either way. I want to be clear. When you say, like, oh, I wouldn't keep that, and then they keep it and lose, it's like, it feels like you said something right. If you mull to 5, what are you, like, 10% to win? And if you keep a one-lander on the play with 6 cards in your hand, you're, like, 10% to win. You know what I mean? Like, you're screwed either way from the start of the game. So, you know... I typically play poker at the Hard Rock in Hollywood. If you ever want to say what's up to me, if you're at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida, that's my usual stomping ground. We did kind of get there, yeah. We have a game. I mean, listen, I'm rooting for Siggy. I'm glad he kept and got there. Like, it would have been pretty ugly if he had just, like, passed on turn 2, passed on turn 3, and lost. Well, Swamp. Huntmaster's a really, really stupid card. That's on my ban from limited list. I don't mind. I play 2-5 no limit. Yeah, I mean, so he's got for Siggy to win this game, it's gonna have to involve like Meat Hook, but like it's not gonna kill the 6/6. I really don't know what he can do. He can like attack with the flyer, and then what the ambusher does 4. So he could attack with everything and just hope the Huntmaster blocks. I think that's what I would do. And then if not, like, you ambush whatever you can, and then pray you draw a swamp and can somehow deal lethal. I don't know. Like, it's clearly a really bad situation. But the Perforator ping ensures that the ambusher is playable, even if all 3 creatures... Well, the interloper can't get blocked, so that ensures that too. But I think I would just turn my creatures. Not really sure. I guess... Can you interloper, ambusher, the Silversmith? Because if the Huntmaster blocks, there's a decent chance you can kill it with the ambusher. If it blocks the Forgers, you can. If it blocks the Perforator and they don't block the Forgers, you're 1 short. But, like, you might have Blade Brand or something. They might not want to just slap it on a 2-1. They're probably not going to block with Huntmaster at all. But I don't know how you win this game without killing Huntmaster. I'm not saying Siggy's player is wrong. I'm not sure. This is the kind of play where, like, you're, like, 1% to win either way, and you're trying to compile, like, a set of outs that, like, wins you this game. But, I mean, like, the Huntmaster's so big. Like, you're not going to Meat Hook Massacre it away unless it blocks. They probably weren't going to block with it, but if they didn't block with it, then their blocks aren't that good. Maybe you get in a bunch of damage, and then maybe you massacre a giant board, including a lot of your stuff. Hey, well, we got it. We got a game again. We drew our out, and there you go. That's why you don't collapse your board like I would have. But I don't honestly think it would have went that bad. I think all that would have happened was they would have put like a 2/2 on Perforator or something. Like, and if they block the Forgers, you're ecstatic, because then you get to kill the Huntmaster. If Huntmaster eats Perforator, what are they doing about Forgers? 2/2s on it. So, but anyways. So we got the... Basically, we need to kill the pack leader to win, and we did draw the Eaten Alive. That doesn't mean we're going to win. They're going to be able to fight in response, but it's another wolf, so all they do if they don't have a card in their hand to play is get to sack their 2/2 wolf to kill our flyer here. So if G-Guards is flooded, this becomes a winnable game again. If G-Guards has like some good stuff to play here, they're still a massive favorite. Assuming they have nothing to play, I would expect them to fight 2/2 Wolf on Interloper. So now I'd probably attack with just Perforator, I think, because you don't really want to trade off your Forgers, which is kind of an engine if you're in a stalemate. But Perforator for either 2/2 is a good trade, and it opens up Forgers to attack. Meanwhile, Forger stops both 2/2s from attacking. So to me, this is a crystal clear attack with only Perforator. Did Siggy just... Oh, he didn't rummage yet. Okay. What? Why wouldn't you send Perforator? I thought the debate was send Forgers and Perforator or just Perforator. I don't understand why the no attack with Perforator there. It's a point of damage, and then a good trade if they block, and Forgers blocks both 2/2s. I mean, Future Bloodlust, but you don't have any of those cards in your hand, and, like, you could probably get a damage later. I don't know. I would certainly be attacking with Perforator if I was Siggy. I don't want the Forgers to die, because I want to keep rummaging away lands in a stalemate, and the Forger stops both their creatures, and if they trade one of their creatures for your Perforator, then you can start attacking with the 4/3, potentially. So, I think he should have done this last turn as well, but it looks like he realized it this turn. Or just wanted to see if they had any removal or something and wait a turn. But I think that's unnecessary. He's at 15. He can take 4. Like, okay, so now you attack. Socialite. Life is good. Wow, Siggy winning the game on the mulligan? Is this real? I mean, obviously G-Guards is super flooded, but I mean, Siggy mulled and then kept a 1-lander. This is pretty sweet. I mean, Future Bloodlust is a reason, but it's too important because if they block it, now your Forgers can start attacking. Like, their 2/2s were stopping your 4/3 because you don't want to make that trade because it's a card drawing engine in a stalemate for every dead land you draw. So if they make the block with the Perforator, then you can't Bloodlust with it again later, Bloodthirst again with it later, but then you get to start attacking with your 4/3. So, I mean, I definitely think he should have attacked with it that one turn. I mean, you saw he started attacking with it a turn later, and nothing changed. I think he just missed the Perforator attack that one turn. But that said, super tight game and an incredible win by Siggy here to stay alive and get a game 3. Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, G-Guards are super flooded, but again, like, whatever. Game 1, they both had good hands, fine hands, and G-Guards won. This game, they both had bum hands, and Siggy's almost certainly going to win, barring... Is that second Huntmaster, or did that get bought back? Well, I take back the definitely going to win. I think Siggy's still looking good. He might even still have lethal, but like, because, I mean, he can meat hook. So, like, let's say he meat hooks for 2... Let's say he neonate rushes here... and a turn just puts them to 5. Then he meat hooks for 2. They go to 4 and lose everything but the pack leader. Then the pack leader has to block the foragers and get blade branded. Oh no, they've got their fight mana up. But that doesn't really change. No, does it change anything? Yeah, he can't make that line because they'll fight the 2/2 on the 5/4 in response to the meat hook for 2. So that's not an option anymore. So this is a game. Let's see. Okay, so if he can turn on the ambusher, he can blade brand it with the ping on the stack, and then he can kill the pack leader. But again, they have a fight up, so this is actually super interesting. Let's actually figure out what's going on right now. So if Siggy attacks with both, a double block on the Socialite leaves either a chump block or the pack leader to block the foragers. If the pack leader blocks the foragers, you can just blade brand it, because they can't fight it off with a wolf in response. It's a 5/4. If they chump it... If the pack leader blocks the Socialite, you can't count on Blade Brand because they can fight in response with a 2/2 Wolf, but they have to block the 5/4. This is actually really interesting. This is the kind of turn I hate the Arena Rope for. This is where you need your 2 minutes to like actually figure this out. I think he can attack with both creatures. I don't see a Massacre pre-combat. If he Massacres for 2, then a Wolf fights the Forgers in response, and he loses the game, and that's just a horrific play because the pack leaders make a Wolf fight ability. So I think, but the attack with both seems fine. If the pack leader and a 2/2 double block the Socialite and 2 other 2/2s block the Foragers, what he can do is kill everything but pack leader, and then he can go, oh, but they didn't take any damage, so he can't ambush or ping the pack leader then. So it's not great. But there's no way for him to guarantee damage. How does he guarantee a point of damage here? I mean, he doesn't really want to trade the Socialite, so maybe he can send just the 5/4, but I think they're just going to double block it with 2 2/2s if he does that. And then he doesn't, that's not like good for him really. That's not like, I mean, it's not a beneficial trade. Maybe he has to just not attack. Maybe he has to just play like more creatures and pass the turn. I think you're either attacking with both or neither. I don't think you have an attack with one. I guess he's going to meat hook for 0. You can't meat hook for 2. They're going to fight your 5/4. Unless I'm missing something, you cannot meat hook Massacre for 2 here. 3 not being any different. What am I missing? What does Siggy see that I don't? This seems heinous to me. Doesn't a 2/2 Wolf fight the Famished Forgers? This just seems... I mean, I'm not sure what the optimal line was this turn, but I don't... Unless I'm missing something, this play is horrible. In response, 2/2 fights 5/4. Meat hook resolves, killing everything but pack leader, and Siggy goes to 3. I mean, G-Guards goes to 3, and then G-Guards gets to untap, attack for 7. Like, I don't see how Siggy's getting in the 3 or, like, a ping next turn. This does not look like a good line to me. Like, I'm not sure what the optimal play is. Maybe I'll honestly freeze, like, I'll take the screen cap and do, like, a deep dive on this turn. But this play does not seem good to me. You could double spell and flip the pack leader over. Then it no longer has the fight ability. And it doesn't make the wolves or whatever, right? Like, I mean, you didn't need to, like... You didn't need to do this. Like, I don't know. Like, I know it gives him an out or two, like he has, like, 1 Moonrager slash or whatever, but I don't think he was in that bad of a position. Like, he might have been an underdog because, you know, Huntmaster's a totally busted card. But like I said, you can double spell and flip it back over, and then it's not, like, that incredible, and your opponent's at 5, and you have the Meat Hook Massacre in your hand, you have Ambusher, Blade Brand, you have a lot going. Like, I don't like this line at all. This is the most disappointed I've been. Like in Siggy's lines tonight. I think that I don't know. I just don't get it. The thing is, it's not like you have no ammo and you were just going to lose. Like, I would have just double spelled to flip the pack leader back over, and then you have, like, 4 things out, and then you can maybe just meat hook for, like, a big sweep at once for literal lethal, or you draw, like, a Neonate's Rush or some way to deal 1, and then you can, like, now it's flipped back over, like, you can, like, ambusher it, you can, like, Voldaren ambusher Blade Brand, the pack leader. Like, I'm not saying Siggy's a favorite if he takes whatever line I would have last turn, but it's a winnable game. I think he took, like, a game where he was, like, 30 to 40% to win and made it like a 2-outer or something. And he gets there. Oh, Magic is so ridiculous. And he gets there. Oh, you gotta love it. Yeah. I mean, how many outs did he have? He had the 1 Moonrager Slash. I mean, I guess with them at 3, if you can draw like something that does 2, maybe you have a few other outs, but I think if I remember, I'm going to do a like what's the play on that turn, because I think that was a really interesting turn, but I'm pretty confident that that line was not good. I don't think he was in that bad a shape. I think you just double spell and flip it back over. And then, like, you can kill it next turn pretty easily if it's flipped back over. If they want to reflip it, they have to cast nothing. Like, I think the decision is which 2 spells to cast, basically. The right line, I think, is just cast 2 of your spells, I'm not sure which, and pass back to the opponent. All right, though. Hey, we got that one. We'll take it, right? I do think Siggy's deck is incredible. I mean, this is a vampire masterpiece with 2 Ambusher, 2 Socialite, Meat Hook Massacre. Plenty of good removal. Yeah, Meat Hook for 0 is an option, base 6. I could definitely see casting Meat Hook for 0 and Socialite. Did he even have 3 Swamps, though? I think he might have only had exactly 2. So if he casts Meat Hook for 0, then he has to cast Voldaren Ambusher to play a second spell. Yeah, only 2. I think if he had 3 Swamps, you'd be right, but I think since he only had 2, I think you probably just cast, like, Blade Brand and Socialite or something. Maybe that involves, like, attacking with the 4-3 or something, but I'm not 100% exactly what my line is that turn, but I am sure it's not destroy my board and hope I top deck Moonrager Slash next turn. Alright, so I definitely like taking the hit to see if they play a much better 3-drop to Cathartic Pyre. Since they didn't, we're going to use Cathartic Pyre here, I think. The question is which. I think we want to hit the 2-3 and just play the Blood Chief defensively. I mean, it's sad, but I think that's what you pretty much have to do here on the draw. You have the No Way Out to deal 2. So, I mean, I think that you have 2 lines here. You could No Way Out to get the zombie token, because if that connects for 2, you trigger the Bat Whisper. Or you can Blood Thief, which is not a card you want to trade off with their 3-1, but your opponent's on the play and curving out, and you're not very good at triggering it this game. So it's pretty close between Blood Thief and No Way Out. I would probably Blood Thief, but this isn't like, I'm not sure which line is right. Like, it's pretty smooth if you connect with the zombie, and then you get to trigger the Bat Whisper, and then after that, you can hit with the 1-1 flyer, and then start triggering the Blood Thief. So there's definitely a lot of potential upside in this line of the No Way Out to make the zombie token. The problem is if they just play something that blocks the zombie token, now you've fallen further behind and, like, you've made them discard while they still have a bunch of cards in hand, and they can better choose what to discard. So the upside of this line was if they didn't play something that could block the 2-2. The downside of this line is you're using your No Way Out early and falling further behind. So again, I don't really get this line. Oh, no, I do. So, okay, so G-Guards, normally I think you would block in this spot because the Vampire deck has all the triggers, for if you deal damage. But they're probably just going to play a land and play Huntmaster, which is why they didn't block with the Rejuvenator. If they don't have Huntmaster, I really don't like not blocking with Rejuvenator. Like, if they use a card to finish off the Rejuvenator, that's a lot better for you than giving them the free Spectacle, the free damage to trigger their stuff. But if you're going to use land 6 here to put out your bomb rare and probably win the game, you should never be blocking. Like, assuming G-Guards has one of their 2 Huntmasters in hand, or even just another bomb 6-drop, so then you just don't put the Rejuvenator in combat. You just untap with it and cast your card and win the game. So Yeah, they have two, right, BW? Well, unless they bought it back last game, we killed the first one and they played a second. Remember we top decked that Eaten Alive? So that's why we thought we were going to win and we killed the first one? Okay, so yeah, again, I don't think there's really a path to victory now. I mean, we're down in life, down in cards. Huntmaster's S tier, banned from limited, super stupid card, shouldn't exist. But what can we do here? We can poke for one, play the Blood Thief, and get a counter on something. I guess on the Blood Thief, so it can't be fought by a 2/2 Wolf. Or you can put on the Bat Whisper, so that can't be fought by a 2/2 Wolf, but it's bad either way. I don't think there's a realistic path to victory here. Oh, you're right. Eaten Alive Exiles. You're right. So they couldn't have bought it back. Yeah. I mean, listen, I've been saying they had two. I didn't think they bought it back. I knew that was the second time they played Huntmaster with 100% certainty, so that's the only reason I worded it that way. But you're right. They, it was Eaten Alive, which is Exile, and they definitely played a second. Yeah, it probably wouldn't have changed things. Again, I'm not sure which line was correct. I would have probably played the Blood Thief and just blocked the Commando. I mean, they're on the play, they curved out, like, they're green-white, like, you're not running them over. Blood Thief can win you games as, you know, a really powerful uncommon if you're on the play and you go, like, turn 2 Perforator, Interloper, turn 3 Blood Thief, get a counter, turn 4, like, Removal, get counters, win the game. But when you're on the draw and they went 2-drop, 3-drop, like, you can't expect Blood Thief to do much, so I would have probably played Blood Thief and blocked, but I would have been 0% to win this game. I think if you had that, like, you know, if you watch football, they have that, like, win percentage bar or whatever, or the win percentage graph. Basically, when they played Huntmaster, our win percentage went to 0, and whether we played Blood Thief to block Commando or No Way Out, hoping to connect with Zombie and play Bat Whisperer, if they had Huntmaster, that doesn't affect the win percentage. It remains at 0. Like, this Huntmaster is just a stupid card. And, I mean, like, if you have a high-pressure hand and they're really low and you have Meat Hook Massacre, maybe you can win. But from this position, I mean, it's hopeless. Like, this is just not even a game of Magic. This is why I hate Broken Rares. People think it's because I don't like losing to them. That's not really the case. I don't like when I win with them either. I like winning, but basically Broken Rares just ruin the game. Like, you're playing a good game, it's tight, you're thinking about whether to double block, whether you can sneak in damage because your opponent has a little more stuff than you. Then you draw your Broken Rare and nothing mattered and you just win with that. Or your opponent plays their Broken Rare and nothing mattered and they just win with that. That's the reason I hate Broken Rares. It's not because they beat me, it's because, like, they ruin the game, basically. They make, the way I see Magic, it's like, you want all the strategical decisions to matter. It's a strategy game, that's the point. So having, like, a bunch of cards floating around that just make, like, most of the decisions not matter at all a lot of the time. Obviously, some of the time they still matter, but a lot of the time, it just invalidates basically all of the strategy in the game. Just seems horrible to me. Like, I can't think about a game like this. My brain would I would seriously rather think about what my favorite flavor of donut is than this game of Magic. I hate jelly. It's not jelly. I like pretty much any of the non-jelly filled ones. From Dunkin' Donuts, I usually get the toasted coconut when they have that because I'm a pretty big coconut fan. Otherwise, I'll just get like a chocolate or sprinkles or frosted with sprinkles or something. I definitely eat a lot more bagels than coconuts, but that's because they're a lot better. I mean, coconuts. Well, I do eat a lot more bagels than coconuts as well, but I definitely eat a lot more bagels than donuts, but that's because they're better for you, not because I think they taste better. I'm not one of those people that thinks, like, junk food doesn't taste good. I don't eat it because, you know, like, I just want to maintain my health. Like, I eat it on occasion, but I don't eat it a lot because I want to maintain my health. But, like, if all food had the same nutritional value, I would eat nothing but, like, you know, candy and, like, you know, fried bacon cheeseburgers or whatever. Like, I think, like, you know, sweet and fatty foods taste great. They're just, you know, bad for you or whatever. Bacon-infused donut. That sounds great. Hey, thanks, Mr. Meme. Appreciate the beard compliments. I'm good. Yeah. I'm covering all through the finals. So unfortunately, we're gonna lose Siggy. We're gonna have to pick someone else. Probably G guards. Remember I told you at the start of this, like G guards, like they always win. Like, I mean, obviously they have two Hunt Masters. They've played very well. They did everything I would have expected them to do and played extremely well in these games. But like, yeah, they're just, I don't know, secret limited master. Like I had never heard of G guards before the Sweatsuit, but like they're just always going deep. Every time I see them around, they're like in the top 4. I'm not actually saying how good they are. Like I don't know. Like the only times I haven't watched their stream. The only times I'm like familiar with G guards is from literally the 30 Sweatsuit invitationals, and I'm usually playing, so I don't usually get to see that many of their matches. But like, I don't know. They just, like I said, they just always seem to be going deep. They've beaten me a few times. Like whenever I've played them, they've played well. Like. But so this is the finals of the pod, round 3. Nothing Siggy could do. Obviously, like this is not a game anybody could ever have won. Huntmaster stupid. I think Siggy had a really good deck. I think the vampire deck relies on those uncommons. Like whereas you can put the zombie deck together out of just commons, your vampire deck's not going to be good without uncommons. But there's like a bunch of different uncommons. Like, at least like the 2 different ones that Siggy has 2 of, the Lord and the Socialite and the Voldaren Ambusher. Those are both excellent. And then I'm pretty sure there's another 1 or 2. And the thing is, if like another red player can't necessarily use the vampire uncommons. Like Voldaren Ambusher is not a good card in a white weenie deck with like 7 red cards, 4 of which are removal or whatever. Like you might play it, but you're not taking it aggressively. It's just going to ping for 1 or whatever. So like, and Socialite's unplayable in any deck except red-black vampires. And I think that red-black uncommon vampire card that makes a 3/1 trample lifelink haste with flashback is better than it looks. I'm not saying it's some busted card. I take all the efficient removal over it, but it's a nice pickup. Like I've been pretty impressed with that card. I've had a couple of them. Like I said, there's just a lot of racing in this format. Life total matters a lot in this format. So I think as long as you're the only red-black vampire player in your pod, then you can put together a really nice red-black vampire deck in almost any pod because there's multiple uncommons that are good for it. So as long as you have like 24 packs worth of access to them, you're going to make a good deck. The only thing is, I don't think red-black can support 2 players in a pod well. I think it can only support 1. It's a kind of archetype. If you see it's wide open, you want to take it. But if you feel like there's other people drafting red-black vampires, you don't want to be in it. You want to be the only red-black vampires player in your pod, or you don't want to mess with it. Whereas an archetype like blue-black, like I said, you mostly rely on the commons. Obviously, like it's going to be a lot better if you have good uncommons and rares, but you don't need them. So I'm going to switch over to G-Guards. That seems appropriate since we just watched them beat Siggy. There's only 4 people left anyway. We're on to the final 4. That was the finals of the pod. I didn't get to see Siggy's pick 2 and 3 of the draft, unfortunately, which are like literally the most interesting ones. The stream froze, but he first picked Meat Hook Massacre, and then when we got back in pick 4, he had a Vampire Socialite and something else. And red was wide open, and Meat Hook Massacre is completely and totally broken. So it seemed pretty clear that he should be red-black in his seat. I think, he's a little low on Neonate's Rush. Like I said, I would definitely have named the 2 Neonate's Rush and the Ardent Elementalist. But ultimately, I would have almost certainly drafted what Siggy did in a very similar deck. I would have made a few different picks. I would have took the Flame Channeler over the Immolation for sure. I would have played the 2 Neonate's Rushes and the Ardent Elementalist. And I would have probably cut like the Dreadhound, the 17th land, and like whatever other card I said I would have cut. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on at the moment. Looks like we're playing Words on stream or something while G-Guards waits for their top 4 opponent. I want to be clear too. I was picking apart like everything Siggy did because that's what I do. So if I said I would do something and it was different than what Siggy did, that doesn't mean I'm right. He's a professional player. I'm a professional player. We're probably pretty close in play skill. His play could be right. My play could be right. Whatever. The real key to picking apart plays is for the analysis because you get to hear the pluses and minuses. You get to think through the factors and what's pointing you in directions. So that's why I break everything down as much as I do. It's not because I'm looking to pick on anybody or anything. It's because I want to think about like what goes into the decision and why. I want to think about why I would do something different and what caused that. I try and express my degree of confidence. Like, for example, on the No Way Out versus play the 3-mana 2/2 to block the 3/1 in that last game we watched, I would have played the 3-mana 2/2 to block, but that doesn't mean it's right, and I have almost no confidence in which play is better. I don't think there was much of a value difference. I think it was a close play, and there wasn't a lot at stake. But whereas the Meat Hook Massacre, when he wiped his board at the end of game 2 and then top decked the 3 to win, I think was terrible. I say with a very high degree of confidence that that was a very winnable game. If you double spell and flip the werewolf lord back over, they have to pass to reflip it and do nothing, and you get to untap with the same board and business in hand, or they play things it doesn't flip, and then you get to untap with Blade Brand, Meat Hook, Ambusher, whatever you didn't play. You definitely have to double spell. So you're casting Socialite for sure, and then you have to cast either Blade Brand or Ambusher. I would probably cast Blade Brand, just cycle it there and pass, I think. So let me check out the brackets. Looks like G Guards is up against Ronnie David, so they should be starting soon because they're ready. But overall, I think Siggy played very well. I want to point out, he took some really good lines. He took lines on a turn or two that were ones I didn't see, and as soon as he did them, I was like, yeah, that's better. Here's why, or whatever. And on the lines I disagreed with, some of them he's right, some of them I'm right. And Magic's really hard. So I'm always going to break everything down because that's how we all learn and what makes it interesting and fun. But don't take that as this is me trashing Siggy or something. So we're here in the top 4. Final 4, as I like to call it, since this is bracketed, very similar to the NCAA tournament. We've got G Guards, who, like I said, is probably number 1 in terms of Sweatsuit performance. I don't know, if they've shown up every week or not, but they've been crushing. Ronnie David is their opponent. We've got the Beardo in the other side of the bracket, waiting on the winner of Hunter and the Mana Leak. Thank you, Organo Metallica. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you, Psycho Man. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you to everybody who's been supporting my stream. No, I haven't been streaming a lot lately, but I do really appreciate the support. I don't know what the Luminarch veteran debate is, but if that's the one that gains life, I'm high on it, Aardvark. I think it's excellent. I think life total is just worth a lot in this format. Gaining 5 is just worth a lot more than it usually is, and that card performs extremely well. I've drafted a lot of White Weenie. So you know how I'm all about drafting what's open, and I think Blue-Black is great, and I draft it when it's there, but White has been open a lot in the best of 1 arena queues, and I've drafted a lot of White Weenie decks to pretty good success, and the Luminarch has been very good for me, substantially better than I would have thought. And it's for that exact reason. It's just, literally, life is just worth more than it usually is. I'm not saying throw away all your creatures to gain life or chump block at 14 or don't do anything like that. Just know that cards that gain life and have haste and stuff, swing races are going to be a little better than they are in an average format. That doesn't mean do anything crazy. Resources are still the resources, power and toughness creatures resources that do damage turn after turn are still what Magic revolves around and way more important than gaining or losing a few points of life. So let me just be clear, but value things that gain life 10% higher than you would on average or something like that. I'm making up a number. It's really hard to answer that Texas barbecue because when Blue-Black was wide open, it was too good, clearly. It's a deck you can put together out of the uncommons. Out of the commons, it's got a lot of different uncommons that are good for it. If there's only going to be two blue-black zombie players in a pod, the deck is too good. But every additional player that drafts it really weighs on the deck, obviously. You have to spread out all the good cards by a whole nother seat. So, where is the balance, right? If 3 people per pod draft blue-black, is it 50% against the other 5 people, or is it above it or below it? If 4 people per pod draft blue-black, are those blue-black decks 50% against the other 4, above it or below it? Normally when something is like, when it can support so many players and still be above 50%, that's when you start to get a problem and draft can't find its balance. So I don't know the answer to that question, but my opinion is blue-black is good. There can certainly be multiple blue-black drafters in a pod, and it's still going to be good because there's so many different commons that are good for it and lots of different uncommons that are good for it. Whether it's quote-unquote too good, I really have no idea. Ask me that question again in a week. I'm not saying I'll know the answer then, but set has only been out for a week. Pod drafting is not that different than league drafting because you don't really care about playing in pod or out of pod. The only things that really change are best of one, you don't have sideboarding, and that matters a lot. Hate drafting has no value in league play, but it really has very little value in pod drafting as well. I think one of the reasons I've done well at draft over the years is just because I never really hate draft anything ever, and other people are doing that, so that creates value for me every time somebody else is hating in a pod because it's just, you play, when you have a traditional 8-person pod structure where you play 3 matches, there's only a 3/7 chance you'll even play against the person who you hated from. Then there's a 50-50 chance they would have drawn the card. Then there's the percentage that it would swing the game from a loss to a win compared to what they have instead. So, I don't know. But, I don't think it really changes much other than that. I don't really, because you draft, even with league play or Arena Q style play, you still draft in an 8-person pod. You just get paired against people from any pod, which is higher variance because your pod may have had a low power level and their pod may have had great cards. But of course, their pod is all in the aggregate, your opponent's pods have the same quality cards yours do. So that increases the variance, but it doesn't really change anything strategically. It doesn't change much. Okay, so here, yeah, Morning Patrol probably makes sense. If you didn't have land 4, you might consider the Farmer to increase the chances of that, but you'd rather have the Vigilance since you do have land 4. I don't know if I love just slamming the Silversmith here, but I guess you have to cast something. But with 3 islands out, your opponent's probably missing their second color, and you probably don't want to give them the opportunity to play a counter in their hand. That said, the counters aren't very good, and if they're missing their second color, then it's less likely they actually have something they can cast. Maybe they're just holding, an island and some red cards or whatever. So it actually makes you more likely to cast something if they're missing a second color, but also, you have some, Morning Patrol you could just cast instead of the Silversmith, and, if they counter that, you're, pretty happy. So, I certainly wouldn't pass the turn there or anything. I'm just saying I would probably have cast Morning Patrol instead of Silversmith on 4 into the open mana. Yeah, the counters are fine. I don't think they're unplayable or anything. I don't think they're great. I don't think they're unplayable. They're good if you have synergies. If you have, a bunch of flash cards or if you have werewolves. I don't think they're good on the surface level in this format, in the sense that, you get to trade 3 or 4 mana to counter something. I think they're good because, being able to pass the turn is really good in this format. Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to not full screen. There we go. Thanks for the reminder, as usual, chat. Okay, so let's see. So you can't trade off Brutal Cathar, but your other attacks are okay, but not great because they have profitable double blocks. The Morning Patrol does come back. I think I would probably just let them trade a 2/2 for Eccentric Farmer to open the door for other things. Maybe you don't attack with anything. I think The only options this turn really are attack with eccentric farmer or attack with nothing. I'm guessing that's what G-Guards was thinking about. You're not going to let them double block your 3/4 with their 2/2/2s, but you don't really, if you trade eccentric farmer for a 2/2, you're trading down 1 toughness, and then they may not have a block on your 3/4 on the following turn. So I think I would have attacked with only eccentric farmer, but attacking with nothing is totally reasonable. Attacking with Morning Patrol would have been bad. I think, obviously, like, nobody would attack with Brutal Cathar there. But if you were thinking about what to attack with, I think you definitely don't send both and let them double block Morning Patrol. But I think you can send Farmer and trade down 1 toughness to help clear the way for Morning Patrol and potentially Brutal Cathar. But I think it's a very close choice. My inclination would have been to send the Farmer, but not sending it is totally reasonable. Especially G-Guards doesn't mind stalemates because we know they have double Packmaster. So, like I was talking about, that one game Siggy played where he had, like, those 2 powerful black cards in hand, and I didn't like an aggressive attack he made because you almost want the game to stalemate. Like, normally if you're, like, a green-white deck playing against, like, a blue-red or a blue-white, you're like, oh, I'm the aggro deck, right? But G-Guards doesn't have to end the game quickly. Every turn that goes by, they're on a 2-outer to draw, like, basically win the game. So a stalemate is perfectly fine by G-Guards. So they're playing a little bit more defensively than, like, you might expect, and I think that's likely correct because of the fact that they have 2 copies of that ridiculous 6-mana Werewolf Lord that should be banned from Limited. Yeah, that's a line too. You could definitely just pass and let it become night in the hopes to double spell and then get to take something else with the Cathar. That's definitely not unreasonable, Saul. Well, on the one hand, we didn't care if we got a land or not. We would have liked to mill lands because, well, there would be less lands left in our deck, but we didn't mill any Huntmasters, so that's good. I wonder if I would send Morning Patrol. I think I might. Even if it trades down with a 2/2, you get to bring out a 2/1 flyer, and then every turn that goes by, you're dealing them 2 damage, because they only have the 1 3/3 flyer. I think I would have attacked Morning Patrol, like, over the last couple turns. It's not like you're chump attacking to get your 2 power flyer. You'd trade it for a 2/2 and then get a 2/1 flyer, right? I don't think I like holding back Morning Patrol anymore. Your eccentric farmers stop the opponent's stuff, so it's not like if you traded it off with one of the 2/2s, you're just, like, open to their attacks. And if you put the 2/1 flyer in play, then the 3/3 would have had to stop attacking you. So I think, while I like not sending the Morning Patrol into the 2/2/2s like 5 turns ago when I was analyzing it, I think over the last couple turns I would have probably sent it. Yeah, I like this alpha here too now. Because now, so I love what G-Guards did this turn with playing the pack leader pre-combat. Because you don't want to accidentally lose the game. So, like, let's say it gets countered or something. You're still in fine shape. You're up on life. You've got the Shadow Beast sighting from flashback. You have another pack leader in your deck. And your deck's like 10 cards or something. So what G-Guards did here was play the pack leader to see if it resolved. If it does, then they can swing with everything. If it doesn't, then they'll make a more balanced attack where they don't, like, die on the backswing or something. That said, I think this should probably be game. I mean, I guess at 11, there might be a way to sneak in a lethal, but man, that pack leader is disgusting. Who printed that card? Yeah, fight also messes with double blocks. Very true. Not that, like, double blocks were really a big concern at this point. think this will be a head explosion in a second. I can't really imagine what Ronnie David's going to do here. I mean, the 3-3 can't be fought by a 2-2 wolf. I don't know. Some magic way to sneak in lethal, but it looks like the most over game ever, and I don't know why you're... Like, I'm not saying this matters, but you don't even really want to show your opponent stuff if you're just about to concede. Yeah, Lunar Frenzy, I think it's called. How have y'all been liking that card? Like, it feels like it should be a good finisher, but also, like, I don't know, it's just a card that sits in your hand until the end. I guess you can, like, give a creature first strike really cheap. So if you have, like, a land light hand and a bunch of little creatures, you can just, like, attack, and if they block, you can just, like, pay 1 and give it first strike or something instead of trading. So it's kind of flexible. Hey, thanks, Ziggy Shogun. Appreciate the subscription. Are you Siggy's alter ego or just a coincidentally similar name? Well, it is a good way to cheese lethal. The problem with cards like that is, like, expensive finishers that sit in your hand make it harder for you to hit your land drop and play a creature every turn. I mean, if they're replacing a spell, then they don't affect your land drop. But basically, like, most of the value in Limited is playing land 2, 2-drop, land 3, 3-drop, land 4, 4-drop, or 2, 2-drops, land 5, 5-drop, or a 3-drop and a 2-drop. It's using your mana and impacting the board turn by turn. So I don't love finishers because they generally just sit in your hand. But the thing I like about the Lunar Frenzy is, like I said, you can just tap like a mana or something and use it as a combat trick. Instead of a trade, you can give your creature first strike, and then you can just play another creature post-combat, and you got a cheap trick. So if you drew a land light hand, it can be a cheap trick. If you drew an expensive hand, it can be a powerful finisher. If you drew, a land heavy hand, it can be a powerful finisher. If you drew a land light hand, where a powerful finisher would be a dead card, it can still be a cheap trick. Likely story, Ziggy. Likely story. No, I'm just messing around with you. Thank you for subscribing. I really do appreciate the support. Speaking of not head exploding, Ronnie David is a warrior. What the? Like, I would have conceded this game like 2 turns ago. Like, I don't know how people do it. Like, you're sitting there staring at like an incredibly broken card, knowing you can't win, knowing you don't have outs, and it's just like you're just getting grinded into dust. I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's right. Like, your win percent is 0 when you concede. I just don't have as much fight in me as some people, I guess. So let's see. We haven't actually gotten a look at G-Guard's deck. So we got the 2 Hunt Masters, which is absolutely ridiculous. Other than that, green-white, all the cards look fine. Nothing too special, though. Mostly just commons. Like, okay on commons. Join the Dance is good. But yeah, basically, this is a 2 Hunt Master deck, and the other stuff looks like fine, but nothing special. Pretty standardish green-white aggro, good curve. Which one is Flare of Faith? Oops. I can't, like, hover over it, like, with the extension, like if I was watching their stream. Oh, yeah, Loyal Cathar is really good, too, yeah. Brutal Cathar, sorry. Loyal Cathar was a previous one. But yeah, I had Brutal Cathar in, like, one of my pre-releases I did, and that card is obviously very good. Kill something, pass flip it, double spell, flip it back, kill something. Not a fair card if it lives. All right, let's see what we got here. Hopefully good hands for both players so we can have a good game of Magic. I'm always rooting for whoever I'm covering, you know, streamer bias, commentator bias, but I do want to see a good game more than I want to see G-Guards win. Obviously, this hand isn't great, but it was definitely a keep. It's an aggro deck, and Silversmith's a lot better. Rejuvenator would be like the 5th or 6th 4-drop, but it does have that synergy with casting your Hunt Masters. But also, G-Guards just played like 18 land into Eccentric Farmer, so I think they're figuring they're going to get to 6 lands basically every game. I'm just going to sign off after the commentating Sporadic Penguin. You know, I started with the draft at 7, so it's going to be a long one. So, can we beat that dragon? I don't know. I mean, if we candle trap it, it won't attack, and it doesn't do damage, right? It will still have its ability, but hopefully we can exile it before they would choose to discard their hand. So I think this looks like candle trap on the dragon, attack with Morning Patrol, and play Search Party Captain, right? I don't know why this is better. I mean, look, you can take a hit for 4. You're at 20, but you're obviously not looking for a better target for Candle Trap. Moonveil, I can't hover over the cards like I could normally. Moonveil Regent. Yeah, so a Candle Trap would work fine. It doesn't have Ward or anything like that, and they're not looking to discard their hand before you can exile it. I know it can block, but it doesn't deal its damage. So, like, if you Candle Trap it, you attack with Morning Patrol, they block, the creatures bounce. And then you get to play the Search Party Captain for 3 mana. Draw a card, help you hit your land drops, advance your board, and get Candle Trap on the target you clearly want it on. I know Candle Trap doesn't stop blocking, but it stops the creature from dealing damage. So the Morning Patrol and the Moonveil Regent would just bounce, and you attack with 1 creature. Your Morning Patrol doesn't die, and then you get to play your Search Party Captain. It doesn't stop a creature from blocking, but it stops a blocking creature from dealing damage. So what would end up happening, like my line for last turn if I was playing for G-Guards, is Candle Trap on Regent, attack with Morning Patrol. They block with Regent, the creatures bounce off each other, and then neither creature dies. Then you play your Search Party Captain for 3, because you attacked. Use all your mana, draw a card, get the Candle Trap on the Regent like you want. So now they're deciding which 3-drop to play, I guess. Probably play Morning Patrol. It's the one you'd rather like die, and they're both the same size. Oh, or they're deciding whether to Candle Trap or play a 3-drop. That makes sense, yeah. And I think Candle Trap here is right. You don't want to keep taking damage from the 5/5 and accidentally lose to like some kind of a finisher or getting burnt out or something. I think this was the right play. But yeah, this further highlights why you wanted my line the previous turn. It's because you could use all your mana on turn 4 that way, and then you could use all your mana here. Instead of casting a 1-mana spell, you could cast another 3-mana spell. Yeah, that's a reasonable point, Penguin. You are right about that. I'm not sure how you're going to bait those, though, or something. They'd probably be already be in play, so their opponent probably doesn't have one in hand, and then whenever you Candle Trap the Regent, they're going to play it. I guess you can wait until you have the ability to play Candle Trap and activate it immediately. That plays around that. But I don't think there's a reason to put that 2-drop in their hand there. It's not in play, so it probably wasn't in their hand on turn 2. So they have 2 up. You can't counter for 2, right? Like, I know you can Sun Gold and activate Candle Trap and have a nice turn, but if they can't counter, then you just slam Huntmaster. Is there any counter for 2 mana here? Because, like, I mean, they're playing blue, so, like, you really, 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 really want Huntmaster to resolve. Like, if there's a common counter, an uncommon counter for 2, I like this line. It's a good line. I mean, you get rid of a disturbed creature. You get rid of the Moonveil Regent for good. You don't have to worry about the 3/1 thing. Like, I assume they're going to activate the Candle Trap now. That would be the main reason to take this line. Getting a 2/3 in play here has very little value. But, I mean, your attack isn't great. Yeah, I really don't like this. Like, so what was just accomplished? Now if they have the 3/1, they can still kill the Candle Trap. Oh, yeah, they don't have, whatchamacallit, Coven. Yeah, I just don't like this line at all. I would have just slammed Huntmaster last turn while their mana was tapped, and it was definitely resolved. I'm not saying, like, they should have, played the 2-drop and the 3-drop. They couldn't activate the Candle Trap. That wasn't an option. They didn't have Coven. But I just like slamming Huntmaster while they can't counter it. I mean, it resolved anyway. I don't know. Maybe there's deck lists in this, and maybe G-Guards knows that Ronnie David doesn't have counters. I'm not sure. Or, like, got a chance to watch some of the previous matches or something. But I don't know. Playing against a blue deck, you have the opportunity to resolve your Broken Rare guaranteed, as opposed to, like, play 2 creatures and pass the turn. Right, sorry. I mean, you're right, they couldn't activate Candle Trap, which wasn't my line anyway. I was just saying that would have seemed better than casting an additional 2/3. But, yeah, I would have definitely just played Huntmaster the previous turn. Just because they can't counter it, frankly. That's the whole reason. Like, so anyways, so we got to win this game in the air if you're Ronnie David, or you're going to lose to the Huntmaster. Well, there's an out. Moonveil Regent, somebody called it Moonveil Frenzy, and I got a good laugh out of that. For those of you who remember Experimental Frenzy Red, every time you play a spell, you get to discard your hand and draw a new one. So basically, every time you play a spell, you get to draw a card once you're empty-handed with the Regent. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't like how G-Guards played this game. If you take my line of Candle Trapping the Regent on turn 4, your life total is way higher, and maybe you can still win from here. And if you take my line of playing Packmaster a turn earlier, then, like, you have all the extra creatures to attack with on the following turn, and you might still be an underdog to the Regent, but it's a much closer game. Like, I feel very confident on the turn 4 line. On turn 4, I would definitely have played Candle Trap on the Regent, let the Morning Patrol bounce off it, and then played the Search Party Captain. Getting your cards sooner rather than later has value. It can help you sculpt better turns or make your land drops, or double spell, because you get to draw a card earlier, so you have the ability to use it at whatever time is best. And then also, like I said, it just uses all your mana. It means you don't take any damage from the dragon. It just seemed like just a better line to me. All right, let's see. So there's the dragon. Do we have any answers? Not really. I mean, Packmaster goes over the top of it. Just have to not fall too far behind. You're on the draw, so you don't hate a Rejuvenator. And they actually do have a lot of white ground creatures, like White Weenie type stuff. I might consider bringing the Rejuvenator in. But, I mean, you're not taking out Silversmith for it. So, I mean, there's not a lot to board out. I have to go look at all of G-Guard's cards to see if there's anything I don't think plays well in the matchup. The Morning Patrols seem fine. They can also stop those early creatures and then give you a 2/1 flyer later. Bounding Wolf doesn't look great. You're not really flipping anything. Like, Bounding Wolf is good for the same reason counters are, because you can pass the turn, flip your werewolves, and then play something still. But we don't really have werewolves, except our 6-mana broken rares that we're probably winning anyway if we have out. I think I might take out Bounding Wolf. The card seems pretty weak in this deck. Yeah, Ronnie did play very well. That's a tough game to win. But yeah, I think I would bring Rejuvenator in and bring Bounding Wolf out is probably the sideboarding I would do. Which I don't think is a huge deal at all. Like, if you don't do that, you're, in my head estimate, you're giving up 0.1% or something. Like, it's not of any particular importance. But I think on the play, it's harder to have land 6 right away. So I think I like the mana producer a little more. I also just don't think the 3-mana 3/2 is a good card if you're not flipping werewolves when you play it. It's fine if you are, but if you're not, I just don't see what it's really doing for you. What's up, Dylan? So, even though this is a pretty bad hand, I'm not counting G-Guards out yet. We know they have those 2 of that 6-mana Packmaster, so if they get a little flooded, as long as they draw one of those 2, you can still win a game. Cast that 6-drop. I like playing this. You might be thinking to yourself, isn't it just going to get Silver Bolted? Yeah, but Silverbolt's going to kill a Tapper, it's going to kill a Sentinel, it's going to kill something like that, and at least it ties up the opponent's turn if they want to do it. You don't want to let them get further ahead. Now, take it here because that's a bad trade. If they're going to use their Silverbolt, so be it, but you're not going to trade down your 3/2 with a nice ability for their 3/1 without one. Should be an easy Shadow Beast sighting and pass. Again, you don't want to trade your 3/2 for their 2/2. Yeah, I would have probably kept the opening 7, but I mean, it was a 5-lander. It's not like unreasonable to mull it. Also, when you have like 2 of a broken rare and it's not in your hand, but the broken rare is a 6-drop, not a 3-drop, so you have a lot of time to draw it, and you don't necessarily like you want it in your opening hand because it is that good, but it's not as there's not as much value in taking another shot to get it in your opening hand as there would be if it was like a 3-mana broken rare. So the Nebelgast, which by the way, Nebelgast Intruder is real fancy and good. We've seen a lot of versions of these like 2 and 3 mana flash creatures that give like -1, -0, -2, -0, and they generally haven't been that good. This is the best version of them in recent times. This is a card that like I don't mind first picking if I'm blue. I'm not like windmill slamming it, but it's like a fine first pick. It's like a good third pick. Like it's a good blue card. Like it's substantially better than like the 3-mana 3/2 draw card, discard a card, or like your average 3-mana, common 3-drop or whatever. Yeah, flying is good. Flash is way better than usual because you can flip things. The creatures are just pretty small in this format. I mean, look at the board. The boards are just always filled with 2/2s and 2/1s and 2/3s. I've just found Nebelgast to perform extremely well. So what can we do? We have Coven now, so we can attack with the 3/2 if we want to activate it on white, and then play Candlegrove Witch. I mean, but then we're spending mana to do that instead of tapping. I'm not even sure that's better. I mean, I don't know if we're going to win the race or not. Like, can we attack with the 4/4? It gets double blocked by a 2/2 and a 2/3, so not really. I mean, we could Candle Trap the Morning Patrol and then just slam. They don't have a block on the 4/4 then, if we exile the Morning Patrol. And then any of the trades, the trade with the 2/3 is good for us for the 3/1, unless they take that too. It's a pretty aggressive line. I guess you could just cast you could just play the Candlegrove Witch and pass for one more turn, and then you can use Trapper to tap like Morning Patrol, and you should have a good attack next turn. I think I like this line. I don't think I would attack this turn. Can't attack with the 4/4. We get double blocked by the Search Party Captain and the Morning Patrol. I mean, you can send the Farmer as kind of a weird bluff, because if it trades with the Commando, I think you're happy about that, but they'd probably just block with their Morning Patrol, and then nothing would happen. So I think this was the right line for this turn. There's just no real good target for Candle Trap right now. You're not, like, unwilling to use it on Nebelgast Intruder or Morning Patrol if you're flipping the board and getting aggressive. But for this turn, you want to, like, just let them attack with the Nebelgast. You don't want to tap it if they go to combat. And then end of turn, you can tap, like, Morning Patrol or their best blocker, and then Candle Trap the other one and have a really nice attack. Don't do it. It's so, like, tempting to always just tap, but I would just take 2. Because your attack back looks pretty good if you tap Morning Patrol. So I would take the 2 and just use Trapper end of turn here, I think. Although they did kill your 4/4, so that does change that just a little bit. So we still have Coven, right? So the 2/2 flyer can get in. The 3/2 should probably be attacking now. Just give it pro white. I mean, they're probably going to Silver Bolt it. But, I mean, are you using your mana on anything else? Like, you don't want to spend the mana. Like, they're probably going to Silver Bolt it either way. I guess you're casting Timberland Guide, but I don't even know what you're doing with this Timberland Guide counter. Just spreading your resources around? Let me think what I would have actually done this turn. I might have been this. So, like, pre-combat, if you Timberland Guide the Farmer, if they bolted in response, you don't want to pay the 2 for the Sun Gold, then you're not tapping, you make the same attack. So it works out the same if you do it pre-combat, which means doing it post-combat is better. If you go to give the Sun Gold pro white or can't be blocked by white or whatever, and they bolt that, then you can land the Timberland Guide counter on what you want, like the Eccentric Farmer or the 3/3 flyer, the Candlegrove Witch. But the Sun Gold Sentinel's pretty good in the late game once you have Coven, and G-Guards doesn't have much to do with their mana. I think this was probably the right line. I mean, that was a pretty ineffective Timberland Guide, but getting the Eccentric Farmer killed instead of, like, Tapper or Sun Gold Sentinel is probably worth putting the counter on it. It's hexproof, not pro, but it's also can't be blocked by creatures of that color, Wallet Inspector. So, like, you can spend 2 and give it pro white, or can't be blocked by white creatures, not pro white, but if you do that before blockers, then they can't block it. You are right. It doesn't have protection. It has two different... And listen, it's confusing enough, so it's fine to point it out. You're right. But for the context I'm talking about, it was whether or not pre-combat we want to pay 2 and make the Sun Gold unblockable. But I like G-Guard's line last turn. I think that was probably right. So, looks like they're letting this trade happen would be awful, so presumably they're spending the 2 now to give it the can't be blocked by white like we keep talking about. I like this. There's no need to candle trap anything in play at the moment. Like, you're hitting for 5 and dropping Morning Patrol and using all your mana. This is a really nice turn. And if they're holding cards and they're not casting them and they have 6 lands, so that makes me believe there's a good chance Ronnie David could have, like, what's it called? The red rare in their hand. Moonveil Frenzy. I'll call it by its proper name. And listen, you're not going to hold the candle trap forever in a tight game, but if you have other stuff to do and, like, you can give yourself that optionality value of holding it for an extra turn or 2 to see if they put out a better target, then you probably want to do that. It's a baseline heuristic to play your creatures before your removal spells, because your removal spells have, like, optional value in that they can do better than they would currently do, whereas your creatures generally do what they currently do whenever you play them. So I think that, for the most part, G-Guards has sculpted this game pretty well. I like that they still have the candle trap in their hand. If you're not making a joke, it's actually called Moonveil Regent, Ekep Trey. If you are making a joke, well played. Moonveil Regent's the dragon, but it draws card after card once you're empty-handed, and Experimental Frenzy did that, so somebody called it Moonveil Frenzy when I was at the pre-release, and I thought that was pretty good. So, alright, so now, if we're going to exile something... Wow, we're already down to 4? How did this swing so wildly? How did we take so much damage? We had the candle trap. We have the 4/4 blocker up every turn. Not that many of their creatures fly or anything. Not really sure what happened here. So let's see. If we can't... So we killed the flyer. If we candle trap, does that change combat? Not really. Either way, the other 2/3 basically stops our creatures. The question is, do we candle trap anything? If they pay 3... I know they don't have Coven right now, but if they play a creature and Coven out the 4/4, what does their attack look like? And it's not actually that bad for us. You know what, though? There's not much value in holding the candle trap for, like, the Regent, because the 4/2 can sack and kill it anyway, though. So you probably just want to candle trap the 4/4 here. The 4/2, I mean. If that was, like... If Cathar Commando was 4/2, no ability... I might hold the candle trap. I might play it. It's extremely close. But given that it sacks to kill candle trap anyway, you lose the value of holding it in case they have the dragon, because they're just going to kill the candle trap and free up the dragon, potentially. Although you can always play candle trap and use it in the same turn, so it's pretty interesting. You can play it and use it immediately, but then it's 4 mana instead of 1, and it's your whole turn. So it's kind of interesting. Also, you're at 4, so, I mean, if they remove your candle trap 4/4, which they... can't do on board, but can do if they draw a creature, it's pretty bad for you. Whereas now you can activate that Coven on your candle trap, because you have Coven, get rid of their 4/2, and then that keeps them off Coven, like, much further. So this should be, you can always do it in response to them casting a creature, but you do want to do that. You don't want to let them be able to activate their candle trap and remove your 4/4. Although we might just be dead to the Spectral Adversary now from 4 pretty much no matter what. I'm not sure. Right, if you activate it, they respond by killing it. What Tuna with Bacon is pointing out is that, like, if you go if they played the dragon and they have the Cathar Commando out, if you go Moonveil... Like, wait, no, they don't have to activate it twice, right? You just activate it, and then they can't kill it in response or anything. What are you talking about? But no, yeah, I think that Ronnie David played this really well. G-Guards played well, but there was a line or two I think I would have probably done differently. But I'm not sure that G-Guards can really win this game. Like, it was mostly just close attacks and taps and stuff, and, like, I don't know. I didn't really, like, see when G-Guards got so low. When did they take so much damage? Because, like... They were racing and it was like 15 to 11, and then the next turn they were at like 4. I think there was like one key turn there. So Hunter Pence versus Beardo in the semis. Silversmith. Yeah, Gavin Silversmith is quite a card. Like I said, things that race well and swing races really overperform in this format. And with the partial haste and the ability to unlock a good attack when your opponent has you stifled, Gavin Silversmith is just fantastic. It just performs. I mean, look, it's going to be a good card in almost any format, but it performs about as well as it can in this one. Yeah, they probably should have blocked a little there. Yeah, I agree. They probably should have just chumped the commando and saved the 4 life. Yeah, I mean, did they not have any options to, like, I don't know. I missed that combat step. I think I was reading the chat. But I don't think the G-Guards could have won that game. Like, if there's one line that's slightly better for, 2 life or something at some point, that doesn't win them that game. We might have a little bit. I know that Hunter Pence and Beardo didn't even start their top 4 match until G-Guards and Ronnie David were like in game 2 or something. Oh, we can just switch over. Duh, what am I saying? Let's go over and watch the other top 4 match. I forgot I'm not playing. When I'm playing, I would like fire a draft right now, but we can just go watch Hunter's match. Let's go look at the other top 4 match, see who gets to play Ronnie David in the finals. Okay, so where are we? Looks like Beardo won game 1. This is game 2, but Hunter looks pretty good given they have a Planeswalker on 8 and the opponent has a 2/2 out. So I assume we'll get a game 3, so that's sweet. We'll get to see Hunter's deck. Looks like another red-black Vampires deck, but Beardo wasn't in Siggy's pod. G-Guards won that pod before just losing to Ronnie David. So we'll take a look at Hunter's deck during sideboarding, assuming Hunter wins this game. If Hunter doesn't win this game, I will be absolutely shocked, even with the Meat Hook Massacre, because Teferi has 8 counters on it. You probably want to mill that. You still get the value out of the yard. You don't really want to cast that twice anyway, I don't think. You don't even have anything you really want to discard to it. Like, if you had a handful of lands, I'd leave that on top. Wow, so Hunter's deck looks awesome. They have like a real control deck with like Wraths and Teferi and the Tapper card drawing split card thing that's in play. This deck looks sweet. The decks were really good tonight. Almost everybody's decks were really good. G-Guards had that double Huntmaster green-white. Siggy had the red-black Vampire Precon. There's another Vampire deck with Meat Hook, yeah. Hunter's playing blue-white control straight out of standard. So we're definitely discarding Plains, probably Blessed Defiance. That looks kind of like junk in this hand. You could discard Larder Zombie too. That would be my next choice, I think. You're trying to end this game quickly. I really don't like Blessed Defiance. Has that been a good trick for people? Like, I know, I've been talking about how much life is worth, but it's still just going down a card when you cast it. So obviously this is over. You even have counter up. So I don't think Beardo has anything in hand here to play, but if they did, you would flip the switch it. So we're going to get a game 3. No, I know the lifelink's good. I've been talking over and over and over again, Silvery, about how good life gain is in this format. It really is. Like, this might be the format that life has felt the most valuable to me, and I've been playing a lot of Magic for a long time. But it's still like, you know, +1/+0 is not a thing. Like, you're still spending a card. Yeah, I mean, it's probably usable because of how valuable life gain is. But again, I still don't think it's like an optimal. I don't think it's a card I really want in my deck. I think it's like, if I have to grab a 23rd playable, maybe I can stick it in. But I mean, like, there's plenty of playables in this format. I don't think you need that card very often. So let's see Hunter's deck, because this isn't something we watch draft or anything. 2 Vanquish the Hordes, to Fairy. What is Memory Deluge? No, some combat tricks are quite efficient. It really just depends. Like, I think in general, like, combat tricks are not the best, but there are plenty of combat tricks I've been really happy to main. Like, Run Amok in Call Time out of the red aggro decks was excellent. You, like, wanted to play it. I mean, I can't just think of every combat trick from every format, but, like, there's definitely been plenty of times I've liked a combat trick. Subtle Strike was pretty good in one of its formats. Oh, yeah, that card's good. Because it's 4 mana Memory Deluge, it's 4 mana draw 2, but then also just win in the late game, so that's a good card. 4 mana draw 2 is not a good card, but if you hit a stalemate or you're not that far behind and you can spend 7 or whatever, then you just win, basically. Tutor up 2 good cards at the end of a game should win you almost any game. Thanks, Jorge. Alright, so what are we going to do? We are chilling, it looks like. What are our options? Faithful Mending into turn. That card's an instant, right? If it's a sorcery, probably should have cast it, but I think it's an instant. Mystic Skull's like a filter. It doesn't add mana. So you're Faithful Mending here over the Commando because you need to hit your land drops. You should not respond, though, because now that Grave card is going to get to exile a card, and it wouldn't have otherwise. So it's right to cast Faithful Mending this turn, but I think you let that Grave thing in play, and then you just Faithful Mending end a turn. You just deny them the ability to exile it right now. As far as what to discard, obviously you're never discarding the land. I mean, Skull's pretty bad, and you have your mana. You don't really need filtering. I think that's probably the worst card in your hand. And then the second worst, I don't know. I mean, no, probably not Locked, because you can lock up the Trespasser, you know, after it attacks. I would probably have I would definitely discard the Skull like Hunter did. I think that's the worst card in his hand. My second choice would probably be, like, I don't know, the Morning Patrol maybe? It's pretty hard. There's no second bad card in his hand after the Skull in the context of this game. Well, the reason that it's nice to do them in response when it doesn't matter is it saves clicks on the auto passer. But obviously, if the card they're playing is going to exile a card from your graveyard, that's not the time to do it. But here, after the attack, we should see the 3/1 flash in and try and block, assuming it attacks. It might not. It is sus that on turn 3, Hunter only cast a 1-drop and left 2 open. If you're Beardo, Perdition here, you're thinking, like, the opponent has something. They probably could have cast a 3-drop. So you might attack, you might not, depending on if you have any tricks or what the cards the opponent could have are. Yeah, they might not have time to mess with the Tome. I could see discarding the Tome there. I think it's between the Morning Patrol and the Tome for which one I would have discarded. I definitely wouldn't discard the Locked in the Cemetery, because if they have a trick or removal here, you want a Locked in the Cemetery, that Graveyard Trespasser. Hopefully this Duelcraft Trainer will get the job done. So you can attack with the Veteran because the Stinger doesn't deal damage, and your Veteran's not going to block. And then you just cast Dualcraft Trainer. Since it has First Strike, it can block. Great. Wait, does Grave Past Tresser? No, it doesn't have Menace, right? It's got like Ward 1 or something. I don't really like Stolen Vitality, if that's the red combat trick that was just played. I mean, the more aggressive your deck is, the more you can play a card like that. But there's just so many better cards. Like, I would rather have Neonate's Rush or things like that. Yeah, discard a card is rough, but, I mean, I don't know. You're probably going to lose to it, like, otherwise. Like, remember, like, you're still going to try and kill it with your 3/1 flash. If they don't have anything, then you don't end up locked in the cemeterying it, and then you don't have to discard a card. If they do have something, you'd much rather lock in the cemetery it and discard a land or something than, you know, keep getting attacked by it. I don't think Tome is too slow to be playable in this format, but I do think it's worse than it looks. Tome is definitely a card that in a lot of formats would be excellent, and in this format it's pretty mediocre. But Hunter's got like a blue-white control with like sweepers and stuff, so Tome is a good card in his deck. I'm not sure why he went with the Morning Patrol over the 3/3 First Strike here. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Wizard Harry. Appreciate it. Ben S, more like Ben Yes. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I would normally make my jokes about bad puns, but if you're going to compliment me, I'll just take it. Thanks again. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Tome is inconsistent, but that doesn't mean it isn't powerful. Listen, I agree Tome's not that good in this format. But, I mean, if you have like a ramp deck, or if you have a blue-white control with 2 Wraths, you should definitely play it. If you have like a blue tempo deck, you probably shouldn't play it. It's definitely more fancy than good, but that doesn't mean it's horrendous either, right? A card can be like about as good as a common playable 3-drop and super fancy. Like 3-mana 3/3 no ability, super vanilla, super plain, Mysterious Tome, super duper fancy and an uncommon and flip card and whatever. Those 2 cards can both be the same power level. It doesn't, just because it's super fancy doesn't mean it's like broken or unplayable. I think that Tome is not nearly as good in this format as it would be in most, but I think you're still usually going to play it if you don't have like some kind of tempo deck. Like if you're like, you know, if you're like a blue aggro deck or something, you're obviously not going to play Tome. But if you have like, you know, a grindy zombies deck, you just have to look at your total card advantage and think about what your deck does. But those decks tend to play long games where you're pretty happy to have a Tome out in the middle or the end of the game. And if you have like a blue-white control with 2 sweepers, of course it's a good card in your deck. This is definitely not going well. But if they're out of gas, then I guess you can double block, so hopefully. If we had more life, you'd want to play the Tome, because then you could activate it, use all your mana, but you don't want to keep taking hits from that Trespasser. With the Meat Hook Massacre out, like, you can't take any more hits for 3. Like, you will if you have to, and you'll just pray that you're able to find the answers or whatever, but, like, you really need to prioritize not. Like, pretend Meat Hook Massacre wasn't out. You go to 5, maybe the Trespasser gets you to 4, but then you can block it a turn later. With the Meat Hook Massacre out, I mean, you can't kill another 4 of their creatures if you're at 4. Good luck winning the game without killing 4 creatures, right? Hey, you're welcome, Ignis. It's a really, like, fancy card, so it's a good card to analyze and talk about. And listen, I do think people are going to put in their deck too much and take it too high. Like, I bet that's the kind of card that's going to have a terrible win rate on 17 lands, because people who, you know, aren't experts are going to, like, put it in normalish aggro decks and play it on turn 3, and it's going to be real slow. But, again, if you're, like, a super grindy ramp deck or something, that's a card you want to play. I'm not saying you want to take it too highly, but it's a card you want to play. If you're, like, an aggro deck, you probably shouldn't play it. So hopefully Beardo doesn't have anything. If they do, they're basically just slow rolling us. But I assume they're thinking about whether to flashback that card or play something else from their hand, and whether to attack with Trespasser or not, since it'll get in some damage, but it's not a good trade for the Morning Patrol. Yeah, I'm not surprised, but like, if you imagine it was never cast and activated until late games and not put in aggro decks, then that win rate would probably go up, would be my guess, Silver. Almost all the cards that are like, you have to use at the right times, just have bad win rates on 17 lands. That's been the case since they've started tracking the data. Magic's a hard game. I say it like 10 times a night on stream. Sadly, I'm not really sure how Hunter can win. I'm rooting for him, but I don't know. Do we have life gain in our deck? I mean, there's that blue-white uncommon, but I think that's already exiled. No, this should be an attack with both, regardless of whether Beardo has anything or not, because you have to double block, and then you trade for the apparition and get your one in. But, I mean, if Beardo has 2 lands in hand, and maybe Hunter can tap the next threat with the Tome sometimes. Teferi, yeah, Teferi could still be a way to win. We also might just have an out for the Meat Hook Massacre, like if we draw, Cathar Commando or something. But that's probably not going to do it. I guess if we leave a white up and we have a Candle Trap, we might still have an out. Nice run, Hunter, into the top 4. Nice run, G-Guards, winning your pot and making top 4 again. I rant and rave about how great you are way too much. And now we're on to the finals, which will be the Beardo, who I guess I have to root for by default in honor of my new beard, and Ronnie David. Who should we watch? Should we watch Beardo or Ronnie David? I'm doing a quick informal chat poll, so whoever's name gets typed more, like, in the first, 10 to 20. See a couple Beardos, three Beardos in a row, an RD, a 4th, a 5th Beardo. Okay, it's Beardo. So we were watching Hunter. So we got to get out of this. Let's go pull up Beardo. I think Sped or somebody's helping me, moving me around because they know how bad I am with technology. Appreciate the help. I'm excited. Do I get to do the winner's interview, or is Hunter doing that? Or are we both doing it? I don't know how it works. I also don't know if I can use Discord well enough to do that, but... Thanks, Spad. We could try, right? When I've won and made finals, I haven't even been able to do the interview, and all I had to do then was connect. I'm not sure which one you're hitting, Mikey New, but there's definitely some arena bugs that are pretty common and pretty bad right now. They've been mentioning it and trying to address it. Oh yeah, no, I mean Hunter had a traditional control deck, like a constructed-ish control deck. 2 Wraths, some card drawing, counters, Teferi. In that deck, Tome is fantastic. There's no question. But like I said, you don't want to play Tome and aggro. It's not an icy. When you have to take a turn off and draw a card and you're trying to race, that's awful. This is a format where life total matters. Slow cards like Tome that don't impact the board and make you fall behind are worse than usual. That said, you have plenty of resources. If you have that card in your hand and you are able to trade things out, it can be a good card in the late game. I think that people are a little too low on some of those cards. I saw, I think Elsphere or somebody didn't take Mask, the Gristleband thing. And I think it's for the same reasons, because this isn't really a format where you can play that card on like turn 3 and equip it on turn 4. But when your opponent's tapped and you play that thing on turn 6, hit them with a lifelink creature, then if they play it and equip it, then if they kill it, you draw a bunch of cards, and if they don't, you can't race a lifelinker. It's a really strong card. So like, the mask is not as good as in this format as it would be in most formats, and I think it will have a bad win rate on 17 lands for the same reasons I was talking about the tome, even magnified. People are going to be like, just play their broken rare and then just equip their broken rare and then get, blown out and fall real far behind when they spend turns 3 playing it, turn 4 equipping it, and then the opponent plays 1 removal and they have nothing. That's not how you use that card. How you use mask in this format is you play your other stuff, and then hopefully when you have 6 lands, your opponent taps to cast something, you go mask, equip, hit, gain life, good stuff. Time's a tough one, Picorson. Time's a tough one. If you want to see what I look like young, you can go watch my match against in my first Pro Tour top 8 in 2004 against Nassif. I was like 20 at the time. I don't even think I needed to shave yet. I assume they're on like some kind of a break, just like going to the bathroom or something like that. I don't know. I really don't stroke it that much, I don't think, at least consciously. I mean, I know you because of COVID, they started showing stats about how often people touch their face and stuff, and apparently it's a ton. I guess I'm a streamer, so you can, if somebody really wants to, you can go through an hour of my stream and see how many times I touch my beard without even thinking about it. I really don't think I do it that much, though. I don't think there's any way you could have won that game, Hunter. I think you made a few small mistakes in the last game, like responding to the thing instead of letting it resolve before you played the card drawing, so they wouldn't have had the ability to exile it. And I didn't really understand playing the 2-3 Vigilance over the 3-3 First Strike when you had 4 mana, but I'm pretty sure you lose that game to... you lose the game regardless to Meat Hook Massacre and all the stuff that happened. I don't think it was particularly close. Do I have a favorite for Worlds coming up? I gotta be honest. It's not like I'm gonna put on some Worlds coverage while I'm playing poker this weekend, like on my phone, but I kind of stopped following like OP when WotC kind of decided that like OP wasn't really like, I don't know how to say this. It wasn't just strictly a competition anymore. It was going to be about like who they want to showcase and just putting people in places, and So at that, I'm not like trying to take anything away from the people competing. I mean, they're playing against a lot of the best in the world, and like winning is incredible. That personally caused me to lose interest. That's just reality. So, I'd probably be rooting for PV out of just sheer greatness. I kind of feel like at this point, PV is like the Tom Brady of Magic, where like you could have debates about whether he's the best technical player ever, or the third, or whatever, and that's fair. And you can do that with Tom Brady as well. But like as far as like the Magic GOAT, I think it's just PV at this point. Like he has the same number of top 8s as Finkel, and he did it in the modern era, which is like harder to get top 8s by a lot. I mean, he's won Worlds, like he's won 3 Pro Tours now, 2 or 3. It might be 2, but either way, like he's just, I think he's just like, in terms of total accomplishment plus play skill, like I said, I'm going to call him the GOAT. As far as tightest technical player of all time, that's like a different debate. But because there's a lot of things that go into winning at Magic. Like, there's technical and gameplay skill, which is huge. And listen, to be clear, PV's way better than me, like very, very, very good. He's either the first or the fourth or whatever. But also, like, there's, choosing good decks. There's drafting well. There's like, testing tournament after tournament after tournament. There's not tilting off when you're having a horrible year, but still doing the best you can. You know what I mean? There's like, there's a lot of different skills, and then even just length and like, how long you compete, like that doesn't matter for how tight of a technical player you are, but that matters to me in terms of who's the GOAT, because dedication to Magic is something that like, should certainly play into that. Like if you imagine imagine somebody played baseball for 2 years and they batted 350 and they hit like 50 home runs or whatever each year. You'd be like, that person was incredible, but you're not going to be like, well, this is the greatest baseball player of all time when they only played for 2 years, right? There's all these guys who have like incredible 20-year careers and stuff like that. So to me, like PV is the GOAT, but there's still a valid debate about who the best technical player of all time. Maybe him, maybe somebody else, but like he's just like the Tom Brady of Magic, basically. Okay, so anyways, obviously play the 2-drop on turn 2 here. Turn 3, we don't really have good options. I mean, definitely attack, like if they startle, who cares, or whatever. And then I guess we're just playing a land and Electric Revelation end of the opponent's turn. I don't see any reason to do anything now. I assume we'll be discarding Pax Betrayal. If Beardo's Curve is really low, we could, well, now you have a decision, but even so, you don't want to use 1 mana instead of 3 this early in the game. That's just so inefficient. So, I mean, the correct play here is to take the hit from Spectral Adversary and still just Electric Revelation end of turn. I think, like, I would discard Pack Betrayal, but there's an argument for Mountain. It really depends on Beardo's deck, which I don't even know all of. Like, if you have, like, sack outlets, and so you're playing Pax Betrayal as, like, a removal spell, I don't expect this game to end anytime soon, so I could certainly see holding on to it. The reason Beardo's thinking now is because the opponent left counter magic up, so, like, if you get the Revelation countered, you still have to discard the card, and then you don't get to draw the 2, but I still like casting it. Firstly, if they counter it, they don't have a counter for Meat Hook, and then you can just flash it back or whatever. I think that was a good play casting it, even with them leaving the open counter mana up. I like that one. So now you pretty much just have to play with fire, even though it's an inefficient turn. Your other option is just let the Harrier die, which I guess isn't the worst if you want to Meat Hook, but I don't see why you want to Meat Hook for 1. I guess you could let them eat it, play the land, pass, and then Electric Revelation in a turn, and try and wipe their board with Meat Hook on the following turn. But I feel like you're almost telegraphing the Meat Hook Massacre if you do that. If you think Ronnie doesn't know you have it in your deck, then maybe they'll overcommit a lot. If you think they do know you have it in they do know you have it in your deck, I'd probably just play with fire here so that you don't like telegraph it. Because like if I'm Ronnie David and I'm not gonna think about this mythic and play around this mythic, but if I know it's in my opponent's deck and they just bury this creature and don't put anything in play, I'm not putting a third creature out that dies to the Meat Hook Massacre. So if I'm Ronnie, if I know my opponent has Meat Hook Massacre, I'm gonna play around it if they just bury this Harrier. If I don't know about Meat Hook, I'm probably not gonna play around it. So with that in mind, from Beardo's perspective, you should play with Fire the Intruder here to not telegraph the Meat Hook Massacre if your opponent knows it's in your deck. But if they don't know it's in your deck, then I would probably just let them eat my creature and Electric Revelation and let them overcommit and go for more value. I don't really like this line either way. I don't think it's horrible. Like, I know why Beardo did it, because they're going to get to play their 5-drop next turn, and, I mean, there's value in getting the Meat Hook Massacre in play, but this is exactly why I don't like this line. So, like, when you have Meat Hook Massacre and a draw 2 in your graveyard, you don't want to make aggressive plays for the short game. You have the long game. You have the sweeper. So, like, so I think I would have just, like, play with Fire the Nebelgast there, and then you can just, pass a turn. You're only taking 2 from one creature, and 1/2/1 flyer. See what the opponent plays, and you hold on to your powerful sweeper in case they play things that are harder for you to deal with and more important to kill, like the Moonveil Regent. You really just don't need to use the Meatville for that value. When you could draw 2 cards, hold it for longer, and then get more value and kill better or more important things. I think that was like too aggressive use of Meatville Massacre. My line would have been play with Fire on the Nebelgast, play a land and pass a turn. And my second choice would have been bury the 2/2 and then Electric Revelation end a turn. I mean, now this game is pretty much over. I'm not saying Meat Hook Massacre would have won us this game or not, But, you know, we could always, like, end up startling plus it if we didn't, or play with fire plus it if we didn't use it, if we need to. Or we could take a decent bit of damage. We're still at 15. I mean, stay alive for a little while and then sweep the board with the Massacre later, killing the Regent before they draw a bunch of extra cards and stuff. I think between the two options that I said, not involving the Meathook Massacre, it's really close. Like I said, the play for me swings there based on whether my opponent knows the Massacres in my deck or not. Because I'm not worried about telegraphing a Mythic rare if the opponent doesn't know I have it, because they're probably not going to pick up on it, because it's a Mythic and not a common, and they're probably not going to play around it. And they probably shouldn't play around it, because it's a Mythic, and the odds I have it are really low. But if the opponent has it, knows I have it in my deck, now it no longer matters that it's a Mythic. It's like the same as a common. I have it. It's just a question of whether it's in my hand or not. But I like this concession even in the finals. Me and Beardo would get along, I think. I've conceded like so many games where people are just like, you're not dead. I'm like, yeah, but I'm like sub 1% and like I need to conserve brain power. Like I'm not 18. Okay, so we saw the 4/4 flyer again. No answers to that. Yeah, me and Beardo would definitely get along, and they have an Immolation in their sideboard, which, again, I haven't actually not mained the card yet, but I'm pretty low on Immolation, like you saw if you've been here the whole time, and I was trying to use the power of telepathy to get Siggy to take anything but Immolation, as he kept taking it. Yeah, if Ronnie doesn't know about the Meathook Massacre, then I wouldn't play the Play with Fire. I would just bury my creature, because they're not going to play around the Mythic Sweeper if they don't know it's in my deck. They'll probably play a third creature or whatever. Okay, so as far as sideboarding, I mean, I like Flame Channeler, but it doesn't look like Beardo has that many ways to flip it. I see a Neonate's Rush. I don't really like Pax Betrayal unless you have like sack outlets or something. Like what is the point of that card in this deck? Like, what are you doing? You're stealing something just for like the damage swing? I mean, it is a really aggressive deck. You do have 2 Interlopers, but I don't think you need to do that. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much to change here. I mean, Siggy's pure gas. Also, remember, a lot of times, you know, especially early in a format, but even in the middle of formats, people do well with the tools they know how to use, right? Like Siggy could be drafting a lot of, like, I'm just going to make up decks, like blue-black and blue-green, and be really good at drafting those, and he's a very good player, right? But he might not have drafted a lot of red aggro. The set's been out for a week. I'm not saying, like, I don't know, I didn't interview Siggy before this, but I'm just saying, like, you know, somebody could be wildly wrong on something that they're inexperienced with while doing well at something because they understand the tools they're using well, like the decks they're currently drafting a lot. But none of this is meant to be Siggy hate. I think Siggy's great. I got to team with him, the last year when there were Grand Prix, him, and Efro played a couple, and he played really well, and it was awesome playing with him. I think we actually played 2 and just went X3 in both or something, but... Yeah, so remember, firstly, that was a pre-release draft, Wizard Harry, so don't look to my Sweatsuit deck from last week for any inspiration as to what I think is good and bad. That was literally like I was reading all the cards and stuff. Now it's only a week later, but I've done like 30 drafts this week or something. Doesn't make me like, you know, an expert, but like, you know, there's a big difference between 30 drafts and 2. But also, I like Candle Trap more than I think some of the other people I've seen talking about it. I mean, Gavany Silversmith is better, I think, but it's still good removal. It's still really efficient. Like, I think people are too hesitant to play it, like, when the creature's still, like, a blocker. Like, it shuts off the power. So, like, this format is largely about, like, racing and spectacle. And when you can double spell, even if, like, they're still able to block with the creature, you're still, like, kind of reducing its value for later. And you're still casting something else, because Candle Trap only costs 1. Like... I agree Candle Trap is certainly worse in this format than it would be in most, but it's still good. Like, I like Candle Trap. Immolation, I'm not a big fan of because all it ever really does is trade up 1 mana, and when you're on the play, it's really important that you cast a 2-drop. Like I said, this is a really racy Life Total Matters format, so I want proactive cheap cards. Like, I find, like, all of the removal is just not as good as you would expect, and so, like, Candle Trap still kills anything or whatever, but, like, a removal that's sorcery, speed, kill a creature with 2 toughness or less. That's a card that would normally be good but not great, and in this format I find it's super mediocre. It's not bad, it's just super mediocre. Okay, so Jissa, yeah, I mean, this turn, certainly agree. Cast your Jissa. Well, Bladebrand's a nice draw. Think you're happy to trade Jissa for Moonveil Regent. Oh, no, wait, will they get a ping? Well, they don't have any other colored permanents out. Does it count itself as it dies? I don't think it does, actually. Oh, it'll get exiled from Jissa anyway. You won't be able to play it, but Jissa will still be out when they bump into each other. So I would definitely attack with both here. I mean, obviously you're telegraphing you have something if you attack with the Interloper, but you don't care about that. It's worth it for the 2 damage, and there's a lot of different things you can have. So I think Beardo's in the tank because they're trying to think about whether they want to trade Jissa for Moonveil Regent, but to me it's a definite yes. It's not, even though you've got removal, like you're so far ahead, what are you worried about getting like Jissa decay tokens later in the game or whatever? So I would send Jissa and Interloper here for sure, and then you just get to play Graveyard Trespasser post-combat. If they block the Interloper, you can play with Fire and then still play the Trespasser. You've got Jissa and Trespasser out, and you get the Regent. The game's pretty much over. If they block the Jissa, you just let them trade, and then you play the Trespasser and exile it, and life is good. Don't get me wrong, I don't think this line's horrible, Jissa's a great card, but so is Moonveil Regent. And with a good hand like this, I'm not interested in letting them on tap with that Regent, where maybe they have tricks, maybe they can protect it. Like, we're probably going to win, but there's now the right combination of cards that Ronnie David could have that could beat us. You know what I mean? Like, they might go on to remove Jissa and keep the Regent around. So I really like attacking with Jissa there. I mean, sending Interloper is definitely correct, whether you're sending Jissa or not, but I would definitely attack with Jissa as well. I'm not a big fan of how aggressive the format is, but the format still feels pretty interesting, and like you play close games, and there's plenty of cheap removal and life gain, so, you know, I don't really have any opinions on how good or bad the format is as a whole yet. It's definitely an aggressive format, which is not my preference, but if you do an aggressive format well, that's a good format. If you do it poorly, that's a bad format. So, you know, we're just going to have to play it out and, you know, judge it fairly, not based on how it looks. I know that's not very 2021, but I'm not the kind of person to read the headline and then form opinions. I'm the kind of person to, like, read 5 articles for something, 5 articles against something, think about all of the points for, like, 2 weeks, and then give my opinion when it's no longer relevant. Okay, so what are we doing here? Nothing really changed. That was actually not bad for us at all. So again, I would definitely send Jissa into the Moonveil. There is a blue permanent out now, so it can deal 1 when it dies, but what is it killing? The Gatekeeper? Does that even matter? This is the finals. It's funny because, like, so I still like this attack, and the Graphkeeper has decay, so it's going away anyway. I just don't understand why we're attacking this turn and not last turn, when there was more upside in the attack last turn, I think, but yeah, I like this attack. I don't know. I guess we're just trying to pretend we have a trick or something. I mean, there's nothing to cast there. So your Revelation now, if you have stuff you can play off of it or to avoid it getting countered, you don't otherwise. You're definitely discarding the Swamp. That's a certainty. So you're drawing 2 cards. So if you have like 1-drops, I mean, you could draw a land and a 2-drop. What are the life totals? 11. I'd probably just do it end of turn. Maybe not. If it gets countered, that's kind of annoying. I mean, this is close. 6 of one, half dozen of another. If you have a decent amount of 2-drops, I'd probably do it now, because you could draw land 2-drop and play a 2-drop. If you don't, I'd probably do it end of turn. It's not much of a difference, though. Yeah, the problem there, Silverma, is that was always going to happen when the Moonveil died. It was always going to be able to ping that thing for 1 anyway. And you're not going to win this game without removing the Moonveil. So, I mean, that was inevitable that they were going to get that at some point. Which I don't think we were too concerned about. I mean, we'd prefer them not, but we already have, like, Play with Fire in hand. Oh, right, it doesn't ping because it got exiled. Okay, you are correct. But so how were we going to avoid that then, though? Because if we're not attacking with Jissa, Jissa's like, how are we killing the Moonveil? Like, how are we exiling it? Like, I'm saying, like, what did you want to do that results in not pinging off the 2-1? Oh, sure, yeah. If we just don't send the 2-1 and then it gets exiled by Jissa when they trade, then you don't get to ping. You're 100% right, Silvermaw. That's a tight play. You're right. Yeah, I'm wrong. Me and Beardo are both wrong. Silvermaw's right on this one. The play last turn was attack with just Jissa, because then if they trade, they don't get to ping the 2-1 and they don't get to get it back. It just sits there indefinitely, which is better than giving it to them. My thought for attacking was that they were going to get it back anyway, because we want to trade with the Moonveil. That was very favorable for us. But yeah, Silver nailed the A+ play there. Send just Jissa, and then they can't ping it. Just leave it around so they can't play it. Okay, so tooting back in. So our options here are like Meat Hook for 1 or Immolation. Yeah, I like the Immolation. You have tons of life. You can kill a big creature with Meat Hook Massacre that you can't kill with all these deal 2s. So I think this play makes a lot of sense. I don't think you care that much if they sack the Commando to kill the Meat Hook on the way out. They still have 11 life. Like, you're not that worried about, like, draining for a couple. So I would probably take this 5. If they play another creature, you can sweep the board. I think we want to cycle Bladebrand. Probably look for threats. I mean, you could do it now to make it look like you're digging for removal. That's kind of like a tight, tricky play. I don't think it's bad to use a removal here so that the Cathar doesn't end up killing the Meat Hook, and you're probably going to kill like 2 things with it at least anyway. But I think there's a decent chance they would just drop another creature. Oh yeah, Meat Hook Massacre is literally ridiculous. Plus, like, if they don't drop another creature, like, you kind of just want to Meat Hook. I mean, I don't know. I would definitely cycle the Bladebrand. I'm less confident on whether I would have played with fire the 3-1 there or not than I would have cycled the Bladebrand. I mean, what are we holding it for? Like, what are we trying to give Death Touch to? I like Bladebrand because sometimes it trades up a lot and sometimes it just cycles. Similar to the Neonate's Rush, it doesn't trade up with, much bigger cards, but it trades up a card when it kills a 1 toughness creature, and the other half the time it just cycles. Bladebrand is similar, where you get that high upside when it trades something big, or they double block, and then the other half the time it cycles. But at this point, like, I don't know what we're holding it for. We've got 2 removal spells in hand, so even if they play a bigger creature than ours, we can just kill them. But you definitely want to hold the Massacre, hold the Slash here. You can take 2. The Dragon's gone. Like, if they're not going to overcommit, like, by a little bit, so be it. Take 2 a turn for a little while for sure. I just definitely like cycling that Bladebrand, seeing what you get. This is crazy. We already Electric Revelation with Flashback, right? So many lands. But I think, like, you definitely don't want to Massacre for 1. You definitely don't want to Slash. 2 a turn is not that scary here, so I would just either hold both lands or play a Swamp and pass. I'd probably play the Swamp, because I want the opponent to think I have a bunch of lands in hand, not that I'm holding Meat Hook Massacre. So if you're holding 4 cards, how many lands can you really be holding? So I'd probably just play a land unless I have unless I have Rummage Outlets, because that's more important than the, like, guessing games. If I have ways to discard that land to draw a new card, I'm not going to play it. But if I don't, I'm going to play it, because I want the opponent to think, like, my hand is mostly land. I really think that Beardo's going a little too far to protect the Massacre here. Like, now you're just going to end up taking 2 a turn again if they don't have a second creature. You could have Massacred for 1, killing them both. Yes, the Commando, it has to come into play, so the Commando gets to kill the Massacre. But all that's doing is denying you, like, a couple of damage in life. Like, I don't think that's, like... I think you want to play this Massacre and kill 2 creatures with it and hold on to the removal spell. That said, I mean, Beardo's super flooded. 4, 8, 10, and 3 in the yard is 13. So there's like another 4 lands in the remaining 16 cards. So, but that's another reason to play the Massacre, keep the life totals up, and let them Commando it, and have the Slash for the next creature. Because the longer the game goes, the better for you if you're Beardo, if you're Perdition. The reason for that is because your opponent's drawing a lot less lands than you. So over the next 10 draw steps, you're going to draw a lot more spells than them. So you really want to play, like, defensively here. But now we'll get to play our Sweeper. So, works out okay. Yeah, I agree, Silver. Ronnie almost certainly knows about the massacre at this point. So I think what Beardo's definitely going to meet Hook Massacre here. What they're thinking about is whether they want to play around the like counter pay for or something. Like, I don't, because I mean, otherwise you would just play the Ghoulish Procession first, so that when you kill things, you get a 2/2 zombie token, right? Because there's no way on earth you're not meat Hook Massacring here. Like, you're not taking 6 and hoping like for a third creature. But you have 10 mana, so the Massacre costs 6. So you can play the land, Massacre for 4 with 4 open to pay for the counter, the 3 mana counter that makes you pay 4. Or you can play the Procession first, and then you can't pay for the counter if they have it, but you get an extra 2/2 zombie. So that's what Beardo is presumably thinking about. Whether to just Massacre for 4 with 4 open, so you can pay 4 for the counter if they have it, or to play the Ghoulish Procession first to get a zombie token. That was the decision that I think Beardo was just thinking about. So if you're going to hold it and play around it, you should continue holding it here because it doesn't do anything in play and you have 10 mana. It's not like you're worried next turn you're going to draw something to cast and you're not going to be able to play your Procession. Like, you have 10 mana, 1 card in hand that costs 2. So now, I mean, you can just play your Procession. This is like so interesting. So the turn where the tap tome is on draw card, like after it flips again, he'll be at 1, but we can kill them with the Interloper if they just don't have anything. Not saying it's going to go that way. It's probably not, but you know, this turn they're certainly going to tap because they want to flip it and draw cards. And then we go to 1, and then we could just Lunar Frenzy for, 8 or whatever. I mean, if they have anything, we're going to lose, but if they don't, then that's lethal. Ronnie has played extremely well in the matches we've seen. I haven't covered any from Ronnie's perspective, but if I do commentary again in this, I'm going to try and find Ronnie because they have played extremely tight. And, of course, that is game, so Ronnie doesn't yet know that they've won, but we know it. Beardo knows it. So congrats to Ronnie David with the win. Nicely done. We watched them 2 or 3 times. They played very tight. Congrats to Beardo on a nice finals appearance as well, and Hunter and G-Guards in the top 4. Fun watching Siggy, and he lost the finals of the pod and had a really sweet vampire deck as well. I think, you saw these red-black vampire decks can perform well, although to be honest, Beardo's was more of a red-black control. Siggy's was a red-black vampire aggro like the ones I've been drafting. We didn't see that much blue-black, but I'm guessing it was around and just got overdrafted and probably didn't perform that well, but I mean, maybe it's just coincidence, I don't really know. Maybe people crushed on the other side of the pod and in the matches we didn't see with blue-black. I mean, I talk all the time about how draft finds a balance. Like, if 5 people are drafting blue-black in a pod, the deck's going to be awful. If 2 people are, it's going to be amazing. I don't know where exactly it falls in between. But congratulations to Ronnie David. Congratulations to Beardo. And hopefully we'll get to do a little winner's interview now.
Any technical difficulties? We're waiting to hear from him.
I just turned on my speakers so I can hear you now, but so can my whole stream. Is there something I'm supposed to do differently, or just is that good?
No, you're good to go, Ben.
Awesome.
Take it away, brother.
We can't hear him in Discord, though.
Oh, we can't hear you in Discord.
So what do I need to do? Just join the voice channel on Discord or something?
Is he talking in his stream or something?
Can you go down to the bottom left corner of your Discord and to the gear?
Yes.
Hit user settings, and then you're gonna want to make your mic, whatever your default mic is, under voice and video. Just choose the input.
Okay. It's always my Yeti mic or whatever. What am I changing it to?
Oh,
Does he have push to talk, or is
Oh,
he?
you have push to talk on?
Are you
No.
guys talking to me? I was.
No, we're talking to Ben S. He covered the whole tournament, and we're hoping he can do the interviews here because it was pretty spectacular.
I mean, I don't have
voice and video. There should be an input mode. It'll say voice activity and push to talk.
Yeah, I have voice activity on.
Weirdo, what a deck you had! I'm so heartbroken. I can't believe my timing in that game 3.
Man, that was a tough one, man. Yeah, you said about the faithful mending.
Yeah, I got too excited. I haven't played against that card that exiles from the graveyard, so I forgot it did that. I just remembered the ward that it, and then I was like, oh dear.
It's such a tough one.
No, but it doesn't. It was still an incredible run to the finals and a great deck, and I can't wait to talk to Ronnie about his just so well.
It was nutty.
So I just joined the group chat or whatever on Discord, basically. So can everybody hear me now? Is it working?
Oh, yeah, we can.
Hello?
There we go.
Yeah.
Cool.
We can hear you, Ben.
Okay, awesome. I can hear you guys too. So congratulations, Ronnie. We watched a couple of your matches towards the end. Really well played.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to ask you, so when we were watching from Beardo's perspective, they had the Meat Hook Massacre in their hand. Did you know about that, before the match started, that it was in their deck? And, did you figure out it was in their hand or suspect it? I'm kind of wondering, as those games dragged on, games 2 and 3, I think it was, or 1 and 2, either way, where the Massacre was, were you playing around Massacre? Was it on your mind? When were you thinking about it?
In the first game, I was not aware that he had the Massacre. So, it kind of caught me off guard, but he played it kind of early, and I was kind of glad when I saw it play early, because then I was able to play my regent and stuff like that. But in the other games, I did kind of play around it, but you can't play around a card too long, You had to get the game going, so...
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I thought you did it perfect. I said in game 1 when he played it, I wouldn't have played it yet. I would have held it for bigger and better threats because he had some cheap removal. And that I loved in game 2 how you were kept hitting with 1 playing a second creature, and then when it was the Silversmith, you flipped the switch because you get in that extra damage and forced him to use it. I thought you played extremely well.
Yeah, and then in the last game, I was kind of holding up the adversary in case he tried to use it. So I could kind of save 2 creatures and probably let the adversary die, but it didn't work out like that. But
And I suspected you had the adversary, which is part of why I held it for so long, because I knew the Meat Hook was going to get no value if you had the adversary in hand. And it just because you kept having those flash threats, those you kept putting on that pressure, was really tough for me.
Yeah. That just kind of fell together in the second.
In game 1, I think it's. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no problem.
In game 1, I thought it was really interesting that you said I played it too early, Ben, because I was agonizing over that. It was such a tough spot because I wanted to save it, but at that point he hadn't played a mountain. He had only played islands and plains, and I had a bunch of cheap removal in hand. And I wanted to start to develop the board and use the cheap removal to pick off threats and keep getting attacks in. I had no clue at that point that a Moonveil region was coming down, because the very next turn he plays Mountain Moonveil region.
Right, of course. And listen, we didn't know Moonveil region was coming down either. I mean, we were watching from your perspective. But my logic was basically, you have a bunch of cheap removal, stuff that does 2 in your hand and stuff like that, but you can't deal with a big thing very well. And you have the Electric Revelation. So what I was saying to my stream was basically if your opponent doesn't know you have this card, you're not going to telegraph it because it's a mythic. So I would probably just bury the 2/2 and flashback the Revelation and let them play a 3rd creature and just, get more value. If they know I have the card, then what I would probably do is play with fire or whatever it's called on the 2/1 Nebelgast so that they go on to just assume it's not in my hand and just dump their board out. But if you had different removal in hand, I would have liked playing it when you did. The reason I didn't like it was because your removal all dealt 2 and stuff. So a big thing, it was your only good answer to a big thing. It didn't have to be a 4/4 dragon rare. It could have just been they could have won that game with the 3/4 flyer into another flyer or something like that. As long as it had 4 toughness and you couldn't kill it, it posed a pretty big problem for you.
That's a really good point.
We also didn't get to see, I didn't anyway, you guys' draft, so I was wondering, like, how did that come together, Ronnie? Because that's like, I mean, it's an archetype, but it's not like one of the more common ones that people are drafting. So if you wanted to tell us a little bit about like how your draft started, I was just curious to how you ended up there.
The draft started with the black rare with the water ability, and second pick I believe was a black removal spell. I'm not exactly sure, but and then the third pick I think was the scab stitcher, the 2/1 that taps. So I was kind of thinking, okay, black blue is a nice archetype to China going to, but it was still early, and then the blue cards and the white cards came late down, and then pack 3 when I opened the Moon Veil, and I was like, is this worth splashing? I said, well, it's a flyer, so I said, yeah, okay, I'll do it blue-white flyers, might as well put in this big dragon in the deck. And then I got a couple of red-white cards as well, the rare legendary, and the 3/3 with haste as well. Contemplated putting those in my deck, but it might would have been a bit too clunky, and it wasn't really working, so... Yeah, the deck did catch me by surprise as well, because it's only after I realized that it has so much flash, and I was able to put in the dissipate and stuff like that, to help.
No, yeah, it looked really good. It's just so, I mean, obviously blue black is like the deck of the format. And so, I just was wondering, like, where you started and stuff. Like, there's nothing wrong with blue-white. I've drafted it several times. It's a good deck. I 7-1 with it on stream 2 days ago. But I'm saying, like, basically, I was wondering if it was your plan to draft blue-white, or if if you had, like, opened a blue rare and then a white uncommon and just kind of found it, like, naturally, or if you ended up there because it was wide open. And it sounds like you were leaning towards blue-black zombies from how the draft started, but it was probably overdrafted in your pod and white was open, so you, like, got a bunch of white cards and managed to put that together.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is a hard draft. That's a draft where you dropped your first 2 picks, had to splash the rare you opened in pack 2, it wasn't even on color, and then you put together a 5-0 and won the whole tournament. So, congratulations. Like, that's really like, listen, the goal is to draft the best deck you can. If you open a blue-white gold rare and the second card you pick is white and the third is blue, that's a good thing. But when you're able to put together like a win, a 5-0 in a tough seat where you have to drop your first 2 picks from pack 1 and you have to splash your rare that you open in pack 2, I mean, congratulations. That's drafting the hard way, right? That's drafting in hard mode.
Yeah, I had a lot of practice as well. A friend said I trained very hard for this. So, yeah, I have almost 50 drafts under my belt right now.
Well. Congratulations to both of you. You as well, Beardo. I wanted to talk about that one play because it was like the deciding play maybe of game 1. But, we covered you the last 2 or 3 rounds. We watched you play Hunter or whoever you played before that. And I thought you played very tight through some long games. So don't think I was just like sitting here beating you up or something.
No, it's all good. I love talking about that line because it was I think you're right. It was the deciding point, and I agonized over it. I don't know if you could see my cam, but I was dying over here because I felt like I could go either way.
Yeah, and like I said, I thought overall you played extremely well, and I don't believe you would have won that game. Like, I don't believe you would have been likely to win the game had you not done it, but you might have been able to, because, I mean, you can get to, like, 2 or 3 turns later, you had the life, and then maybe play it for 4. But I'm just trying to say, like, don't beat yourself up. It was a close play, and, like, I thought you played really well. I just wanted to discuss that turn.
Thanks,
yeah, and I just want to point out that scary moment when he played the Gisa, and I had the dragon out. I was kind of like, oh, my.
Oh, Ronnie, I wanted to ask you. Yeah, I thought the play in game 1 where I made that decision and it turned out to be wrong. I think was really pivotal. But the moment that really stuck with me after it was in game 2. I had played Gisa, and then you played the Regent. And then the next turn, or maybe 2 turns later, I chose to attack with the Gisa. And because you had, I think, 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
And I thought it was really interesting that you chose to block with the Regent. I did not expect that. So I was holding a Blade Brand at that point. I don't know if you had sniffed that out.
No.
Or I was wondering just like what your thought process was for blocking the Gisa, because it really surprised me.
if I basically I said if I'm not blocking the Gisa, then what am I doing? Because to me the game that was the deciding point. If you was able to kill the dragon, then I would have lost the game anyways because I think I was on 13 life. So taking 4 there down to 9, and then at what point and also I was thinking what my outs would be, and I didn't really have anything in my deck to take down a Gisa like that. So yeah, I had a couple of candle traps, but obviously that wouldn't do anything without creatures on the board. So I just took a chance there.
I thought that all made sense because if the game goes long, the dragon is going to dominate the board, so you need to attack with it and force them to either like trade or end the game soon before they can start, just drawing a card every time they cast a spell in the late game, like once you're empty-handed, what you do with the dragon. So I thought like both the attack and the block made perfect sense. Like I think maybe the turn before you didn't attack with it, I think I would have then too. But I know when you attacked with the Jissa, I thought that was right.
Well, really well played, Ronnie. It was impressive stuff. It was a really fun match.
Yeah, thanks. Well played to you too. Congrats on getting to the final. Yeah.
Yeah, congrats to both of you. I hope you'll continue, battling in this event. It's been really sweet seeing all these like limited streamers just show up week in and week out. It would be nice if Wizards would support Limited a little more, but in the meantime, we've got Hunter and Sped and Coral Sword. And, thanks to you guys for coming out and competing and battling and making great Limited content for everybody.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah.
I'll jump in because I think Ben for some reason can't hear Hunter, but I think Hunter wanted to say something, so I'll tell Ben to be quiet. Thanks, man. Really fun stuff.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Just have a good night. We'll see y'all next week. All right.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I don't know why you were just muted, and like I just muted you on accident in Discord or something, Hunter. I just unmuted it.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I literally when I joined the group.
God, Ben, you so muted me this whole time. It hurts my heart.
It wasn't on purpose.
When
When I joined the group chat in Discord for this call or whatever, I just accidentally muted you. Nice job on the top 4 to you as well, though.
For weeks, when you win, you can never hear me. I've been muted by you for some reason, but it's all good, Ben. Hey, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it. And man, what a great tournament. It was awesome to watch through your eyes, and what great competition. So, Ronnie, you worked hard, you earned it, and you won it. Have a great rest of the great weekend, and look forward to next week.
Yeah, same to you guys.
Hey, one last thing before you guys go. If you stream, some of the people in my stream are asking, what's your stream name? They want to watch you. So if you've got...
Ronnie and Chuck.
Ronnie _ David. Yeah, I stream sometimes, but I have a little problem with my internet right
So it's
now.
just Ronnie _ David?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Beardo, you got a stream or no?
Every once in a blue moon, I'll flip it on. We're on right now. If I come back and do these Sweatsuit invitationals, I'll probably stream for that at least that once a week. So yeah, Chuck Beardo, all one word.
There you have it. Have a wonderful weekend. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, you too. All right then. Yeah.
Bye, guys. Congrats again. And thanks to all of you out there who tuned in as well, supporting the Limited content. We do really appreciate you. I know, over the years, for whatever reason, like I said, WotC seems to push Constructed. Maybe they believe that makes them more money. I don't know. But I love Limited, and I'm glad that a lot of you out there do as well. So thanks to everybody who tunes in week and week out and watches this, watches me, watches Hunter, watches all the great Limited streamers that we're lucky to have. And I will see y'all next time.